I came here to live in peace. He sought peace, but destiny summoned the Reaper once more.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Ichigo Settled in Fuyuki City during 5th Holy Grail War movie. Before we start, please go support Mugetsu01 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Ichigo is a male. Ichigo Kurosaki. After moving a mountain like Aizen, he overcame the loss of his powers by fully recovering them, along with everything that surrounded the Fullbring. He decided to settle down in Fuyuki City, but he would do so at the most inopportune moment. Now, bound to a servant that shouldn't exist by the strongest bond of all. The destination. He will face a new and crazy battle in his life head-on. The 5th Holy Grail War has begun. Prologue. I didn't understand it. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't understand anything about what was happening, nor what the hell he had gotten himself into. I didn't even know what I had done to get into the situation I was in the first place. He had come to that city to somehow try to become independent and settle down. He thought Fuyuki would be a good option, but he didn't really know. Perhaps the brochure for this one had somehow convinced him. How stupid, leaving one to enter another, was something he was used to be honest. Finding himself in the eye of the storm again wasn't something he should be surprised about. But he innocently thought he'd found peace. Of course, hollows were the order of the day, as the substitute Shimigami he continued to be, and that wasn't going to change no matter where he went. Time passed in that city, about a year after his arrival. A house rented by a kind but somewhat insane owner, friends as well as enemies from his senior year of high school, already headed to leave that same year, some stability beyond going out hunting at night in search of those evil beings from outside that world. So far so good, now. Why the hell was he, at that very moment, fighting a rampaging beast of absurd strength in the backyard of the residence, with his house reduced to a pile of useless garbage in the background? Just 2 minutes ago, he was lying in bed, intent on sleeping, and out of nowhere, he's forced to dodge an attack that split the house in half. It's ridiculous. He had no idea why all this was happening, or well, the truth is that he had an idea, but he still didn't fully understand it, although he didn't have much time to think about it. Well, he placed his Zangetsu in Shikai form in front of him to defend a crazy attack from his burly opponent's greatsword. He gritted his teeth at the violent impact, feeling the bones in his arms crunch from the brutal force he was forced to resist. He knocked him back several meters along the ground, using his feet as anchors made of flesh and blood, while using his own Zanpakuto, pinning him to the ground and slowing his retreat much more quickly. Even so, he was forced back about 15 meters, his arms trembling slightly from the blow he had received. "TCH, that big guy is strong," the orange-haired man said quietly, standing upright again and facing his opponent fearlessly. He watched as a small girl with enveloping crimson eyes and hair as white as snow skipped over, humming something he couldn't understand, until she stood right next to the giant. She looked at him amusedly before speaking with an innocent smile, waving her arm slightly in a casual greeting. "Hey, that's amazing, little brother. You've held your own against my berserker all this time. I don't know what you are exactly, but you're really strong," she congratulated him, smiling, a smile that Ichigo noticed laced with mockery. He clicked his tongue at her. "Don't call me little brother, I don't even know you. The truth is I don't even know why the hell all this is happening to begin with, so I'll just give you one warning. Get out of here, or you'll regret it," said the Shinigami calmly, while placing his greatsword on his right shoulder, waiting for the answer. "Oh, where are my manners?" the little girl scolded herself. She quickly bowed slightly and lifted her dress in a formal bow, as if she were a princess. "My name is Yasviel von Einsborn, a pleasure to meet you, little brother," she introduced herself with a smile, ignoring the orange-haired boy's objection to how she referred to him. She shook off her respectful posture to continue. "However, with the other thing about leaving, I can't do that since you saw something you weren't supposed to see. Now you just have to die peacefully, but you've made it difficult. Now Berserker will have to cut you into pieces for being a bad little brother." The girl laughed, 2 touches on the leg of her Berserker, and he extended his left arm towards her, taking it and placing it on his shoulder with extreme care, as if he were handling a porcelain doll. He tightened his grip on the gigantic, degraded sword in his right arm, ready to leap out and mercilessly cut down the man in black, who quietly closed his eyes at the little girl's words and the beast's actions. The truth is, that little girl was right about something. She saw something very strange before arriving home a while ago, after a short day of exterminating hollows in the area. He watched the berserker fighting a man with a bow in hand, right in front of the city cemetery. Be that as it may, he wanted to investigate a little about what this was about, but the 2 combatants suddenly stopped and looked in his direction, at which point he disappeared from the scene with Shunpo. He thought he'd escaped, slipped away unnoticed, but clearly that wasn't the case. One of them chased him home and stood right in front of him, wanting to cut him into 1,000 pieces, and of course, he wouldn't let them. I understand. But don't say I didn't warn you. Ichigo sighed in disappointment. The truth is that Ilya's response was what he was actually expecting. He calmly placed Zangetsu pointing forward. The blue Ryatsu overflowed from his entire being in a blue pillar that was visible to anyone who was attentive at those hours of the night in Fuyuki City. Bankai, the boy said calmly. A waterfall of pure power emerged from the Kurosaki, a waterfall that seemed even heavenly, beyond that world. And certainly, it was. The girl on the beast's shoulder covered her face with her small right forearm, shielding her eyes from the sand whipped up by the orange-haired boy's mad storm. She didn't know what was happening to the boy, but she somehow felt it. She could sense the power in the air, the atmosphere around her seemed to become denser than before. The pillar of energy stopped and everything ceased, tranquility reigned again in the night under that bright moon that seemed to be at its peak at the peak of that darkness. However, lighting up the darkness even more and cutting through the night with a fiery light of purple flames, the orange-haired boy showed off his new form in front of his opponents, now swinging a thin, black sword like his clothing with fierceness and danger, to clear the dust from the scene and allow himself to be seen clearly. What happened? The girl asked in astonishment. Just like her face and words, she didn't understand anything about what had happened or why the boy had changed form in front of her and her berserker. Tensa Zangetsu, the orange-haired man said casually. Ichigo seemed to smirk slightly, now being the one mocking. He pointed his now small sword at his large opponent. Now it's my turn, he said, returning to his usual seriousness. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from both the girl's and the monster's vision at an unprecedented speed. Berserker, faced with this, didn't hesitate to pull the albino from his shoulder and throw her meters away from him. She fell on the cold ground, and when she got up, blood splashed on her face, coming from a cut on her servant's chest. However, she never saw the one who inflicted such a wound on Berserker. It was as if the cut appeared in milliseconds out of the same pure nothingness. The monster seemed to stagger slightly as another cut appeared behind his right knee. He fell to his knees as the tendons on the back of his other knee were also severed without any resistance, all in no more than 2 seconds. Before the girl could tell her servant not to give up and get up, that none of that could stop him. The substitute Shimigami stood in front of Berserker and raised his elegant sword as if he was aiming to cut the moon itself, now in execution mode towards his crazed opponent, who was now nothing but helpless before him and his overwhelming strength. Itsuga Tensho. He exclaimed forcefully, bringing his sword down at blinding speed. Black energy with a red outline erupted uncontrollably from his Zanpakuto. He controlled his strongest attack as much as he could to avoid further collateral damage that he didn't want to deal with anymore. The only thing that could be seen now was a berserker split in half, as if he were mere cattle in a slaughterhouse, while the blood accumulated in a red pool under him and the Shinigami's feet, who sighed calmly and somewhat with disappointment. Are you serious? Since you said all that and then fell at the first opportunity, the boy asked, shaking the blood from the tip of his sword onto the ground, cleaning it of that annoying liquid. With the same calm, he placed his now lightweight Zanpakuto on his right shoulder and turned to the girl on his right. He heard the girl whisper and he thought she was about to cry. Now he sighed, but with exhaustion at the situation he was in. DCH, now what am I going to do with you? I'm not going to kill a little girl, not even crazy. So Ilya, I might leave you in a daycare. What are you? How did you manage to kill Berserker twice just like that? The girl yelled at him, truly enraged, a small tear running down her cheek, but it wasn't from sadness, but more from anger. Basically, it was like a tantrum thrown by a spoiled little girl. Whatever is or isn't doesn't matter now, what matters is that Ichigo stopped his speech for a moment, something he heard didn't quite add up. Wait, what do you mean, kill him twice? He asked in disbelief. Before he could get an answer, he felt a blow nearly split him in half on his left side at the level of his ribs. Blood surged uncontrollably from his mouth, along with excruciating pain, a pain that only increased when he felt himself sent flying and his back impact with the cold, rigid concrete a second later. The crunch of the wall he hit wasn't unlike the sound of his bones on impact. The walls and ceiling collapsed on top of him, bringing down the old structure in which he made that awkward and uncomfortable landing. He realized it was the warehouse located at the edge of the residence perfect, another place that was reduced to nothing in a matter of minutes. He kicked the pile of debris that had fallen on him away in annoyance and swung his sword to send the remaining pieces flying around him. Ichigo painfully laid his sword on the ground in an attempt to get up. That had definitely been a good blow, so much so that he was beginning to think he'd be lucky if it had only been 3 broken ribs. Blood drained from his head from the impact and the debris. He gritted his teeth at the inability to stand up properly, his vision seeming to be somewhat blurry. He was stupidly careless. If he'd been fully alert, that attack wouldn't have happened anywhere near. But it was impossible to be truly alert given what had happened. His bloodied gaze slowly lifted and he watched as the beast he had previously executed now stood without any visible wounds. That had to be damned impossible. He was certain he was dead. As soon as he fully connected his Yotsuga Tensho with his entire being, he felt the giant's life fade into nothingness. Luckily for him, that berserker was stupid enough not to use his sword instead of his own fist, otherwise he would now be split in half with his entrails scattered in all directions, something not very pleasant. However, that situation didn't seem so far off, considering he was badly hurt from berserker's blow. He still kept one knee on the ground, while Zangetsu supported him so he wouldn't fall completely. It's time, berserker. Kill him before he kills you. You know what he's capable of. Getting complacent is not allowed. The girl ordered, her voice serious. Her words soon reached the crazed servant who, without waiting a single second, launched himself at full speed toward the Shimigami. Damn it, here it comes, I have to. As he tried to get up, the pain struck again like an electric current, mercilessly lashing his senses. The pain completely paralyzed him, while he desperately watched as the servant reached his position and, in pursuit of his death, frantically swung his sword towards his head. It wasn't going to cut it off, it was going to completely destroy it along with his entire body. The bloodthirsty beast's crazed cry reached his ears, but he heard nothing. In that second, he entered a state of limbo. It seemed as if time had stopped. Was this what the last moments before death felt like? It was. Horrible. Filled with despair, powerless to do anything, waiting for something you never want to happen, but death is something that's always certain for everyone and everything. A true cycle of life. He knew something like death was always certain, but was this really his moment? Ridiculous, totally ridiculous. He would never accept it. He didn't want to, nor was he going to do it that way, head down, as if resigned to weighing on the other side without any opposition. His face wrinkled in annoyance at the mere thought of falling into that spot, along with a furious thought. No and no. Definitely not. Do something and move, if you can't move just find a damn way and get out of this now. He shouted to himself as a scolding. Even if he had to break with his head that rough berserker sword that was about to impact him full on, he would try to do it, no matter how stupid it was. He fixed his gaze upwards, directly at the weapon that was about to kill him, as if that thought were truly serious. He felt something on the back of his right hand resting on the handle of his Zanpakuto burning him to the soul, literally speaking. A pain that was quickly forgotten due to his situation. A few meters to the boy's left, a strange diagram began to glow faintly in purple and reddish hues beneath the rubble. Out of the corner of his eye, Ichigo could see it, but to him, it must have been some sort of hallucination about imminent death. Of course, none of it was a hallucination, and what happened just moments later made that abundantly clear. An explosion, strangely enough, was heard at the location of the diagram. A clearly human figure appeared above the circle and, without hesitation, launched itself at celestial speed toward the berserker servant. Ichigo watched as two sinister-looking red spears stood between him and the imperfect edge of his crazed executioner's gigantic sword, stopping it in its entirety just a few millimeters from his head. He even felt the edge of said weapon touch his messy hair. "But why, woman?" he asked incredulously, watching as she stood right in front of him with both guns raised. Her disbelief and surprise increased when, in a swift movement, she deflected Berserker's furious attack to one side and with one of her spears, cut him at the neck and then with the other in her free hand, she mercilessly pierced his heart directly. Not expecting anything and not trusting anything at all, the woman rushed to kick the giant out of the destroyed place. He didn't seem to have put much effort into doing so. Ichigo was speechless for what he'd seen, even though he knew it was truly happening. It was like watching a science fiction movie where for the first time, he was the one surprised. That woman's back, surely without meaning to, displayed power and firmness, a firmness she had proven to possess by taking that attack without any problem. But that firmness surely went far beyond the physical. And so I would prove it. Her savior began to look over her shoulder in her direction, lowering her spears to let her know that she was not there to try to harm her, revealing herself in all her splendor. The calm and serene, yet serious, demeanor that reflected strength and class. She was an extremely beautiful woman with long purple hair and crimson eyes. Her full body outfit highlighted her curvaceous figure and metallic shoulder pads. A black veil remained over her head, accentuating that strange mystical feeling she possessed, while she wore a small cape beneath her shoulder pads, giving her a small touch of heroine, which she truly was to him at that moment. Accompanied by the illumination that the moon shed on her beautiful being, she began to move those elegant features slowly, preparing to speak to him, who strangely enough just remained silent and listened. "Lancer class servant. I have arrived from the land of shadows. My name is Scathach. I suppose I should call you master." She spoke with that immeasurable calm. He conveyed seriousness, yet at the same time peace through the gentleness of his words. As if the heavy metal, when struck, was nothing more than a soft feather pillow. Honestly, it was a similar feeling when the words left his mouth and struck his soul. Chapter 1. Ma's Terrace. Ichigo said, not understanding what the woman was really referring to. It could have been more than obvious with a word, but his mind was somewhat shocked by everything that had happened in just a few minutes. A strange man and a monster fighting in the city, his dream shattered along with his own home by that same uncontrolled beast. Then his encounter with the same mad beast, in which he thought he'd resolved everything quickly. His near death, that so-called berserker, along with the appearance of the woman before him, who looked down on him calmly. A huge amount of things in a short period of time, simply ridiculous. They'd told him just 10 minutes before all this was going to happen, and he would have laughed out loud. What is it? The woman spoke again with solemn calm, slowly turning to face the boy. I believe I made my words clear and question. Lancer class servant, are you my master? What do you mean, master? What the hell are you? Ichigo abruptly stopped speaking at the sight of a great heat. He'd felt it before, but now the pain in the back of his right hand returned after going through that critical situation. For a moment, he held it and opened his eyes in surprise when he noticed a design etched into it. I believe my question has been answered. There's no doubt, you're my master, he confirmed, nodding slightly and looking away from the orange-haired boy, looking ahead, where the enemy was waiting. Then the situation is clear. Finish off the enemy servant, Lancer said confidently, holding both cursed spears a little tighter in her hands as she began to walk slowly towards the battlefield where her rival was waiting. However, something didn't let her. A hand on her shoulder prevented her from walking to the spot. She didn't even bother to look back, already knowing who was holding her back. She felt him slowly stand beside her, also looking ahead. I recommend you don't. A servant defends their master, and I plan to do just that, so stay back and let me handle this. I won't be long, the woman warned, watching Ichigo out of the corner of her eye. He seemed to be holding the left side of his ribs in pain, and that, along with the blood running down his forehead, didn't look all that well. Stay back and let you fight alone. Never, you saved me. I'll return the favor. Apparently you're also like that big guy. I feel the same sensation I feel coming out of him with you, but that doesn't matter. He downplayed it for the moment, now directing his gaze to what was truly important at that moment. If you're going to fight, then I'm going to fight too, Ichigo said, slowly recovering from the blow. He sighed several times in search of bodily relief, which he quickly found, and quickly pointed the Tensa Zangetsu at Berserker, a sword that erupted black and red energy from its blade, as if eager to enforce its wielder's promise. That bastard destroyed my house and wanted to kill me, I have scores to settle with him, he concluded seriously, his eyes fixed on Berserker, watching how he apparently revived once more after Lancer killed him in 2 moves a little while ago, when he is supposed to be totally lifeless, just like when he connected his Jutsuga Tensho fully, coming back from the dead to continue fighting. TCH, he really had that kind of ridiculous ability. Oh, interesting. A master who can fight on equal terms with a servant. Who is this boy? He's definitely not a mage, the servant thought, analyzing the orange-haired boy. His calmness in the face of the situation, the sword in his hand, told her he wasn't playing around, much less his words. Even the aura he emitted was truly powerful. He definitely wasn't someone normal. Wait. What is this? She thought strangely, then turned her head completely to look at him with some disbelief, having to raise her gaze to see his face due to the height difference. Was what she felt emerging from him a divinity? Berserker, finish them off. There it comes. Whoever you are, get out of the way. Ichigo yelled, pulling her out of her world. The Shimigami pushed her aside and he was thrown in the opposite direction. As soon as Lancer came to, both of them did not take a blink of an eye to disappear from the scene in a flash of pure speed, completely free of Berserker's rough giant sword, which had once again shaken what little remained of the building that had once been the warehouse. Too slow, thought the woman wielding the cursed spears, appearing in the place where the crazed opponent had been, practically next to the girl who seemed to be her master, and yes, that was the case. I could kill that berserker, but I'll do something much easier than that, wandered in his thoughts, and what he intended was crystal clear when he quickly turned towards the albino with his 2 mid-range weapons in hand. I'm going to kill you, master of Berserker, he said clearly with a coldness from beyond the grave, his red eyes glowing as soon as they settled on his small, defenseless target. The target sweated in terror as she saw that woman turn on her with her spears and a clear thirst for blood, even more so when she heard those cold words come out of Lancer's mouth. He wanted to scream, but his scream was completely drowned out when a black sword cut across the path of the spears toward the girl. Lancer grimaced in utter annoyance as he realized it was clearly his master who was preventing him from finishing off that troublesome little girl. Master, what do you think you're doing? Lancer asked, pulling his spear away from the boy's thin sword. What do you think you're doing? He answered the question with another, clicking his tongue. Before Lancer could answer, his burly opponent attacked them both. Ichigo and Lancer disappeared from the scene again with their speed. The former grabbed Ilya as they left the place and took her with him, once again gaining distance. Master and servant stood side by side, the orange-haired man with the girl on his shoulder, who struggled to get away, a completely useless attempt. Master, I suggest you let her go and let me kill her. She's an enemy, master, and she could cause trouble, the servant stated clearly. Ichigo frowned negatively. No way. I assure you that neither you nor I are going to kill a girl who can't be older than 12, he stated confidently. Hey, asshole. I'm 18. The girl yelled at him, hitting him on the back of the head. A vein popped out on his forehead as a result. Shut up, damn it. Did I ask you how old you are? The answer is no. I'm not interested. So don't make it any harder and just keep your mouth shut. Out of pure instinct, the next second she raised her sword against an incoming unknown projectile that was heading straight for the middle of her forehead, a projectile that never hit Zangetsu, since it was Lancer herself who placed the spear in her right hand to intercept the attack. It was an arrow. If so, it was a very strange one. The tip seemed to be gold-plated with a cylindrical design, and it was propelled by a strange blue flame. At the moment of impact, Lancer was surprised when the projectile almost gave way to counteracting the blow. Was that thing that flew towards her master really that strong, or had it simply taken her by surprise? Questions like that would have to be answered later. For now, she just used a little more force to counter it and deflected the arrow into the starry sky, disappearing somewhere on the outskirts of Fuyuki City. Seriousness was etched on the faces of master and servant, who quickly searched for the culprit of the surprise attack. It didn't take long for them to do so, as he was standing calmly on the poster closest to the residence. A bow in his hand was a clear indication of this. With an ice-cold expression, he decided to speak. You did well to deflect my arrow, Lancer, he congratulated such an act, words that did not seem to be a lie, but the lack of feeling in them suggested otherwise, even if it was wrong. The white suit with purple details that looked heavenly, with an innate seriousness etched on his face. Tall, but not too tall, he couldn't have been taller than 6'11". With tanned skin, black hair, and matching eyes. He didn't seem particularly dangerous, Ichigo thought the moment he saw him, a thought he would quickly regret. An explosion erupted in the distance, far, far away from where they were standing. Ichigo opened his eyes in bewilderment as he realized the direction the storm was coming from. It had come from where the woman beside him had deflected that arrow. Was that the result of that man's attack? Fucking madness. He had to raise his free arm to protect himself from the dust raised by such a furious impact. The night lit up like a lightning bolt in a storm at the distant impact, thereby also making the elegant appearance of the danger servant before them even clearer. He was brought out of his shock by his servant, who quickly made the situation clear to him from that point on. Master, let go of that girl. Berserker won't do anything to her, and if you carry her with you, she might actually die. If you're really going to fight, then we should take care of Berserker and Archer at the same time, Lancer explained, looking him in the eyes while she herself prepared for the fight with a quick flutter of both fierce spears in the direction of the archer, who watched everything calmly while slowly reloading his bow with a new arrow. Ichigo thought about it quickly, she was right in her words. So here least Ilya, the moment he did, Berserker lunged at both of them again, so with a jump, master and servant moved away from the place, now Ichigo appearing in the sky flying over the residence from above, taking his servant by the hand and thus keeping both of them in the air. Can he fly too? The Lancer woman wondered to herself in surprise, even though the answer was more than clear. He analytically observed his master from below, while the latter looked seriously down, seeing how Berserker took Ilya and quickly placed her on his shoulder. It was clear that this madman wanted to continue fighting. Now, what are we going to do? Ichigo began with a question to the woman in the shadows. All this shit started out of nowhere and it's just getting more and more out of control. If this keeps up, my house won't be the only one to end up in ruins. We have to change the battlefield and we have to do it now, he concluded. Now her gaze fell on the man with the bow to their right, holding an arrow ready to be fired. Scathach also turned her gaze to where Archer was standing. You're right, master. Let's take this somewhere else. Are you okay with that, Archer? She asked the man with the bow, who seemed to be loosening the tension on his bowstring a little. I'm not opposed to a change of scenery, the goalkeeper sensibly declared. Certainly, aside from fighting as servants, they had to keep the Holy Grail war as secret as possible, a point he briefly forgot when he had his target at his complete mercy a short while ago. If Lancer hadn't deflected that attack like he had, then everything would have been blown to bits. He wouldn't make that mistake twice. Apparently it makes sense, though I highly doubt we'll have the same luck with Berserker, Ichigo sighed, looking back down at his feet. Berserker leaped into the sky with great force, intending to cut him down, but Ichigo only rose even higher in the air, knocking the beast halfway to making contact with him and the woman he was holding. DCH, you crazy bastard. I think I'll have to put a leash on him and personally escort him away from here, Ichigo concluded. Hey, you, he said, referring to Lancer, who looked directly at him. At that point, I knew that in that situation, everyone was an enemy except for the woman hanging from his hand, which was more than enough reason to propose what I was going to propose. I'll go down and have Berserker follow me, you meanwhile go ahead and head to the outskirts of the city. With that, Archer Ichigo explained what he had in mind. Do you think you can do it? She asked, noticing that he was trying to hide the pain that seemed to be coming from his abdomen. He smiled rudely at the question. Don't underestimate me. This is nothing, he said, standing up straight as he gripped his tense zanjutsu tightly. Go straight to my left until you reach a forest. Beyond that forest is a meadow away from the city, a good place to settle any matters. I will go shortly and take that berserker with me. The young Shinigami finished his line. Scathach sensed security in those words, so she would agree with her master. He had made it clear through his actions that he could take care of himself. She nodded at the proposal, knowing that at that moment it was the best option. Ichigo dropped Lancer onto a post near the servants with a bow in hand, and with a simple nod, she invited him to follow her. From above, the now orange-haired master watched as the two began to jump from rooftop to rooftop, quickly moving away from the place. At that moment, he decided he was going to get down at once. If she'll take care of him, then I'll do my part and take care of you, he thought seriously as he let himself fall completely, without stopping to observe the beast that a few seconds ago had stopped insisting on trying to cut him in the air, now having the girl again on his left shoulder. His feet touched the ground softly, and he let his weight fall onto it, raising his sword towards his great opponent and standing on guard, ready to resume their encounter where they had left off before. However, something felt strange to Ichigo. Why wasn't she attacking? Being the madman he was, she must have been on top of him already, trying to cut him down with that same madness as before, but there she was, standing there without moving. A glance at the girl made him see some doubt cross her features. Perhaps. What's going on? Are you thinking about running away? Ichigo was quick to say what he was thinking out loud. The albino sweated slightly at this. She had noticed. He had thought he was just another boy, a simple witness he had to eliminate, but that wasn't the case. Not only was he not normal, he was as strong as any servant, and not only that, he was also the master of a very dangerous servant who, seemingly effortlessly, had taken one of his berserker's 12 lives. His servant had already lost 3 of his precious lives in just that first night, no, in minutes, something unthinkable that same afternoon. Thinking more about the situation, it was best to retreat and rethink the image of the war he had started with, since it had changed in a matter of minutes. Yes, it was really best to retreat. However. Let's go somewhere else, big guy. I'll wait for you. What? Are you going to run away? Are you scared? Ilya heard the orange-haired man start to provoke Berserker. The provocations were having some effect. Berserker started to growl angrily and hyperventilate. That wasn't good at all. What are you waiting for? Come on, follow me. Let's switch places and settle the score for earlier. Ichigo decided to continue playing his game when he saw that it was working. He casually placed his small sword on his shoulder before speaking again. Wow, I didn't think you'd back down so quickly after destroying my house and trying to kill me. Adjust that skirt of yours a little and fight already, big guy. I don't have all night, he concluded with a mocking smile on his face. Berserker growled even louder than before, seemingly ready to launch himself at Ichigo, who lost his smile and prepared to make him follow him, having achieved his objective. Calm down, Berserker. Don't pay attention to what he says. We're not going to keep fighting. Ichigo heard Ilya scream at the servant with all her might, a scream that apparently had an effect since Berserker gave up his madness and returned to his previous position. Yes, let's retreat right now. Come up with a new strategy and come back stronger than before, this should serve as a lesson, Ilya thought sternly. She had thought she could win that war easily, and now she wasn't at all sure of it. That confidence she had was shattered from the moment the orange-haired man took 2 lives from her servant with a single attack. That was his idea, but his opponent had a totally different idea. Well, if you're not going to follow me, you're leaving me with no choice but to force you to. I won't let a mistake like the one a while ago happen again. I'll finish you off as many times as it takes until you can't come back anymore, but it won't be here, the orange-haired man warned seriously as he calmly removed his sword from his shoulder and got back into battle stance, ready to enforce his words with the edge of Zangetsu. Ilya had no reaction when at that same moment after finishing with those threatening words, Ichigo disappeared and appeared at an out-of-this-world speed behind Berserker's back, who could see the movement but had no reaction capacity to follow it. Now they were at the total mercy of the Shimigami. At the same speed, he slashed his great opponent's back with his Zanpakuto, and without giving him any respite, he took momentum and kicked him with force, sending him flying through the skies at a 90-degree angle. Berserker prioritized his master's safety over his own, so he covered her with his arms during that uncontrolled flight through the air to prevent her from falling. Ichigo, after making Berserker have a proper takeoff, hurried to follow him, so he quickly flew behind him. Once close, he took his Zanpakuto and hit Servant with it as if it were a baseball bat, to use it as one used the flat part of the sword. Hitting with it made Berserker gain even more height than before. From that height, I could see the entire city, the lights of houses and buildings visible in all their splendor. I must have been almost 200 meters above the ground. On his short aerial excursion, he saw red and blue lights in the distance, along with explosions like fireworks on that moonless night. It was right in the direction he had told the woman with the spears, that had to be the place without a doubt, so he would be there soon along with his unwanted visitors. Chapter 2. The crush, a rejection in response to him. So swift and effective, but not enough to pierce the seemingly impenetrable defense of the woman with 2 spears who saw it all coming. Each attack was easily intercepted and repelled in a beautiful yet dangerous dance with her 2 red weapons. The jump back from the woman to dodge 2 arrows from the archer that were heading straight for her face was enough to avoid them, but instead of continuing on their course and ending up stuck in the ground, they took a completely unnatural turn to logic itself and went once again in search of their objective: to connect with Lancer and finish her off. The first, and of course the second, wouldn't be fulfilled. As soon as they saw how it was, they changed direction violently. She swung both spears in the direction of the arrows, and upon contact, the projectiles exploded very close to the woman. Both spears ended up surprising her. A blue explosion appeared at the scene, rising several meters into the sky, accompanied by a shock wave that shook everything for almost a kilometer around. Debris flew everywhere. The archer, standing about 25 meters from the blast site, observed the scene analytically, while being whipped by the furious wind caused by the attack, while floating meters above the ground in a kind of bubble. He kept his face expressionless. He simply raised his bow slightly and aimed it at the smoke, fixed his eyes on it, and nocked a new arrow. He shot directly into the smoke that had not yet dissipated. The further the arrow traveled in the air, the faster it went, apparently being propelled by a kind of blue flame. Archer shot at the site of the explosion, where nothing could be seen with the naked eye, apparently a blind shot. Nothing could be further from the truth. Just as he thought, the arrow was rejected as if nothing had happened behind the curtain of dust, which dissipated, revealing a completely unharmed Lancer, without a single scratch, standing amidst the blue flames. Archer's brow moved almost imperceptibly at this. Hadn't she done anything to him? If she had, it didn't seem like it. Lancer didn't even look dirty from the recent dusting. It was as if nothing had happened. "You're strong, Lancer," Archer openly acknowledged, continuing to point his bow at the woman. With a slight gesture on her face, she downplayed the comment. Before responding, she placed one of her spears on her shoulder while pointing the other at her opponent. "On the other hand, you're weak," the Lancer replied without hesitation. "How?" Archer asked at those out-of-character words. This time, Archer's frown had shifted in a way that Lancer noticed. A tiny smile appeared on his face because his provocation had worked, but it vanished as he continued. "Now I understand. Back there, I had a bit of trouble deflecting your arrow on my own because it caught me by surprise. Your attacks are weaker than I thought. Do you have any idea why?" he asked, not waiting for any response from Archer, as he would continue. "You don't put your heart into your attacks. I feel nothing coming from your arrows. There's no hatred, resentment, amusement, anger or sadness, there's absolutely nothing behind them, and that bothers me." Lancer broke from his contemplative stance to adopt a battle stance, now pointing his 2 spears forward. "Someone who feels nothing on the battlefield will never be able to defeat me," she declared forcefully just before launching herself at full speed towards her rival, the ground cracking from the force of the woman's thrust, who now planned to teach that archer what one does when one is on the battlefield. A sharp look from the archer, who didn't even bother to respond to those accusations. He simply remained silent and prepared to fight, a man who didn't waste words and showed with actions how he should. Lancer was soon just a few feet away from their position. Archer, seeing how Lancer would be upon him in a matter of milliseconds, thought that a bow wouldn't be very useful at close range. The medium and long-range weapon in his hands burst into blue energy at the ends, and the dark-haired man took the bow with both hands, as if it were now a sword. He surprised Lancer a little with that action, which soon brandished his spears towards him. A pair of spears and a sword collided violently in the air, forcing Archer to drop from the floating bubble. In a swift movement, Lancer abruptly swung the spear in his right hand and slashed downward, forcing Archer to defend himself and receive the attack with his now flaming sword. That's exactly what happened. As he covered the attack from the demonic spear, he was sent flying straight to the ground by a superior force. The ground beneath Archer's feet sank as soon as it made contact. There was no time to think when Lancer lunged at him again in a full-force attack from the sky. When the weapons made contact, the crater beneath the archer hero's feet widened even further. Archer brought his sword in front of him to defend the 2 incoming spears as effectively as possible, although the force of the blow was still very high. Lancer locked his gaze on him as they stood mere inches apart. Do you think an archer like you can keep up with me in close-range combat? How arrogant, she said sternly, applying more and more thrust as the seconds passed. You may know how to use a sword to a certain extent, but you are not a true swordsman. You know how this will end if we continue like this, she concluded, boring her menacing red eyes into the archer's deep black ones. Archer knew she was right in her words. If he continued like this he wouldn't last long. Using his bow like a sword at such short distance, despite being able and knowing how to do it, was useless and suicidal against an opponent so skilled in the art of the spear. His face was unfazed even though his mind was otherwise, as he thought about the possibilities before him. Taking advantage of this, Lancer saw an opening in the ladder's defense and would act to exploit it in milliseconds. Surprising Archer, Lancer suddenly released one of his spears. It disappeared in a reddish flash from the woman's hands. The force that the man previously applied to his sword to keep both spears at bay evenly, now that one was gone, made him lose his balance for a second, more than enough time for Lancer to move out of the way and prepare to land a full kick in his abdomen, which sent him flying a couple dozen meters back. Despite taking a direct hit, the archer quickly recovered and took up his bow again, aiming and shooting at divine speed, an incalculable number of times in the blink of an eye. He was surprised when he saw Lancer, with a circular motion above his head. Many red spears like the ones he was carrying appeared out of nowhere and shot out with the intention of intercepting the arrows. They succeeded and a new explosion occurred between the rivals. It all happened so fast that Archer was still recoiling from Lancer's kick, so he had to stop it now. Occupying his feet as if they were anchors, Archer fixed them in the ground and stopped the forced retreat as quickly as he could, not without leaving a trench in the ground that marked the distance between him and his opponent that could be seen behind the smoke. He felt a metallic taste emerge from his mouth and he spat out a little blood because of it. That blow had been really hard, harder than he expected. The man sighed a little, overcoming the pain and resolutely gripping his bow. It would take more than that to reduce it. Lancer sighed a little at the action and was going to let out what he thought. I think you should stop playing around and try to settle this once and for all. We'll get nowhere if we keep this up, the woman advised, stabbing him with her blood-red hands like daggers. She knew this man wasn't going all the way yet. He could give much, much more than he was showing. It was true that she was bothered by attacks that lacked at something so important to her on a battlefield. Feeling. But that didn't take away from the fact that she was truly formidable. Another would be dead in the first exchange with her, and he, despite being an archer, successfully defended himself against her attack at close range. She didn't completely hold back in that flurry of attacks. Now she wanted to see that power she knew he hadn't yet displayed, and she wanted to see it right then and there. As you wish, the hero of Hindu mythology said seriously. If he meant it, then so be it, but he was going to regret it. Lancer remained imperturbable, watching as he made his bow disappear into blue and purple particles while slowly ascending into the sky until it positioned itself just below the moon. Archer raised his right hand forward as if he were holding something invisible at the exact moment when Lancer felt how the mana around him increased exponentially very quickly, even visible to the naked eye, as that concentrated blue energy danced calmly but at the same time somewhat furiously, like the torrent of a river over Archer's being. Lancer made a series of movements with his cursed spear before placing it behind his head as if he was going to throw it. Noble phantasm, huh? He thought seriously. This had to be it. The special attack that only a true heroic spirit could use. If that was the case, he would greet him head-on and with his own noble phantasm. The spear in his hand vibrated and turned red in its entirety in a furious aura of energy. The air itself seemed to be disturbed around him, as if it were being compressed by a superior force that came solely and exclusively from the weapon that Lancer firmly carried. A bold Lancer uttered under his breath. The moment the words were out, the lance's overflowing energy surged to its limit, seemingly eager to be used. Its wielder would make sure of it. Lancer planted his feet on the ground and prepared to counter his enemy's attack when it was launched. Waiting for that very thing, he remained in the same position, watching as a sort of blue sphere began to form in Archer's upraised palm. It was as if a small, compressed universe were forming, as stars danced around it, giving it an almost mystical appearance. At that moment, one of the two most famous heroes of Hindu mythology began chanting what was his greatest and most dangerous weapon, closing his eyes. Expanding sacred domain. Securing domain. Establishing limits for the execution of divine punishment. Calculating the amount of time necessary for the conversion and acceleration of magical energy. Countdown. By the wrath of Shiva, your life ends here, he intoned serenely, even though a storm of pure power swirled around him. Slowly, his previously closed eyes opened, signaling that it was time. Noble phantasm, Pashupa. Scathach watched as Archer stopped dead in his tracks, as did his mana and everything else related to the noble phantasm about to be launched. A faint confusion struck her when he completely recoiled the sphere and its energy, and he gave a small sigh before speaking. You're in luck, Lancer. Unfortunately, my master won't let me go past this point tonight. Our relationship will remain unfinished for now, she spoke indifferently, but with a practically undetectable sense of disappointment. The cursed spear user sighed in disappointment at this and undid her own noble phantasm, straightening in her seat. So be it. I won't insist on fighting this time. However, remember this. She raised her gaze bold toward him. The lucky one tonight was you, Archer, the woman clarified, the red in her eyes intensifying, making it clear that it wasn't a joke. Archer dismissed those words with another sigh, at which point, for the first time, Lancer saw a tiny smile appear on his face, before it began to disappear into blue and somewhat purple particles from the sight. It was as if without saying a word, he had said to her, "We'll see." And so he thought it would be. Archer was now determined to show him how destructive his noble phantasm could be another time. After all, his master had made him hold back on that night that was supposed to be a mere reconnaissance. He would try to get his master to let him go at full capacity next time. Once it had dissolved into those monoparticles like sand in the desert, Lancer planted his weapon in the ground. Now he had a rival to defeat in this war. Archer, next time there would be no interruptions. He wouldn't be easy to deal with. Scathach placed both hands on her hips and closed her eyes for a moment, realizing something truly obvious, but one she had forgotten after the previous battle. It's true, the master hasn't arrived yet. His words were cut short when something violently fell meters away from his position. He quickly grabbed his cursed spear and leaped back, preparing to fight again. She quickly realized what had happened. It was Berserker, who had been forced to crash land with his back on the ground, creating a crater about 8 meters in diameter. The reason for this? He was landing calmly on the opposite side of the slope, a few meters from the crater, which was covered in dust. What's wrong? Are you done here? Lancer heard her master's voice addressing her from behind the curtain of dust. She let go of her guard before answering calmly. I did it. It took you a while to get here, and the dust drifted away in the cold night breeze, and Lancer stumbled upon something he wasn't too happy about. What the hell are you doing carrying that little girl again? He asked, watching as the orange-haired man carried the little albino against her will like she was a miniature sack of potatoes. Ichigo lifted his free shoulder to dismiss it. To be able to do that to Berserker, he pointed at the crater before continuing. I had to get rid of this little brat. I snatched her from the big guy in the air before sending him flying here. If I left her with him, she was going to end up in pieces. Kurosaki explained his actions, revealing himself as the dust cleared. As he himself said, he didn't let himself be harmed again. Aside from the injuries he'd received before reinforcements arrived unexpectedly, such as Lancer, he hadn't received a single scratch from then on. Who are you calling a tadpole, talking carrot? Let me go. He was hit on the back of the head by Ilya, which made a vein pop out in his forehead, not because of the blow, which was as harmless as a feather on a pillow, but because of the insult. I'm so considerate, shorty. I think I'll have to teach you some manners, Ichigo said with an evil grin on his face, making the albino sweat. Lancer nodded at the orange-haired boy's words, agreeing with him. I think you're being too considerate. Master, if you want to teach her manners, hand her over to me. I have experience training dogs, Lancer intervened, observing the albino. The little girl's expression worsened at that moment. A small, involuntary chuckle escaped Ichigo's ears at those words, though he held it in. What the hell was this about training dogs? Too odd for the situation and the moment. The worst part was that the woman seemed to mean it. Master and servant dropped the topic as soon as Berserker moved a little. Ichigo took distance as did Lancer from the crater where he was located. So you can still go on. So be it, come back as many times as you want, I already said it, I'll knock you down as many times as it takes, said the Shinigami pointing his Zanpakuto forward, without letting go of Ilya for a moment, all the while watching Berserker begin to walk out of the crater towards him. Lancer was about to intervene, making another spear appear in her free hand. However, a sign from Ichigo made her stop. Master? She asked when she saw him. Don't get involved, this is between me and that big guy, Ichigo warned in front of a berserker who was slowly walking towards him, waiting to explode into madness in just a blink of an eye. The woman raised an eyebrow at this request. An interesting master was surprising to say the least. Facing a servant alone, even while wounded, but despite that, she had no doubt he would lose. On the contrary, he would win. A smile spread across her face at that, and she made the spear she had recently held in her hands disappear and stuck the other one into the ground. As you wish, master. Just try to make it quick, all this commotion can only bring more problems, he stated while briefly glancing around the dark area. It was minimal, but he could sense the presence of another servant at the edge of the wasteland, hidden in the woods, apparently not going to intervene no matter what happened there. Besides, if you want to protect that little girl, don't you think you should just push her aside? She asked. Ichigo agreed with a nod, but he also couldn't leave her with Berserker if he was going to fight him, so all he had left was. I would trust him with that. Ichigo disappeared from his seat, handing Ilya over to Lancer, but not before telling him again not to do anything to her. The moment Berserker launched himself at the three with the intention of recovering his master, Ichigo did not move away and placing himself right in front of his servant and the girl, he received the latter's weapon with his own Zanpakuto. Shimigami's feet sank into the ground from the force of the impact, but he remained calm. In response, he used all his strength to push Berserker a few meters away from the spot. "I leave it to you" was the last word he spoke to Lancer before he was thrown out to meet the crazed servant. From then on, Scathach simply watched the spectacle of destruction that was happening in that battle. She sighed slightly at the desire to join the fight, but she knew that she couldn't do so because of her master's orders, and she didn't intend to disobey him. Maybe he should enjoy watching battles a little too, and the one in front of him was more than interesting. One combatant's greatest virtue was brute strength, a strength that was reinforced by madness. And the other, speed, a lot of speed, so much so that he had a far-reaching advantage in that fight, being not only untouchable, but practically invisible to the eyes of a berserker who never saw where the cut came from, and when he turned in that direction, he already had another cut on another part of his body. Besides, the orange-haired man not only had speed, those cuts carried immense force behind them. Scathach could tell just by looking at him, but he lacked technique. His fencing was good, but he had a lot to improve to be perfect. As a former teacher, she could notice things like that. She must have had a good eye for spotting imperfections and correcting them. In her analysis, she remembered she had Berserker's master child on her shoulder. She would make sure to set things straight. "Little girl, your battle in this Holy Grail war is about to end, you've chosen the wrong target. Although you can rest assured, the master seems to be a good person and won't kill you, I won't either if he doesn't change his mind." Lancer told her what he thought while keeping his gaze on the battle. Berserker roared furiously as he recovered once more after losing an arm from a furious lash by the Shimigami. He picked up the sword that had fallen and tried again, with a perseverance beyond human and spiritual, he would give that to the servant. "No," Ilya whispered reluctantly into Lancer's shoulder, and Lancer realized it. At this point it's inevitable. No matter how many times Berserker is able to come back to life and recover, everything has a limit. If this continues, there is only one possible outcome. Lancer made sure to make it even clear, he shouldn't even intervene to finish off the enemy servant since his master was seriously working on it, so the result was more than obvious. But the girl still had a card that only a master could use. With that in mind, he refused to let it all end for them that night and resorted to the last resort. He placed his right hand on his chest and prepared to scream at the top of his lungs. "By the power granted to me by this command seal. Berserker, I command you to return home this instant," he shouted, raising his hand towards the one who was about to lose another of his lives, the mark on the back of his hand, glowing in response to the demand. Ichigo slashed through the air, the cut that was meant to go straight for Berserker's head landed on the ground. Disbelief etched on his face as he saw his sword stuck in the cold earth. What the hell had happened? He had it right there just a moment ago, and just a blink later it was gone. Ridiculous. He turned his gaze to where Lancer and Ilya were, the latter had a smile on her face for what she had done. "What are you doing with that smile on your face?" Scathach asked the girl, and as soon as she turned around she trembled from the look she was giving her. "All you did was prolong your participation in this war a little. I could have stopped you, but I didn't since it's not necessary. Just think a little, only my master is capable of dealing with your servant, what would happen if the next time it was him and I against your Berserker?" He asked again, and he knew that the girl knew the correct answer. "You don't have a chance," he concluded. While this was happening, Ichigo approached both of them, not really knowing what had happened. "So you don't know?" "Master, she simply used a command seal and made Berserker retreat," the woman explained. A question mark appeared above the orange-haired man's head at this. Scathach noticed how clearly he didn't understand. "I mean that thing you have in your hand," he pointed out this time. Ichigo looked at his hand, and there he saw it, with which it was called command seal. Interesting, later he would ask what it was for exactly, now the priority was another. "Now, little girl. I don't know what to do with you, so I'll just let you go." Lancer's face raised an eyebrow at this, while the albino's was pure disbelief. Would he really do that? "But, the next time you try something I won't be so gentle. This isn't a warning, but a promise and I usually keep my promises, is that clear?" Ichigo asked. At the immediate nod from the girl, Lancer simply decided not to say anything and let her go. They both watched as she began to run until she was lost in the dense, dark forest. "You know that warning won't do any good, right? You're both masters, and if you both advance in this war, we'll inevitably end up facing each other once again." He explained the futility of the action his master had just taken. The master didn't react positively or negatively to those words. "That's right, isn't it?" Ichigo asked, watching the place where the girl had gone. It is, Lancer confirmed, also staring at the same spot. It doesn't matter. Next time will be the last. I see, Ichigo said, unsure of everything, really, and it showed on his face. He had no idea what had happened and what was supposed to happen next, according to the woman at his side. The Lancer realized it. You have questions, don't you? You don't seem to know much about where you stand. Master, tell me your doubts, and I will try to clarify them as best I can, of course, as long as it is within my reach. Ichigo observed her for a moment at these words, however something bothered him. Ichigo Kurosaki is my name. I wish you wouldn't call me master, it sounds strange, he answered sincerely. The woman remained silent for a moment upon hearing the name. Ichigo thought the worst, only until she spoke up. He who protects. A very good and interesting name, if that's what you want, then so be it, Ichigo, Lancer said, nodding with a small smile. The orange-haired man widened his eyes in stupefaction. Impossible. Someone who doesn't make fun of my name or call me Strawberry. He thought in surprise, then smiled slightly. Scathach, did you say your name was, right? Thank you very much for that. Someone else would have made fun of me, he asked first to be sure, then thanked him, looking away. Lancer tilted his head. Fooled. It's true that it can be misinterpreted, but with a little perspective you easily come to that conclusion. Whoever gave it to you played with it, you can be proud. And yes, my name is Scathach, but better call me Lancer, if no one can guess my name, it's the best for both of us. Seriousness returned to her with the last part, only for it to soften again. Then, I wait your questions regarding everything, Ichigo, he encouraged him, making his spear disappear in a red flash. He wouldn't need it for the moment. Ichigo nodded and then thought for a few moments, surely she knew much more about it than he did. He continued to think about the questions he would ask and hurried to begin. What is this war? Who the hell were all those guys? This mark? Who are you? He fired his questions mercilessly at the woman, who opened her eyes slightly. You seriously have no idea about anything, do you? Scathach looked at him somewhat tired. I'm asking for a reason, he shrugged, as if it were obvious. That day, he'd simply fought to defend himself. The reason for it hadn't mattered up until that point, but now it did. That's a problem that needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Let's go to where we were before, we'll talk about it, Lancer commented, starting to walk. It seemed she would have to resort to what she knew best. Teaching. Ichigo looked at her with a twitch in his eye. He means my house, or well, what's left of it. Damn it, they're going to kill me, the boy thought in defeat, remembering how his home was now a pile of rubble. He really didn't feel like going back. He sighed as he retracted his bankai and returned to his shikai, then rose into the air, at which point he began to slowly float to where the bearer of the cursed spears was. Oh, right, he flies. How practical, the woman thought, seeing how he was levitating next to her and holding out his hand. Come on, it's faster that way, the orange-haired man invited her from above. She didn't refuse to take the hand he extended to her and took it gently. Truthfully, he wondered how he did it. He raised an eyebrow at the fact that she didn't look the same as before, but he'd saved the questions for when they were comfortable. For now, the battle of that first night was over. Chapter 3. Ichigo stared at the ceiling as he lay in his bed, pleasantly considering what he'd gotten himself into. How? He didn't quite know. But how is it that on that morning, he was lying peacefully in his bed in his room, when at night the whole house was demolished? Easy. The woman who had appeared out of nowhere and fought alongside him, upon arriving at the pile of rubble that was his house at night, said she would help him with that. She asked him for some paint, which he had a little in what was left of the warehouse, he got it for her, and she began to spread it around the house. Once she finished doing it, she began to intone some words in another language that he of course did not understand. The paint shone red, and a kind of wall of the same color rose up enveloping the entire building. Said wall had many strange symbols engraved on it. After a few seconds, to his complete surprise and relief, the red flash disappeared, revealing his house in perfect condition, as if nothing had ever happened to it. His astonished gaze fell on the woman with the spear, who was getting up after completing a job well done. What did you do? He stammered, walking over and touching the wall of the house to verify that it wasn't an illusion. It definitely wasn't. Magic. I was able to repair the house with them, no further explanation needed, he said calmly. He wasn't a caster, but he knew how to do basic things like that. A faint thought crossed his mind. Unless you want to learn it, the woman added, smiling a little at the last words. It would be really convenient to learn something like that, but I'll pass, Ichigo said, thinking about it carefully. The truth is that he didn't believe it was really magic. It was hard for him to believe something like that. Lancer's denial made him sigh a little in disappointment. However, do you think I could repeat the process for the deposit? I don't want to abuse it, but you don't know how much you would be helping me, Ichigo addressed her kindly. He would really be dead if that was found like that. I guess if you ask it that way, I can't refuse. It'll be ready in a moment, Ichigo. Once that's done, I think we need to talk seriously about what happened tonight and more than anything, about your doubts and mine as well, she replied. Ichigo nodded seriously at what she said and Lancer turned around and started walking towards his other objective in the residence, all under the gaze of an Ichigo who didn't bring his gaze from her. She transmits an aura of true tranquility, but each of her movements imposes without needing to be threatening. Without having seen her fight, I think I can say that I am grateful that she is on my side, Ichigo thought watching as she took care of the storage room, and in a short time she approached him with the intention of entering the restored house. Excuse me, Lancer said softly before entering the boy's home. Lancer waited for him to enter completely and closed the door behind them, but not before fixing his gaze on a tree behind the wall of the residence and squinting his eyes a little at it. The darkness of the night didn't let him see well, but he thought he had seen something moving in that place. He didn't even bother to search further, since he already knew what it was. Once inside, Ichigo led Lancer to the house's living room kitchen, since they were practically the same thing. There, a small table in the center was waiting to be used. The boy indicated to the woman to make herself comfortable, which she did, sitting on her legs at one side of the table, and Ichigo was quick to keep her company by placing himself right in front of her. At that moment, Lancer watched as his master's black suit along with the sword on his back dissolved into nothing, revealing what appeared to be a pajama. Ichigo, what's that? Lancer asked at such a peculiar scene from his master. Ichigo hadn't noticed and didn't know what this was referring to, only until he looked at himself and the poker face came with a look he had. Oh shit, Ichigo facepalmed in embarrassment, quickly remembering why he was like this. Right, Berserker attacked me when I was falling asleep and only gave me time to get up and fight, he thought to himself. It's nothing, he said quickly, then coughed a little before continuing more seriously. Well, I think we're ready to get started now, Lancer. May I begin with my questions? You can do it, and after I answer, I'll get mine too, she said calmly, placing her hands in her lap. Ichigo prepared to begin. Well, the first thing I want to know is what is this war you're talking about? I don't understand anything beyond the fact that I've gotten myself into something big without wanting to. I don't even know who you are, since you appeared out of nowhere. A question that was easy for her to answer, but the fact that the answer was so easy was also something that made Lancer feel strange. Was he involved in something like that and didn't know it? It was hard to believe, but apparently that was the case, and he would answer the question accordingly. Listen carefully, Ichigo. What you are in is a Holy Grail war. There are 7 masters, like you, accompanied by 7 servants, like me, to fight in said war. Saber, Archer, Lancer, Rider, Caster, Assassin and Berserker are the classes of servants that can be summoned. These servants are heroic spirits that once existed in human history and left a mark on it, she explained, and Ichigo nodded vaguely. She would continue. Not revealing the servant's name is essential, since in his legend may lie the key to defeating him much more easily. The information is valuable, and that is why I told you to refer to me as Lancer. Now, having explained that small point and returning to the war itself, the couple that survives at the end will win it, and they will have the right to take the Grail and make a wish, he tried to explain as clearly as possible. He believed he had done it. She watched as her master's brow furrowed slightly at her words before he ran a hand through his hair in clear annoyance. He was taking this better than she'd expected. Perfect, another war, he snorted softly to himself. He sounded troubled, like almost everything he got involved in. Heroic spirits, heroes from the past being summoned to fight in the present. That's what he understood. The woman heard his whisper. Another one? Lancer thought, interested. Her master was relatively calm about the subject, considering he knew nothing about war up until that point. That, added to what he'd just said, he must have experience in that kind of situation. Clearly, if he didn't, he'd be dead a while ago. That aside from his power, she'd save those questions for when it was her turn. Servant classes to be summoned, Ichigo began. Archer, Berserker, Lancer, I see, so that's what it's about, he thought, getting to the point. Archer carried a bow, Berserker was completely berserk, and Lancer used a spear. He thought he understood the pattern quickly. If he didn't, he'd be nothing less than an idiot, since it was obvious. He could already imagine what the other classes would be like. You catch on quickly, that's what I like. I am the servant you summoned in this war, Lancer. The proof of that is the mark on your hand. Scathach pointed at the back of the orange-haired man's hand. He also noticed the mark. True, he still didn't know what exactly that was. It's true, I still don't know what this is, Ichigo said, waiting for the woman to answer, which she would. That mark is what determines you as an official participant in the war, as a master. There are 3 marks in total, and they are called command seals. With it, you can give me, your servant, 3 absolute orders. Even if physically something is impossible, the command seal will make it possible. If it is an order I could not refute it even if I wanted to, although I would not recommend you do something like that, Lancer said very seriously, and as a warning, Ichigo just nodded at it. Of course, so that's what had happened with Berserker. That little girl used one of those command seals and made him vanish like smoke. It's incredible, really. Now, moving on to what the woman had said last. I would never force someone to do something they don't want to do, rest assured, the orange-haired man replied with the same seriousness, observing the command seals in his hand. Lancer would continue like that. I'll take your word for it, Ichigo. Command seals are a master's trump card in war, however, nothing is as convenient. Each master has 3 command seals, with each such order, one is consumed. And if all the seals are consumed, then the servant will no longer be bound to the master, since the command seal is what binds them, therefore, the war for that master without command seals, therefore, without a servant, will have come to an end, she finished her explanation. Waiting for her master to speak. I would do it that way, but with something completely different from what we talked about previously, but still somehow on the same topic. However, I didn't ask for any of this, the boy said seriously, which also made the servant's expression harden. Ichigo realized this and continued. I was chosen as one of the 7 masters by the Holy Grail. I don't understand. Is there some criteria for that? Besides, an artifact that grants any wish. That seems too good to be true, the boy debated. But it is true, my mere presence here is proof of the power of the Grail, and that is irrefutable. People who once wanted something in life but could never achieve it have now been granted an opportunity after death to make those wishes come true. Those are the servants, that's me. And that also applies to the master, which means that, even if you don't know it yet, there is something you want with all your heart, the Grail has realized it and gave you the opportunity, there is no doubt about that, Lancer responded forcefully, leaving no room for doubt in his firm words. Ichigo was thoughtful about what she said, he couldn't deny what she said, except for the last thing. Me? A wish. Has the Grail seen something in me that I have no idea about? If so, isn't Master's choice random? And if so, what exactly is the Grail supposed to be? Does it have some kind of consciousness? He rushed to ask the woman everything that had been on her mind. Realizing what he had said, he simply lay back on the floor. Excuse me, Lancer, there are too many questions. Don't feel obligated to answer, he added. Scathach thought he must be overwhelmed with so much information, so she simply remained silent. A few moments passed before the silence was broken. By the way, they've been watching us since we were fighting Berserker, and they still are, Ichigo blurted out, staring at the ceiling. The presence was faint, he was never good at sensing that kind of thing, so that meant either he was getting better or that the presence was so strong it was obvious. Lancer raised an eyebrow at that, apparently he had noticed. So you've noticed. That's right. I sense its presence just beyond the edge of the residence, definitely a servant, but it doesn't seem like it's going to do anything. It was probably drawn in by the commotion from the previous battle and is just snooping around. What do we do? Leave it alone, otherwise it'll be better this way. I'd rather avoid another altercation that would destroy the house again tonight. But do you at least know what servant class it is? Ichigo asked Lancer, but she shook her head. Impossible, I can't know. But, if it were assassin I wouldn't be able to sense it, Archer and Berserker are ruled out, Caster would hardly appear so carelessly, he's not the kind of servant who would risk such a thing. Putting it that way, it could only be Rider or Saber, the woman quickly deduced, it wasn't that difficult to reach that conclusion either. Ichigo was surprised by the woman's reasoning, he quickly got rid of it to ask something very important. And how strong is it? The boy watched as Lancer held her cheek a little thoughtfully, it didn't take too long until he got an answer. Given the aura and the feeling her presence conveys, I think she's comparable to Archer. Whether she's Saber or Rider, she's very capable, I'm sure of that. More like that guy. Ichigo thought, remembering how Archer's arrow exploded in the distance in a nothing short of spectacular and very strong manner. Fuyuki wouldn't last too long. What the hell did she remind him of? Oh, wait, he thought again, now having another doubt that had just popped into his head. Lancer, he called out as soon as it crossed his mind. She looked at him as if he was going to speak, and he continued. You say this is a war, but an all-out war in the middle of the city doesn't strike me as something that's actually going to happen. Aren't there some sort of restrictions for those who have nothing to do with it? Sure, something like rules. If it was a system like the one she was talking about, it wasn't something that was improvised. Disappointment dawned on him when Lancer shook his head. As a servant, the Grail grants me information about this era and the basics of the war. I only know who the rivals are and the reward for success, that's all, she said sincerely. That sincerity kept Ichigo hopeful, as he believed Lancer would reply that there were no such things as rules. I see, even you have limitations with what you know about war. That way, I'll only be able to know everything about it if I know someone close to it who can explain it to me, the orange-haired man mused while putting a hand to his chin and thinking. Look, this is a war, but there's no way that 14 crazy people in total with a lot of power are left in a city full of people who have nothing to do with it to do whatever they want. That's not a good thing at all, and I doubt that's what's happening, is it? He asked the servant, who quickly intuited what he was getting at. Are you saying there should be some kind of supervisor? That's what I mean. That makes sense. There has to be someone to be some sort of referee in this dangerous game, since there are civilians involved. Exactly, I could find that guy and have him tell me everything I need to know about this. Thanks so much for telling me what you knew, Lancer. I'm sorry I wasn't happy with your help. It doesn't matter. How are you going to find that guy anyway? That's an excellent question, I don't know how to do it. Things would be easier if they sent at least a damn brochure to the participants, the boy sighed. First things first, to be able to contact someone like that, you first have to know someone who has direct involvement in the war and who knows how it's run, the woman mused calmly, then assumed a more serious stance. But you know what that entails, right? She asked her master, who understood what she meant. I'll have to meet a master who knows exactly what's going on here, Ichigo said, and Lancer nodded. She had to admit that she liked that the boy learned quickly, which was what every teacher would want. That way she would take back the word. Exactly. A servant is not an option, they act depending on what their master wants, and if something happens like what happened recently with Archer, where there is a servant without his master nearby, then he will most likely choose to fight and try to kill you, rather than mediate with you by his own choice. Honestly, it is something that I would do too. After all, this is a war, words are unnecessary when you already know who your enemies are and what you must do with them, Lancer explained clearly. So, the goal becomes trying to meet one of those masters and try to make some sort of ceasefire agreement, at least until I know what I need to know about all this, Ichigo said, and Lancer agreed. Now, the woman wanted to move on to another point. I believe some of your doubts are resolved, Ichigo. However, I have my own, and now I would like to ask you some questions. They will be few and you can answer whether you like or not. In any case, I cannot force you to answer, the Lancer warned the boy, who seemed to think about it for a bit, since he surely knew where this was going. Once he thought about it for a bit, he would proceed to answer. Go ahead, I think I owe you some answers too for all the help you've given me. I'll try to be honest in whatever you ask. Ichigo gave the green light, saying exactly what he thought. You're not a magician, are you, Ichigo? Lancer asked directly, his brow furrowing at the question. Magician? Of course I'm not, moreover, do mages even exist? You said a while ago that you used magic, did you really do it? I thought you were messing with me, Ichigo with extreme speed. In the eyes of the queen of the land of shadows, her master was genuinely surprised by the question, and he wasn't lying, he clearly wasn't a magus. She already knew that anyway. What surprised him was knowing that he didn't even know of the existence of these. I see, you are not a magician. Then, let me ask you, Master, Ichigo Kurosaki. What are you really? She asked him directly, and the more direct the answer would be. I am a Shinigami. A Shimigami? A god of death. The woman thought with some bewilderment upon hearing those words. Looking the boy directly in the eyes, she realized that he was completely serious. He himself had said that he would be sincere, and apparently he was being so right now. The god, sure, that can explain the high level of divinity I felt emanating from him back then. She remembered when she was summoned, and they were side by side facing Berserker and his master, but something didn't quite fit. I see. You claim to be a Shinigami, but now you look like a completely ordinary person. Does that mean you have some way to access the state you were in a while ago and then return to normal? Yes, I can do that thanks to this. Ichigo took his right hand to his pocket and from there he took out what Scathach called a kind of plate with a flaming skull design engraved on it. He could feel something emerging from it. I'm not really a full-fledged Shinigami, I'm a substitute Shinigami, and this identifies me as one. The Soul Society, that is, the world of the Shimigami gave it to me, so I could freely exercise that position in this world, and with this I can pass to my spiritual state just by pouring some of my spiritual energy into it, like for example. Ichigo stood up from his seat and, under Lancer's watchful eye, poured some spiritual energy into the plate. His body glowed brightly, only for the pressure at the firing site to shift moments later, and his appearance changed. He now wore the traditional black Shimigami robes, his large Zanpakuto resting on his right shoulder. He smiled confidently. In short, I'm a human who can transform into a Shinigami to fight any possible threat, servant or not. I can fight and I can win. I won't let anyone get hurt while I'm around, it'll be over my dead body, the orange-haired man explained more seriously. He wasn't someone who needed to be guarded, not at all. It was true that he had to be careful with the servants, for example, that Archer, he was undoubtedly a threat. However, the opposite was also true. The servants had to be very careful with him, otherwise, they would regret it. This attitude brought a genuine smile to the woman's face. Her master was a boy who was a Shinigami, with a good mentality to face something like a war, and the strength to back up his words, seen by herself, and knowing that he could surely give much more. Not only that, even with that power, there was no evil or any kind of malice coming from him. He sought to protect something and was merciful, as he showed with that girl who tried to kill him. That could backfire on him at times. After all, there is malice everywhere, no matter what period of human history it was in, but that kindness showed what kind of person he was. However, he still had things to learn, despite seeming to have been through a lot. He was still young, he needed to be guided to reach his ceiling like any child, an unfinished product. Wow, if she'd stopped to think about the perfect master for her right before she was summoned, it would surely have been someone like him. It was as if he were tailor-made, he could fight side by side with her, and he might even be able to teach her a thing or two, just like in the good old days. She had to say, he reminded her a little, just a little, of someone. Scathach, the queen of the land of shadows who had been summoned as the Lancer-class servant of that Holy Grail war, also rose from her seat and approached the orange-haired man who was looking expectant. She still had important questions on her mind, but for the moment she thought of putting them aside. There was something even more important to do. As she appeared before him, Ichigo watched as she offered him her hand. Then, Ichigo Kurosaki. I, your Lancer-class servant, will fight alongside you in this war, and we will claim the Holy Grail without a doubt. Whoever stands in our way will inevitably be crushed, he said, extending his hand to the orange-haired man, who did not hesitate to shake it with a grimace that showed some annoyance. That, and I have to keep the city from going down the drain. You say I have some wish to fulfill, and I may not even know it yet, however, it serves as enough motivation for me to prevent bastards as strong as the ones from a while ago from walking around doing whatever they want and dragging innocent people into this, he concluded with confidence in his words. What the woman had previously thought gained more strength with those words. She didn't seem to care about the Grail, she cared more about the safety of the city and its inhabitants than interesting. So, with this, the deal between master and servant is sealed. I swear I'll keep it and I'll fight to the bitter end by your side, Ichigo, she smiled slightly, still shaking the boy's hand. The boy smiled confidently at this. Same to you, Lancer. Let's do this, he said in the same way. In this way, master and servant mutually reached a point of total trust and were prepared to face that war. On that first night, they had already struck a blow and made it clear that they did not intend to lose to anyone. That was what had happened last night. Now Ichigo was staring at the ceiling with a grimace of utter disgust. The reason? Well, it turns out that while he was reminiscing about what had happened, just as he finished, the alarm clock next to him began to ring unbearably. He turned it off immediately. Now, he didn't remember that yesterday had been Sunday, so that day was Monday morning, and that meant. Damn school, he snorted as he continued staring at the ceiling. It was the least of his worries at that moment. With every passing second, he knew that if he wanted to go, he had to get up right now. It wasn't that he was sleepy. Well, the truth is, he was. After all, he'd been up late because of everything that had happened. Then he had to show Lancer one of the rooms to stay in. It was right across the hall from his. He gave her some of his own clothes, since there were no women's clothes anywhere in that house, and he wasn't going out to buy anything in the early morning. That annoying woman hadn't been making his life miserable in a while at home. She was probably at the other residence across town. Without thinking too much about it, he decided he wouldn't go to school that day. He got out of bed and opened his bedroom door. He thought about knocking on his servant's door, and that's what he did. A few light knocks had no effect, so he hoped nothing bad would happen if he opened the door without permission. There was no one in the room. There was only the futon he'd given her to sleep on, even though she claimed she didn't need to sleep. Apparently, she'd at least used it to lie down, since the sheet was drawn to one side. Ichigo walked through the house, half asleep, searching for Lancer, but he couldn't find her. His last option was to go out into the courtyard of the residence. The morning sun hit his retinas, blinding him a little. The sound of birds singing could also be heard. There he saw her. Scathach was standing relaxed in the middle of the courtyard, her back to him, but still revealing part of her face at the angle. Her eyes were closed, her face turned toward the sky, as if she were feeling the warmth of the sun. A scene that left the boy somewhat hypnotized. He had to say something to himself. At night, between the fight and the seriousness of the conversation he and she had had, he hadn't noticed the woman at all. Now he did, and he had to say that he hadn't seen any woman as beautiful as her. At that moment Lancer was only wearing a white shirt of Ichigo's that seemed to be more of a robe because of how big it was, reaching his thighs, leaving his legs uncovered. Ichigo wasn't one to notice that kind of thing, he certainly didn't care, but he would give her that, since that was what he sincerely thought. She said her name was Scathach. I think I've heard that name in some history class or another, but I don't remember very well. When I have the chance I'll investigate about her, the orange-haired man thought, making a mental note about it, since knowing his war companion was vital, although he could also ask her directly, however he would choose to investigate on his own, and if it was necessary to ask something he would do it. But that mental debate over, he called out to her. "Hey Lancer." She slowly turned toward him, opening her eyes with an expression of absolute calm. "I see you got up early. How was the futon?" she asked. She turned to him. "Not bad. I didn't have much faith in it when I saw it, but it's comfortable, I'll give it that. On the other hand, you don't seem to have gotten much rest," Lancer said as he began walking toward the house, right to the spot where his master was. Ichigo rubbed his eyes a little. Was it really that noticeable? He seemed to have dark circles under his eyes. He felt a slight pressure under his eyelids. That must be it. And I didn't. I decided not to go to class today, so I have time to rest a little more. But first, I have a question for you. Don't servants need to eat? The truth is no, the energy that the masters provide is what nourishes the servants. In case they ate it would only be out of curiosity, never out of real hunger, so on that point you can rest easy, he explained calmly. Ichigo sighed with relief at this, he could rest easy without having to think about making food for his guest. I understand. Then I'll go lie down for a while, I'll let you keep watch in the meantime, he said, preparing to leave. Okay, if anything happens I'll let you know right away, the Lancer stated confidently, and with that, Ichigo, with a slight thumbs up, said goodbye straight to his bed again. So, Ichigo returned to his futon and slept a few more hours, only to be woken by another alarm, along with his growling stomach. The clock read 2 p.m., and he hadn't slept or had breakfast, and it was almost time for work. Damn, he'd forgotten. It was half a day to go to school, and then work for a few hours in the afternoon and into the evening, and that was something he wasn't going to miss. But the speed that should have been impossible if he didn't use his Bankai, and he didn't, he got ready and made some toast to eat on the way to work. Before leaving, he went in search of Lancer, finding her sitting by the doorway with a full view of the courtyard and the entire place. "Lancer, I'm going to work and won't be back until tonight, so I'll see you later." "I'm going with you," he interrupted her. She stood up from her seat, however Ichigo stopped her by raising one of his hands. "No need, you know that if something happens I can handle it. I would like you to stay here and keep an eye on what happens in this area, since Berserker and Archer, along with another unknown servant, know about this place. According to what you said, I can use a command seal so you'll be there in a second if I call you, right? Then it's fine, if something happens and it starts to get out of control I won't hesitate to do so." "I understand, I can do that. However, I want you to know that you're going around like you have a target on your forehead, you're deploying this thing you call spiritual energy without a care in the world. If they get the chance, they'll come for you, so I want you to be alert at every single moment. The attack could come so fast that it might not let you enter your spiritual state. Reaction time is everything in those kinds of situations," Scathach explained as seriously as she could. Making it clear that it wasn't a game. Ichigo hardened his frown at this, taking it with all due seriousness. He reached into his back pocket and pulled out his Shinigami badge, holding it tightly. "That's right. I'll be here tonight. Just you wait." With that, he turned and walked toward the exit of the residence. Scathach watched him leave and then looked back at the blue sky above her, hoping nothing would happen, and if it did, that it would call her to be there and resolve it herself. Ichigo had successfully completed his work routine. The job wasn't much. It involved helping out at a retail store, moving boxes from one place to another, hard work, to put it mildly, but he could manage it. At least the weekly pay was relatively good, enough to feed him and pay the rent. Aside from a few extras, he couldn't ask for more. It was 9 p.m. in Fuyuki City, the streets were slowly emptying out in a city that was becoming less and less busy with each passing hour. Ichigo left the premises with his work already completed, a premises that was located practically in the middle of the city, which meant that it was somewhat far from the residence where he lived. For that time, he decided to walk instead of taking the easy way out and passing into his spirit form. That night it was cold, and the clouds were covering the moon and the stars. If he were to bet, he would believe it was going to rain that morning, although with nature you never know. His walk was calm as he reached an intersection. There were still a few vehicles on the street, so he had to wait for the green light to continue his calm and controlled pace. He hadn't yet left the central part of the city, so the buildings still rose up around him. Ichigo didn't know why he decided to look up, he just did it at that moment, and on the building that was right in front of him, he could notice two silhouettes at the top of said building. He couldn't tell them apart, probably because of the fog and a red light coming from the same building, one just slightly larger than the other. He only had to blink for the two silhouettes to disappear. Of course, he probably looked up at that place because he felt like he was being watched. He didn't like that feeling at all. The target, huh? He thought about what Lancer had said. That was probably what was going on. Those two figures in that building, they were surely a master and a servant, and it's more than clear why they were there. With that in mind, he continued walking. DCH, I look like bait circling in shark-infested waters. Maybe I'll have to fight after all, he thought seriously. If he was already being watched and they've seen he was alone, they surely won't miss an opportunity like that. Let them try. I'm not easy prey, he said quietly. He would take an alternate route through the streets that must have been the most unpopulated in the city, even during the day. At that time of night, he knew a section where no matter how much noise there was, no one would hear a thing, since it was about 400 meters of flat pedestrian walkway with no houses or businesses in between. If they were going to ambush him, it would be there, and he would be prepared for it. He walked and walked until he reached the desired path, the feeling of being watched never disappearing as he made his way to the destination. Upon arriving and finding those 400 meters of pure asphalt, he continued walking, now clutching his Shinigami badge to be ready. There were trees on the right side of the path, and on the left, there was a railing and a ravine. After walking about 100 meters, what he had been waiting for happened. At an illogical speed, a slash came out of nowhere from the trees, an unknown person lunged at him in a split second in which he reacted at the required speed and accessed his spiritual state. At that same speed, he brought his large Zanpakuto in to cover the incoming sword, which was visibly smaller than his own, but he could clearly feel that the force applied to it was immense, much more than he could have expected. Clearly what was attacking him wasn't human, it must be a servant, and since it was using a sword, so it must be. Saber-class servant, am I wrong? Ichigo asked seriously as he struggled with his attacker. From his position he couldn't see who it was or what he looked like, since he was practically holding Zangetsu right behind his head. Wow, you're smart and amazing. You reacted really fast to my attack. Now that I see you up close, you're also a handsome guy who's a swordsman and a strong one at that. I don't think I could ask for more. Ichigo heard the response, it was clearly a woman's voice. There was some amusement in her words, it seemed as if she was taking it as a game. Bad business, he didn't find it funny in the least. I like that. Wouldn't you like to find out which of us is the better swordsman and stronger? The girl asked in kind. Against all odds, Ichigo let out a slight laugh that surprised the girl, only for him to immediately speak more seriously than ever. You didn't even try to attack me head-on, but instead you attacked me from behind, a bit of a coward. If you knew you were superior in strength and skill, you wouldn't have hesitated to attack me head-on and finish me off. Don't you trust yourself? The orange-haired man replied dryly in response to the proposal. The girl sighed a little, as she eased the pressure she was exerting in a struggle that hadn't stopped at any point. You're right, that was a cowardly thing to do, worthy of a coward like me. But, if it were up to me I would have done it just as you say, but my master wanted it this way, an apology from me for Ichigo. It was strange to hear something like that from someone who had just attacked him like that, but he didn't feel like she was lying, she was truly apologizing. Very strange, and it wasn't over yet, since the girl would speak again. However, I'm glad the surprise attack didn't work because my opponent is very good, and I'll tell you this. Despite being a coward, I have pride, and I can see it being affected right now if I don't have a proper confrontation with you, precisely to continue testing my skill and strength. Plus now you've caught my attention and I want to fight you, argued the girl with renewed motivation. Now the one who sighed was Ichigo, who would respond to the proposal. If we're going to fight, what are we waiting for? Let's get started already, the orange-haired man provoked this time, accepting the challenge in his own way. He heard the girl laugh, amused by this. Ichigo felt like she jumped away from him and distanced herself. He turned towards her and finally saw her, standing about 15 meters away from him. Obviously he had never seen her in his life. Most of the girl's face was hidden by a large red hat in the most traditional Japanese style. Only a mischievous smile and a few strands of gray hair with a slight pink tinge were visible. She carried a sword in her right hand, but at her waist, she had 4 sheaths with 3 swords ready to use, strange to say the least. So heroic spirits, heroes of the past. Ichigo had an idea, probably a stupid idea and one that wouldn't work, since if Lancer knew, the girl in front of him must know too, but he had nothing to lose by trying. I see, so this is a confrontation, Saber. Then there's no problem with us exchanging names. Mine is Ichigo Kurosaki, now I want to know my rival's name. What's your name? Ichigo began slyly as he raised his Zangetsu in its Shikai form to point it at the girl. He knew that regardless of the answer, they were going to fight at this point. The girl smiled visibly at his initiative and at his kindness in giving her his name, a nice one at that. Since it was a confrontation and he had already given her his name, she was now forced to give hers, which, cleverly, she liked. So be it then. From his waist, he took another sword in his left hand from the 4 he carried as he slowly began to walk toward his opponent. The katanas seemed to blaze with red and blue fire as he walked. The action was about to begin. Action that would come after the introduction of the girl, whose name was Miyamoto Musashi. Now that we know each other's names, Ichigo Kurosaki, let's have a duel right now. The girl said with clear excitement, she could hardly contain herself. This was going to be her first sword fight in that war, she was definitely going to enjoy it. Chapter 4. Miyamoto, who? Ichigo thought in a daze, he felt his legs fail him when he heard that name. He lost valuable seconds in which the girl boldly closed the distance between them with a leap and swung both swords at him. The red hat she was wearing fell off with such a quick movement, revealing her face, which showed a real desire to fight. With some hesitation, Ichigo managed to recover and block the attack with his own Zangetsu. Hey. Wait a damn second. He demanded in the renewed sword struggle. He hoped he'd heard wrong. Huh? Why? The swordswoman asked forcefully, but the smile on her face was still clearly visible. It didn't occur to her to stop at any point. She couldn't anymore. She, before the orange-haired man could respond to her words, only applied brute force in the clash of swords. The Shinigami was surprised to see how for a moment he was totally overwhelmed in terms of net force. The servant, taking advantage of the surprise and the fact that the balance was in her favor at that second, with the innate speed of someone at the highest level in the art of the sword, wasted no time and in the blink of an eye sheathed and unsheathed the katana in her right hand in an attack as fast and strong as lightning. The boy was thrown backward due to the violent impact on his sword. He gritted his teeth and tried to compose himself completely in midair, planting his feet on the asphalt and slowing his retreat. Only to look ahead and find that girl standing a short distance away, charging forward again, not wanting to give him a chance. She's annoying, Ichigo thought, his expression returning to a more serious expression. He could think of that girl's name another time. It didn't matter now. He was in the middle of a fight and he had to focus and be more serious. One thing he was certain of was that strength from the earlier struggle where he'd been overpowered. In brute strength, he's not far from berserker. If I don't take myself seriously, I could pay for it, he concluded, thinking he had to take matters into his own hands. Precisely, his face hardened and his body tensed. At that moment, he planted himself completely on the ground, and this time he was the one who charged forward in search of battle. The swinging Zangetsu as fast as he could was easily deflected by Saber's right katana, and she already had her other weapon ready to strike. The Shinigami found himself open to the attack, but he wouldn't allow it so easily. It occurred to him to release the Zanpakuto for a moment to be able to dodge the slash of that sharp katana that was blazing with blue fire. When he dodged it, he turned 360 degrees on his own axis and kicked Saber only half a second after he managed to dodge the sword. The kick landed on the swordswoman's right forearm and she managed to react, but now it was the girl who would be forced back by the force of the kick. She landed a few meters from the impact, lightly rubbing the affected area and wincing slightly in pain. Ouch, even though I successfully blocked it, it still hurt, he thought with a small pained smile. Something as minuscule as that wouldn't make him back down, not when his opponent isn't giving his all yet. But that thought passing through his mind, he charged again. The boy saw this and didn't hesitate to imitate his actions, going to meet him. The sound of clashing metal was heard at the first intersection. Ichigo stopped Saber's two katanas with Zangetsu in what seemed to be a deadlock once again. A deadlock that was broken the moment the swordswoman pulled her left sword away from the contact. Ichigo clicked his tongue as he realized that being outnumbered in weapons was certainly annoying. He always had to cover more ground than he normally would. Being so, he gave a slight jump back avoiding the slash, only to come back forward and respond with his own. His attack was dodged with a jump by Saber. Ichigo opened his eyes with some surprise when he saw how she launched an X-shaped swing with her swords in the air. He, sensing the danger, placed Zangetsu in front of him, and what seemed to be the air itself hits his sword. What the buck? Did he just slash me with a jet of air? He wondered, somewhat dumbfounded. It reminded him a bit of his own Jutsuga Tenshu on a smaller scale, but being practically invisible. And he didn't want to know what it felt like to be cut by something like that either. He looked up at the girl, who again distanced herself from him. She seemed to be preparing to speak, and she was. I know this isn't your best, come on, level up, I know we can have a lot more fun, Saber said happily standing up straight and facing her opponent. Not that I'm interested anyway, but you don't seem to be giving it your all either, Ichigo replied, walking forward a little and casually placing Zangetsu on his back. He was ready to continue. She seemed to blush slightly at those words, and Ichigo's expression twisted in question. He didn't understand the reason for that. The girl hurried to express herself. I understand. A dance is for two, you're practically saying that it should also be more serious, because if so it wouldn't be fair. Do you want me to show you what I'm capable of? How strong I am? You want it, right? Tell me if you want it, Saber spoke quickly, her breathing becoming somewhat irregular, and she laughed a little to herself at a scene that the Shinigami watched with a sort of question mark over his head. And what the hell is wrong with this one, the orange-haired man wondered, observing the scene. She looked out of sorts. Ichigo had to describe it with something. That girl had a screw out of place. Did she like to fight? A fight maniac? She reminded him of someone he hadn't had the best of times with, so to speak. A slight shiver ran down her spine at the memory. If that was the case and that girl was as crazy as the person she had in mind, she had no choice but to accept it and take charge of her. If she wanted violence, she was going to get violence. Do what you want, I'll finish this, the boy said seriously, then took his greatsword and raised it parallel to the ground at his right side. The girl quickly left her previous state to prepare herself, holding the katanas firmly in her hands, feeling something was about to happen. Fortunately for her, she wasn't mistaken. Itsuga Tenshu. Ichigo shouted the name of his signature attack, the one that seemed to be a fang tearing the sky until it reached the moon itself, just as its name said. The orange-haired man barely said those words, a torrent of blue energy emerged from his Zanpakuto, and in a second, he did not take long to direct all that energy in a fierce lash towards his opponent. The furious breeze whipped that small path that now served as a battlefield, the blue color had come to stay on that dark night due to the flash of that cut, directed towards the swordswoman who waited firmly in her place. Ichigo saw everything without knowing what the hell that girl was planning, he even saw her put away one of her katanas, totally absurd. If that Jutsuga made contact with her that would be it, but it seemed she wanted to receive him head-on, better this way, everything was going to end more than she thought. Huh? In an instant, the Jutsuga Tenshu he had sent at the girl was completely shattered, no, it was cut in half in a damned clean manner in the time it takes to blink. One part of his attack ended in the forest, cutting down many trees in the process, and the other continued its path through the air until it disappeared into the distance. He became worried when he didn't see the girl where she was supposed to be. Where was she? The sound of his sword being sheathed behind him slowly reached his ears, he slowly looked over his shoulder, and there he found the answer to his previously asked question. A little less than 2 meters away, Saber was sheathing her sword little by little, when she finished placing said sword in its sheath completely, with the clear sound of the hilt hitting the sheath, Ichigo felt a cut appear out of nowhere on his cheek and begin to bleed slightly. He opened his eyes in surprise, a drop of sweat beginning to run down his forehead due to what had just happened. He hadn't even seen her move. It was a movement he only remembered seeing in samurai movies, a high-speed slash where the sword was drawn and sheathed in milliseconds. True, after all, her name was Miyamoto Musashi. He'd had doubts about her gender before, but for someone so skilled with a sword, it could only be that legendary person. If she really was who she said she was, he shouldn't be surprised that she could do such a thing. Just a little, if it had taken just a little longer I think I wouldn't have told it, Musashi joked. She stood up straight in her place, still turning her back to the Shinigami, she didn't even bother to turn towards him. So, shall we continue? She asked, taking another katana in her free hand, the faint flames on her swords with red and blue tones once again becoming present, as if transmitting the flaming warrior spirit that its wielder had at that moment. The clouds high in the sky darkened even further, if that were possible. Light drops began to fall from them, drops that soon grew to thousands, millions of drops in what was now a torrential rain. Just as the orange-haired boy had thought a moment ago, the rain was soon to arrive. Both he and Saber were completely drenched by the icy water pouring from the skies, yet there they stood, standing in the same place without moving an inch. The incessant sound of raindrops falling everywhere was broken by the low but confident voice of the Kurosaki boy. Yes, let's continue, Musashi. As they finished saying that, the two turned towards each other, the water beneath their feet being pushed aside as they both stomped heavily on the ground, returning again to how they had started. A struggle, a tug-of-war of brute force and a clash of swords, muffled by the rain. Being so close due to the intersection, Musashi smiled, showing that he was having fun, that this was what he lived for, and why he was given a second chance. His smile was adorned by the water running down his face, making it stand out even more, if that were possible. She herself was surprised to see how a tiny smile of pure defiance appeared on her opponent's always tough face. Ichigo himself was surprised by this, he thought he was upset for doing that, maybe the words the sixth Espada once told him were true. You enjoy fights as much as I do. You didn't just come to save that human. You came because you wanted to fight. He remembered it, he denied it at the time, but it seems circumstances have changed since then in Hueco Mundo. Maybe things had been too peaceful for him after the whole Rancor and Fullbring affair, and his growing accustomed to always being involved in something dangerous is now working against him, and now the desire suppressed during that time of peace is surfacing. It might not even be that he himself was the cause of it. He didn't know what it was, the girl in front of him had something that made him want to face her and beat her, the feeling seemed to be mutual. She was dangerous, the move from before had made that clear, but so was he. Their thoughts came to an end, as did the struggle they'd maintained due to the force they both exerted for a brief moment. With the water filling the air and completely covering them, they wasted no time and returned to the charge head-on, as they should. Cut for cut, they stood facing each other with the sole intention of cutting the other without using any tricks, only the one who was faster and more precise with the sword would win. The sparks from the colliding swords were not released by the water, and the sound was distorted by it, a perfect setting for a duel of that caliber. But, in this duel, Ichigo was losing more and more clearly, small cuts on his arms and torso were becoming visible as the slashes came and went from each side, disadvantages of using a gigantic sword that is difficult to maneuver, on the other hand, advantages of carrying more than one small and light sword. He was forced to retreat little by little at these crossings. If he attacked, he was exposed to a counterattack that the swordswoman always took advantage of to make him pay with a cut or two. I didn't want to use it, but it looks like I'll have to, the Shinigami thought, parrying each incoming thrust, now completely on the defensive. For him, from that moment on, the games were over. Ariatsu shot up from one moment to the next, the swordswoman feeling how the atmosphere suddenly became heavy and jumped away from the boy. Already at a safe distance from his rival, the smile on Musashi's face faded, knowing that the level of the fight was going to rise exponentially due to the change his opponent was going to undergo. He already knew it because he had seen it before. In his head he had already fought hundreds of times against the orange-haired man. He saw himself losing in each of those confrontations, surely because he had not yet experienced the speed and full power of this one firsthand. Now, I was about to do it. She put away the katanas she had in her hands and quickly picked up the other two she hadn't used yet. They were lighter and she believed they would do their job better. She crossed these swords in front of her and closed her eyes, controlling her breathing as much as possible, then let out 1, 2, even 3 long breaths that relaxed her muscles and consciousness. It was like a ritual for her, seeking calm in her body and spirit, the calm that has helped her face every battle in her life. Her nature was somewhat unruly, and she took this into account more than anyone. She could never be calm. But there were times when, in order to move forward, the absence of that same tranquility she lacked was not permitted. To master the art of the sword and take it to new limits that only she could reach and surpass, she needed to be at total peace with herself. For her this was the most difficult part, even more than the long road she had to travel in search of the most difficult rival she could ever imagine. After completing her little ritual for herself, she slowly opened her eyes. She was ready, just like her rival, who had been waiting for her. Yeah, it's definitely more amazing to see it up close, she whispered to herself about the orange-haired man's new appearance, who was looking at her with a confident and somewhat aggressive smile on his face. I'm ready, are you? He asked, holding his black sword tightly at mid-height, pointing it at the girl. The swordswoman was about to respond positively to that challenge, but something stopped her, someone would make themselves felt in the place. That's enough, Saber. There's no need to keep fighting, a voice echoed in the air, clearly audible despite the heavy rain that pelted the combatants. Ichigo quickly turned his gaze to the forest on his left. It must be coming from behind the tree closest to the spot. It was dark, the torrential rain clouding his vision accordingly, but he could sense the faint presence of a person. But how had he not noticed before? It was probably because he was so focused on the fight, and that added to the fact that he wasn't the best at detecting presences. That was one point. The other was that he watched Musashi nod slightly at the words and put away his katanas. I'm sorry Ichigo, but orders are orders. I may want to fight as much as I want, but I will not disobey my master, so our duel is postponed, the swordswoman apologized, bowing slightly to further demonstrate her point. Yes, it was the saber master who had spoken after all. But the third and most important point for the orange-haired man was. I know that voice, he thought with a light drop of sweat that was quickly lost in the water, his eyes widening slightly in disbelief at his thoughts. Furthermore, while he was looking at the place where that voice so recognizable to him came from the enveloping darkness of the forest, a figure began to walk naturally. She was revealed, completely covered in a yellow plastic jacket. Not caring about getting a little wet, she pulled back the hood that hid her face. 2 pigtails fell to the sides of her head, her hair black and shiny from the dew falling on it. 2 small blue spheres appeared as soon as she opened her closed eyes. Ichigo felt one of his legs give way. He wasn't mistaken. Hitasaka, the boy stammered as he saw her completely. If it weren't for the water on her body, it would have been obvious that she was sweating profusely. But if it's Mr. Ichigo Kurosaki, you don't know how surprised I am to see you here, Rintasaka said ironically. She laughed at the orange-haired boy's reaction. It seemed that he was almost as surprised as she had been when she saw him in action the night before. Of course, she would never tell anyone that. Musashi, who had been watching his master's small entrance and his rival's reaction to it, rushed to speak. What? You two know each other? Unbelievable. "Master, please let me keep fighting him," she proposed happily as she approached, jumping up and down in joy. Rin turned to her irritably. "Shut up, idiot. Why are you giving away your name so casually? Do you have a screw out of place or something?" she scolded. The swordswoman laughed nervously at the remark. It's a duel. He gave me his name and I had to give him mine," so she tried to defend herself by looking away. The orange-haired boy hadn't heard anything they'd said, lost in his own world as he watched a black-haired girl resume her argument with the servant. "How the hell can she see me? Is she really a damn master too?" But he hesitated in his thoughts. At that moment, like so many others, Ichigo Kurosaki wanted the earth to swallow him up. Chapter 5. Always calm, always serene. These were two of the characteristics that stood out most about Scathach, the sovereign of the Land of Shadows and its queen, who was calm most of the time, as long as she was not provoked, of course. But there was no provocation at that moment that would make him change his nature to a more daring and somewhat, just a little violent one. She was sitting at the living room table where she'd first spoken with her master, and they'd made several points. At that moment, she was sipping some tea she'd made herself. She thought it had turned out well. Even though she wasn't an expert in that area, she might be able to practice the culinary arts if she found some time. She found it interesting. As he took a few small sips from the cup, he fixed his gaze on the clock nailed to the wall. It read just past midnight, 1:53 a.m. to be exact. Lancer was there waiting patiently for his master's arrival. He said he had gone to work, I believed him, but he didn't say what time he would return. The afternoon hours passed quickly, and with it, night fell. Rain came along with it, the sound of water hitting the roof was something soothing to her. But, it only made her thoughts regarding what her master was doing even more accentuated. What could I be doing, he mentally wondered, watching the dark liquid swirl around the cup due to the movement. She wasn't entirely worried. After all, she knew her master was truly capable of taking care of himself without her help and being with him at all times. However, being with him and accompanying him wherever he went is part of being a servant. Just because he was strong wouldn't prevent him from getting hurt if the opponent was as strong or stronger than him. The image of the archer he'd fought that first night came to mind. If Ichigo ever ran into that guy alone, would she be able to defeat him? It wasn't clear at all. Not to mention the fact that they didn't know which servants were missing, and she was sure there was at least one servant comparable to Archer in that war. She wanted to believe there wasn't more than one. There was a lot of danger out there, even for someone like him. He hadn't wanted to bother him with telepathy either. He would wait for him to return and talk to him, since he knew he would. As if his thoughts were being heard, he felt a presence entering the residence, he could recognize it. The door opened with a sharp click, and footsteps echoed through the small hallway of the house, heading towards the living room where she stood. The sliding door opened, revealing Ichigo in his entirety. "Good evening, Lancer. Sorry I'm a little late," the boy said wearily, quickly approaching the table and sitting down. He had to say he was a little surprised that his servant had waited for him so late. "Good evening, or should I say good morning. Ichigo, I don't want to pressure you since you seem a bit tired, but I would like you to tell me what it was that you were doing. Let me doubt that you were working until almost 2 in the morning, although if that were the case, allow me to apologize in advance." The purple-haired woman spoke quickly, staring into her master's eyes waiting for a clear answer. The answer would come soon. "Luckily, you're right. I wasn't working until this hour. On the contrary, I'd left work at almost 9 at night." But he paused briefly, looking at his servant, who was waiting. For a brief moment, Ichigo thought about lying to him. What an idiot. They were in this together, and he had to know. "I was ambushed by a servant," he concluded, standing up straight, even more so when Lancer's gaze became more serious than ever. He felt he should finish explaining. After all, blurting that out like it was nothing felt a bit off, just a little off. "I was ambushed by the Saber-class servant, but nothing major happened, that's why I'm here without a scratch. But, the craziest thing is that I know Saber's master and I can say with certainty that we won't fight each other, this is an alliance. And on top of that, I got answers," Ichigo explained quickly. Lancer's frown to his relief loosened a little, since she looked somewhat scary if you asked her. "Alliance? Answers? Interesting. I'd like to hear in great detail what happened while you were away," Lancer asked, and Ichigo understood, he wouldn't refuse, after all it was information that was important to both of them. "And I will, just give me a moment," he said, the woman nodding slightly. Ichigo proceeded to get up and head towards his room, grabbing a change of somewhat more comfortable clothes. Upon returning a few moments later, he drank some water from the refrigerator and carried a full glass with him to the table where Lancer was still waiting for him. He made himself comfortable and decided to begin. He would try not to dwell on it too much. He began recounting the moment he crossed swords with Saber. Their brief skirmish, where he was at times outmatched in sheer skill and dexterity with the sword, until they were about to raise the level of the match and Saber's master, Rin Tasaka, appeared, surprising him in the process. After that, and a few small arguments here and there, she told him that he apparently didn't have much of an idea about what was going on. He did know something, after all. He had spoken with his servant and she had given him a lot of information. He had a good foundation regarding what was happening in the city and with him. But Ichigo just pretended he didn't know anything and told her she was right, and that way, she asked him to come with her. He didn't refuse, since he knew she wasn't an enemy, even if she beat her chest and threw a tantrum, saying otherwise, she was at Sundeer, he couldn't expect anything else from her after all. Anything that was not receiving a free insult after he told her he trusted her would have surprised him. So, with him ready to follow her and Saber covering his back, she decided to return to her physical state. First by withdrawing her Bankai and finally her Shikai. In this way, they began to explore part of the city. He had to retrace his steps as they passed through the city center until they crossed a large red bridge that divided Fuyuki City in two. He saw himself climbing a slope as soon as he set foot on the other side of the bridge, and at the top of that slope was a church. The fog was present in the place, and there was a cemetery on the outskirts. If he hadn't seen everything there was left to see, he would surely be somewhat disturbed to set foot inside that eerie enclosure. Of course, he wasn't at all, and he entered after the brunette, who spoke to him as they walked. "We're about to speak with the one in charge of this Holy Grail war and my master. He's a jerk and likes to play with people, so he tries to put up with it, but despite being a bastard, he knows more about this than I do and can answer any questions you may have," Rin made clear, looking at him as she stood right in front of the large door of the building. He nodded, saying that the one holding the reins, Lancer and he were right, there was someone who had to take control of said war and he was about to come face to face with that person. Although now that I thought about it, a person that important and carrying out something as dangerous as a war was in a church. Saber had stayed outside the entrance gate on Rin's orders. Rin snorted slightly, wanting to follow them. She watched as they entered the church, the door closing behind them. And inside it, Ichigo, taking a few steps, soon found that person who knew everything about the war. A father, a priest, a curate. Any of these terms were valid when referring to the man who appeared in her dark field of vision, walking quietly, with a calm smile plastered on his face. He addressed them with a suggestive look, especially towards the girl, since it was a surprise to him that she would go to the place of her own free will. His dark eyes made contact with Ichigo's eyes, and the man's smile seemed to widen even more. Ichigo didn't like that at all. He had no good experiences with people who always wore a smile on their faces. "I see. You wouldn't be here otherwise. I suppose the one we have here is a master who doesn't quite know where he stands. Am I wrong with my bold words, boy? I would like to know your name," asked the subject, directing his words to the boy, who would answer. "I don't know exactly. Besides, before asking for someone else's name you should give yours," Kurosaki answered seriously. In truth, he felt a bad vibe coming from that priest. The priest laughed a little at this. "Right, where are my manners? My name is Kodaman Kirei, and I'm in charge of this edition of the Holy Grail War. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask, and I'll try to answer properly as long as they're questions I have the answer to, of course," he clarified, bowing slightly, the smile never leaving his face. He says that, but it seems like if I ask him about some secret of mine, he'll surely know it down to the last detail. Because people like that always fall for me, Ichigo thought with annoyance. He had such incredible luck with weird people. Although I would have to bear it. Once they finished talking and he had cleared his doubts, he and Tasaka left the church. However, the priest spoke a few words to him as he walked away. "Rejoice, boy. Great things await you in this war. Even if you have not found that desire that prompted the Holy Grail to choose you as master, you will end up finding the reason for your fight sooner rather than later." He clearly heard those words. By the time he looked over his shoulder, Kirei already turned his back on him with the intention of entering the building again. Of course he knew it. He was fighting to prevent the people of that city from being harmed in a war they had nothing to do with. To him, that was his reason. The Grail had surely seen that and taken it as a wish that could be granted simply by participating in the war. But if for some reason that wasn't the real reason he was fighting and it was someone else, then which would it be? He thought, looking at his right hand, as if the answer were supposed to be there. He squeezed it slightly. Was it really a wish? Or perhaps it was more of a purpose he had to fulfill with this war. The sound of the gate closing brought him back to reality. Whatever his purpose in becoming a master was, he would surely discover it as the war progressed. He would continue with his original plan of ending the event that had once brought disaster to Fuyuki City 10 years ago. He already knew the rules. They were more basic than he thought. He'd discussed them with Lancer when he got home. He'd gotten the information he needed to put the pieces together in exchange for having to talk to a man as suspicious as that priest. He could bear it. He and the brunette, upon leaving the confines of the church, were greeted by Saber, who sighed in relief, knowing that she would no longer be alone. In truth, she was bored without doing anything. Alright now. You're a master, aren't you? Then let's get on with it, Musashi suggested, looking at the orange-haired boy mischievously. Rin would quickly stop him. Don't even think about it, we're done for today. Although, Ichigo, I don't really know what you are, but why didn't you tell me anything about it? I feel cheated somehow. She tried to play the victim, Ichigo's face twisted in irritation. But look who's saying it, the little girl who's been a magician for I don't know how long has been coming to me to talk about deceiving people. Are you sure you didn't put cement on your face instead of makeup? The boy was quick to reply. He also had cards to play to defend himself. DCH, damn it, the girl whispered, looking away. Anyway, you know I'm a mage, so go ahead, I'm listening. She wouldn't give up. She crossed her arms to hear his answer, which she wouldn't entirely like. The truth is, I can't, I'm sorry. Let's just say I have supernatural powers. He looked away in response. Does the truth matter what it is? He's a master who can fight on his own against a servant. If it's an ally, fine. If it's an enemy, even better. I can fight him next time. Musashi shrugged, dismissing the matter. He certainly didn't care. Didn't you trust me? Rin asked, still looking away. The boy watched as she held her left arm and squeezed it. Ichigo cursed in his mind upon hearing those words. Maybe he's hurting her. It was true. He'd known Rin since he'd arrived in the city. Their relationship had developed quickly in high school, a strange one, as they did nothing but annoy and insult each other day after day. Fine, I'll tell you, but it will be another time, damn it, Kurosaki finally gave up. Okay, thank you very much dear Ichigo, she laughed triumphantly, even more so in her mind. If she told him that she didn't trust him, it was a trap that no one could escape from, not even the smartest and most slippery rat could. She tricked me, Ichigo thought at the sudden change in attitude. How did she fall into such an obvious trap? Damn it, now he had to tell her. You deserve a little curiosity from me. I'll tell you while we walk, let's go, he said as he began walking, waiting for her to follow him, which she would. Rin, having stepped forward a little, surreptitiously looked over her shoulder and watched as her servant tried to strike up a conversation with the boy. Her eyes narrowed at this. Saber was supposed to be in her spirit state, but there was Ichigo, watching her as if she weren't. When he slowed down and they caught up with him, he proceeded to tell the orange-haired man that curious thing. Last night, she and her servant watched the spectacle Ichigo and Lancer put on outside the city, so she thought she'd surprise him tonight and get a closer look at that supernatural power of his. It went without saying that Saber was completely on board with the idea. I see, they wanted to test me. But hey, did you really have to follow me home yesterday? Ichigo asked, somewhat irritated, as he could clearly sense the presence of his servant just outside the residence. Both he and Lancer did. Ichigo directed an accusing look at Musashi, but she looked as if she didn't understand what he was talking about, the same case as the black-haired girl. Ichigo, we didn't follow you home. What are you talking about? Rin asked, stopping her pacing, as did Ichigo, coming to a not-so-good conclusion. So that means another servant followed me and Lancer? He thought in disbelief at the possibility that was now a reality. Lancer had said that the one watching them was probably as dangerous as Archer, and when she narrowed down the possibilities, she concluded that it must be Ryder. He looked at Saber who was at his side. She was also strong, so much so that she made him have to take it seriously and go with his Bankai, but even with Bankai, he knew that the battle, if it hadn't been interrupted, was going to be difficult. And what's more, I still didn't know who the missing servants were. I already knew Saber, Archer, Berserker, and of course, his servant Lancer. The Rider and Assassin classes were a mystery, even more so. Putting his mortified thoughts aside from the previous matter, his mind focused on another equally important point. I understand that all the classes have already been summoned, except for Caster. That priest said that I was the second to last to summon his servant out of the two remaining classes, Lancer and Caster. According to Tasaka, she summoned Saber the day before I summoned Lancer, he thought carefully. They didn't even know who that remaining master was. There wasn't a single trace of him. They only knew that the only option to summon for him had to be a Caster. According to Lancer, the danger of this one was his magic and not so much his ability to fight head-on against his opponent. They are usually opponents that are not easy to deal with. Depending on who the master is, the servant could be more or less dangerous. He prayed that at least the last pair of master and servant would be like the pair he was currently accompanied by. That would be less problematic than adding two more psychotics to the equation. Musashi seemed to have a screw out of place, the short time he'd shared with her made that clear. But, thanks to that same time, he realized she wasn't a bad person. He never felt any malice spring from her when he faced her, not even for a single moment. That way, he didn't have to worry about her, especially if her master in that war was Tasaka. In this way, their thinking concluded as they crossed the large red bridge and were back at their rightful side in Fuyuki. Ichigo and Rin went their separate ways. Musashi said a vigorous goodbye to the orange-haired boy and Rin left, warning himself that they were not in an alliance, even though they were, nothing new to him. They didn't say goodbye, they would see each other tomorrow at school anyway. That would be all. From the bridge to here there was no problem, I entered my spiritual state and arrived as quickly as I could. Ichigo finally completed his story while drinking some water. Lancer was paying close attention to all of this. She had indeed gained some very useful information. She considered scolding him a bit for going straight into the enemy ambush, but she couldn't. After all, it had been very useful. She took the risk and got a reward. If he had trusted his master before, now he added a few more points to that trust. Now they knew the rules of that war and could proceed as they should, and now they had a presumed ally, although that wasn't an idea that motivated him much. What's more, she noticed that while Ichigo was fighting Berserker, someone was watching them from a distance, so it was Saber and her master. But now it happened that the servant standing a few meters away from them wasn't Saber, even though she thought it was. That was a problem. There were too many enemies who already knew where to find them, she had to be more alert from now on. For his part, Ichigo, upon discovering these rules, also discovered the reason why Archer and Berserker did not hesitate to hunt him down the moment they saw them. The war had to remain hidden as much as possible. If anyone outside the war were to witness it, they had to be silenced by death. He had been a witness then, but now he was part of the war and he would hate to have to do something like that. That's why it was concluded that fighting late at night was ideal in wars like that. Another rule was that you couldn't stop being a master even if you wanted to, but he was already clear that he was going to fight, so the truth didn't matter. I'm a little tired, Lancer. I think I'll go to sleep since I have to get up early, he announced, standing up from his seat. He cursed in his mind since it must be almost 4 in the morning and he had to get up for school at 6. He was sure he was going to look like a zombie when he woke up. You've done well, Ichigo. Get all the rest you can, you've earned it, she said goodbye. Needless to say, she wouldn't be sleeping at all. She had to keep watch while her master slept. Thus, under Lancer's gaze, Ichigo left the room and headed for his own. Scathach was left alone and she too rose from her seat to pour herself some more tea, thus continuing to occupy herself with her thoughts. Morning arrived and with it, Ichigo was ready to leave the house and head to high school. He was in the living room making some breakfast and lunch since he had to be at school until the afternoon that day. DCH, if I'm sleepy now I don't even want to imagine when it's noon, he thought, annoyed at not getting a proper rest while he finished making some toast with butter. The quick glance at the clock told him it was just under 6:15, which was right on time as his class started at 7 o'clock. The sound of the sliding door opening was heard and then Lancer entered the room. Good morning, the woman said simply, taking her place at the table. It was becoming a habit. Good morning, Ichigo returned the greeting, finishing up his work. Since he didn't feel like putting in the effort to make something for lunch, he simply prepared another piece of toast and put it in a container to store it in his bag. Are you going out? She asked, observing how he was dressed and the bag he was holding over his shoulder. That's right, I'm going to school, I'll be here in the afternoon without fail. I think since it's daytime there shouldn't be much of a problem with the servants, it's a crowded place after all. I left something prepared in the kitchen in case you feel like eating, he said, starting to walk towards the exit, but a few words from his servant stopped him. The truth is, I'd like to accompany you. I know you can take care of yourself, but me being here doing nothing isn't the best thing for you or me. Besides, I'm interested in what civilization looks like these days, she said what she thought as a request. Ichigo gritted his teeth slightly at the answer he was planning to give her. I'm sorry, Lancer, but I don't have any clothes you can go out in. The truth was, he didn't like saying that to her. It seemed as if he were keeping her as a pet guarding the house when they had promised to fight side by side. Lancer sighed a little upon hearing the answer. He knew there was a solution to it, but he had dismissed it because of his own observation. It was just an opinion. Let it go. You don't have to apologize. I am your servant, after all. Scathach replied with some seriousness. Ichigo thought he had angered her. I won't let her go, Lancer. I promise I'll take care of the clothes and get you out of here. Besides, I was planning on going out patrolling the city tonight, so maybe we'll start eliminating servants from the equation starting today, he said, trying to make amends for what he had done, and the truth is that everything he said was true. Scathach raised an eyebrow at this. A slight smile appeared on her face, so she wanted to make it up to him. I look forward to it, she replied. Ichigo smiled as well before leaving, of course, he was beginning to understand. His servant, although it didn't seem like it, was someone impatient, that's where they were similar. Oh, right, Ichigo listened, but blinked when he saw that she hadn't moved her lips or made any speech gestures. She needed to tell him something he didn't know yet, and that could be very useful. She was showing him while she explained it, as it should be. Just because we're far apart isn't a problem for communicating. Master and servant have a unique connection that allows them to communicate through telepathy. Just like now, Lancer finished, Ichigo heard everything in his head. How can I do that? The boy asked incredulously. Simple. Keep me in your thoughts and try to talk to me in your mind, Lancer said. Ichigo would do the same. All he had to do was concentrate a little, closing his eyes in the process, and the image of his servant came to mind and spoke within his thoughts. Can you hear me? He asked. I do, Scathach replied in kind. That's all I wanted to tell you. So, if anything happens, you can let me know without any problem, she concluded. A small, minuscule lesson from her that reminded him of the past. Ichigo watched Lancer sigh, seemingly remembering something, so he snapped her out of her thoughts as he said goodbye. A small reward for letting her know such an important detail. So he headed off to school, deciding to take the easy way out. He'd enter his spiritual state and quickly jump through the air. Although. He thought about how Rin had seen him at night. It probably had to do with her being a mage, but if it was like that, it meant that anyone who was a mage was able to see him in his spiritual state. Of course, servants could see him too. The idea of flying around wasn't very smart since he now knew there were people who could see him and that wasn't beneficial at all. He decided walking was the most discreet option and so he continued on his way to school. Once he arrived, he didn't hesitate to head inside. There were tons of students everywhere. Naturally, it was almost time for class to start and many of them had arrived early to chat with their friends in the spare time. He wasn't one for that, so he continued on his way up the building to his living room. But as he wandered, he felt a gaze coming from the rooftop. He looked up and saw a familiar face, one only he could see. The figure quickly raised both arms frantically in greeting, a drop of sweat running down his temple. So Tasaka brought Musashi with her. I guess I shouldn't be surprised since she's the one, but why can't anyone seem to see her? He wondered, now watching as the girl on top of the building pulled out one of her swords and gestured to him, as if inviting him to fight. Did it have to do with the fact that he could see spirits? Probably. He remembered from his conversation with Lancer that servants were heroes from the past brought to the present to fight. But what if they weren't physical, but spiritual beings? Something similar to what he was when he accessed his spiritual and physical states at will. He had no idea. It was all mere speculation. In this way, ignoring the girl's proposal on the roof, he continued on his way. Familiar faces appeared in front of him as he got closer and closer. People like Issei Raidu and Ayako Mitsuzuri were two of those. More than acquaintances, he could simply call them friends. He certainly spent enough time with them to call them that. The purple hair passed by her side when she stopped for a moment to greet the aforementioned. That girl was Sakura Matthew. She didn't really know her, she only knew that she was very close to a friend of hers and that she was the sister of a complete jerk, Shinji Matthew. Certainly, the last one had an incredible desire to tear his head off his shoulders. He was the typical boy that no one could stand, but he was 20 times worse. And I could tell that from seeing him only from a distance, because if he had gotten close to him and said or done something inappropriate against him or anyone he knew, sending him to the hospital for a month would be mild. But, on the part of his sister Sakura, he didn't have much to comment on. She seemed to be a good person, but he needed to get to know her better. As soon as he started walking again, he reached the second floor and continued on his way in search of his classroom, that is until a voice saying his name clearly among the noise of many people talking was heard. Wow, you're just in time, Kurosaki, he heard clearly, and it didn't take him long to recognize who it was. He raised his gaze slightly and saw him there, greeting him with his right arm raised and a friendly smile on his face. He, along with Tasaka, had been his best friend since he arrived at the institute and in Fuyuki in general. Chapter 6. Amiya Shiru. That was the name of the red-haired boy she greeted in the hallway. They were in the same year, but unfortunately in different sections. She'd met him in a rather peculiar way. The resident of the houses where they stayed was the same person, their teacher, Fujimura Taiga. The houses where they both lived were practically the same, but in different parts of the city, and both properties belonged to the hyperactive teacher's grandfather. She, as far as she understood, had been accompanying Shiru and his deceased father since a young age, being like a sort of older sister to Shiru. According to Shiru himself, both houses had been used by his father for an unspecified job about 10 years ago. He told Ichigo he ended up choosing that house because that was where he spent most of his time with his only family, who was no longer in that world. Time passed, and one of the houses ended up being entirely the Redeeds, but Taiga didn't really know what to do with the other one since she already had her own house. So she simply rented it out and waited for someone interested in it to come along one day. That's exactly where Ichigo found the house one day when he arrived in the city and paid a few months in advance with the money he had with him, so he would have time to look for a job and save up to continue paying for it. So, as Taiga was always jumping from one house to another, one day it occurred to her to introduce them both, since they were teenagers, and one of them wasn't entirely familiar with the place like Ichigo was. You could say the bond of friendship was inevitable. For Ichigo, it wasn't quite that way. It didn't matter how much time he spent with someone, he'd be their friend or not if he truly liked them, and vice versa. He wasn't a hypocrite. He wouldn't associate with someone out of obligation or to please someone else's desires. But, Ichigo got along well with Aritiid from the beginning. He was a kind and calm person, and very willing to help others, too much he would say. He wasn't charismatic, he wasn't funny, he wasn't restless, he wasn't anything remarkable, so to speak, and he was fine with that. He was certainly tired of dealing with weirdos throughout his life, and he needed a certain normalcy in his life, normalcy he'd never fully experienced, and knew he never would. On the other hand, Shiru had seen Ichigo as the typical boy who was always angry and upset about everything, a bad-tempered boy. The truth is, he wasn't wrong about any of it, and to his surprise, he managed to get along with the orange-haired boy perfectly. To him, Ichigo wasn't someone who showed his true feelings just like that. Proof of this came just a few days after they met. He and Ichigo had been casually chatting in the school hallways. Some guys had approached him and asked Shiru to do them a favor by cleaning the bathrooms, as they'd heard he was never one to turn down a favor, no matter who or what it was from. This time, the boy didn't refuse either, and at his response, the boys laughed and offered their thanks in a very hypocritical manner before leaving. As the boys walked away from them, they could both hear them referring to the Redeed as idiot, or I didn't think he was that stupid. Shiru didn't pay attention to that, but Ichigo wouldn't let it go. Shiru was taken aback when the orange-haired man lunged at the 5 students and beat them up in the middle of the hallway in front of everyone else. Suddenly, he was trying to separate the orange-haired man from his victims, since it seemed like 5 against 1 was very bad, for all 5 of them, obviously. Shiru, what do you think you're doing? Let me fix that guy's teeth. It looks bad if he only has teeth on one side and none on the other. I'll do him a favor and knock them all out, Ichigo said in a voice as if he were from the grave. It seemed like a joke, but if he had faced 5 guys and had beaten all 5 of them up in a matter of seconds, now he knew he was very serious. Shiru tried hard to hold Ichigo by the shoulders and move him away, he was in good physical condition, but it seemed the orange-haired man was even better, apart from clearly surpassing him in height. And enough, idiot, they're going to expel you if you keep going like this. Or rather, I think that with what you've done, they could already expel you, Shiru finished with a half-muffled voice. The orange-haired man stopped struggling upon hearing him say that. Good point. But if I'm going to get expelled anyway, let me finish what I started, Kurosaki argued, poker-faced, shrugging his shoulders. Shiru sweat dropped at what he said, mentally facepalming himself for it. Clearly, the orange-haired boy's expulsion was inevitable for violently attacking other students for no apparent reason. For him, the luck was that Taiga took matters into her own hands and avoided permanent expulsion from school. He had to serve a 3-week suspension and do some extra community service. When Ichigo returned to class, many were already somewhat terrified of him, and others admired him for what he had done to the subjects, since they had a bad reputation, and out of nowhere, a new kid would arrive and put each and every one of them in their place. He practically sent a warning to everyone saying, whoever messes with me or my friends will regret it. Some teachers also tried to make his life miserable, painting their faces red and white, even though he was getting perfect grades in every subject. They wouldn't screw him over like that, let them keep trying. That's right, Shiru saw Ichigo as a good bad-tempered person, so to speak. He didn't bother people who didn't do anything to him, he had good grades, and he always stood up for the defenseless. He was a good person in his own way. He didn't try to please or displease anyone with his attitude. He was just like that. Whoever he liked was fine, and whoever he didn't too. Thus a whole year passed, until today. They greeted each other as usual in the hallway, practically a second later the bell rang, and they headed to their classrooms, but not before agreeing to meet at lunchtime as they always did. Ichigo entered his respective classroom and took his place by the window, but not before observing a black-haired girl with 2 pigtails who was in the same class as him. She greeted him surreptitiously with her eyes, if that was possible. I would also try to talk to her when I had the chance, for now it was time to do what was needed, since the teacher was entering the classroom, announcing that study time was about to begin. His 2 consecutive classes had ended. Sitting for around 4 hours without moving could be very tiring. He packed his things and then quickly left the classroom. The Sokka seems to have come out before him, he imagined, despite standing out a lot she is very elusive to tell the truth. He paid no attention to it and headed to the cafeteria, immediately spotting the characteristic reddish hair at one of the many tables in the place. He soon approached it and sat in the remaining chair. This is strange, Issei isn't acting interesting, nor Mitsuzuri talking her head off. Ichigo analyzed the situation out loud. Normally they were always around at that time, with Shiru doing exactly what he had said. Iridid laughed a little at what Ichigo had said. They're busy. Issei's dealing with some issues with the student council, and Mitsuzuri's doing the same with the shooting club, he explained, getting ready for lunch. By the way, Mitsuzuri still insists you join his club. He thinks you might have the talent for it, Shiro reminded Kurosaki. Kurosaki just looked away. DCH, I'm tired of telling her that I don't like archery, she's a fool, Ichigo said somewhat irritated. The truth is they had been at it for almost a year. He had to give something to Mitsuzuri, who was very stubborn. From there, Ichigo brought out his food as well, and they proceeded to eat their respective meals leisurely. Once finished, they resumed their conversation casually, talking about nothing in particular. Shiro suddenly told him something he had no idea about until that moment. The Redeed even asked him if he lived under a rock. That's probably true. That was people being murdered in recent days, especially in the last week. These murders were truly brutal, with the victims tortured to the limits of what a human could endure, as if the perpetrator enjoyed the people's agony. Once they were driven to the brink of madness by the suffering, they ripped out their hearts. Or so the rumors and the news itself were saying. It sounded like a real horror movie. I couldn't say the descriptions of the murders were accurate, nor did I want to check, but the deaths had indeed occurred throughout the city, and in a completely random manner. It filled him with rage, knowing that people were losing their lives in the same city as him, people suffering without him being able to do anything to prevent it. He clutched the sleeve of his shirt with his right hand in helplessness. For his part, Ichigo stared at the table at the news. This couldn't be a coincidence. These murders were happening at the same time the war was in full swing. He could bet it was a servant. He was certain now. That night he was going to hunt down said servant. He wasn't going to allow that kind of act when he could avoid it. The eyes that were fixed on the table shifted a little forward, but then he saw something that didn't leave him completely pale for a few moments. "That's Shiro, what's that in your hand?" she asked in shock at what she was seeing. A red stain on the back of Shiru's hand seemed to be slowly taking shape. How had she not noticed before? "Oh, this. Don't worry about it. I think I hurt myself yesterday while moving some things in the storage room, it's nothing." He brushed it off while gently stroking the reddened mark. "That's nothing. I don't believe it, I have to talk to him when we leave the institute, I hope I'm wrong," he thought with a drop of sweat running down his forehead. He could be right in front of the last master of the war, his best friend could be involved in that madness without even knowing it yet. Lunchtime ended and they headed back to their classrooms to continue their classes. Back to the same routine, Ichigo looked out the window next to him at the view it offered outside. He could clearly see the entrance exit to the high school from there, so he quickly cursed in his mind when he watched Shiro leave the school early that afternoon. True, I'd forgotten, their schedules weren't the same. Shiro had arranged his schedule so he could work a little on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, leaving Mondays and Fridays free to attend his classes completely. That day was Tuesday, and he'd been jammed into so many things in such a short time that small but important details like those slipped through the net. As soon as she got out of class, she would go home to look for Lancer as she promised, and then pay Shiro a visit. The talk she planned to have with Tasaka could wait. Something more important had come up. "I think I'll just go work for a few hours, I'm feeling a bit tired, and for some reason this is burning a little," Shiro thought, sweating slightly as he walked away from the high school. Even with that discomfort, he headed to the city towards his job. Something like that wasn't going to stop him. His condition improved slightly, and he was able to return to normal work, thank goodness, since it was purely physical labor, moving things from one place to another as quickly as possible. But he still felt the burn. A quick glance made him realize it had spread a bit. Could it be a skin condition? Whatever it was starting to worry him. The hours passed, and night was beginning to fall as he left work and headed home. So he quickened his pace and took the nearest but less traveled route. The vegetation on the country road he'd taken made everything a little darker than it should have been in the first place, and he had to say it was a bit eerie. It was strange, since he remembered driving down that same road before and never having experienced that sensation. There must have been something different, something I didn't see or take into account. That's when he remembered the brutal murders that were taking place in the city, regardless of hex or age, there was only one pattern. Each and every one of them had been when the sun set and was replaced by the ever-mystical moon. Perhaps that's why he felt the unease creeping up on him, the insecurity creeping up on him in a way he couldn't avoid. Those murders were so horrible that they made him doubt that it was actually a human being who had carried them out. You could say he was a mage, only to a certain extent. It was an insult to a true mage to be considered one, given that he only analyzed and reinforced items, the most basic of the magic his father Emiya Kiritsugu had taught him, and yet he was grateful. But magic like that would hardly save him from a gun or anyone who knew how to use any weapon. He was just an ordinary person in that regard, and that terrified him. Being so fragile, even when he had the most complicated of objectives. How could someone like him fulfill that goal, that wish that not even his own father could achieve? He didn't know, not yet. But he wanted to remain firm, steadfast in it, even if it was a stupid and possibly impossible wish, it was beautiful to him. His thoughts on his goal were interrupted when he felt himself being watched from the darkness. He looked around as he walked, only to find a strange fog slowly making itself felt, growing ever thicker. Discomfort came to him as that annoying and terrifying feeling of being watched by someone or something unknown took hold of him. He tried to breathe slowly and calm down as much as he could. He had to hurry to get home as quickly as possible, since he was about to leave that route that ended just a block from his house. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared just behind him, hidden high in a tree. The boy could surely feel that gaze on the back of his neck like red-hot daggers. He had already marked the redeed as his prey. Once he had marked his prey, all that was left was to have fun with it until it broke like a toy and as a final act, take its heart. It was little, but he felt a minuscule amount of magic gushing from that boy since his senses were very finely tuned. He was a servant for a reason, and that already made the boy a better prey than most of the people he had killed previously. The reflection of a dagger was seen in that darkness, the time to have fun was about to begin. It was almost 6 in the evening when classes finally ended, the sun was almost completely hidden. When Ichigo was about to leave the institute, Issei suddenly appeared and asked him to please help him move some things from the school storage room to a classroom. It was clear to him that Shiro had left, and this was the one who always helped him with all kinds of things. Just this once he would ask Ichigo. He knew that time was against him, so he didn't complain and simply decided to help as quickly as he could by replacing Shiro at least for that once. It took longer than expected, so long that night had almost completely fallen. So he said goodbye and ran out of the high school. He decided to put aside what he had thought about that morning on his way to school. He would enter his spiritual state and fly through the air at full speed. He did so, taking his badge in hand and pouring his Ryatsu into it. The black robes and large sword on his back soon appeared, a sign that he was now fully a Shinigami. He wanted to go fast because he thought something was wrong somehow, very wrong. He wasn't sure why he felt that way. Surely, having been in extreme situations before, it had helped him develop some sort of sixth sense, and if he truly had it and it was working properly, he had to hurry. So much so that he used his Bankai to maximize his speed. As he traveled through the skies at speeds of many kilometers, he noticed the city lights already on. He quickened his pace even more as he approached his home, focused on his servant, just as she had told him to earlier that morning, and spoke to her. "Lancer, there's no time. Wait for me outside the house. We'll leave right now," Ichigo said firmly. He hoped she was actually listening. "I see, things have gotten moving. I'll be there in a moment." He quickly received a positive response from the woman. It had worked. As he approached the house, he found Lancer waiting for him on the roof, dressed in what seemed to be her usual battle clothes, which were a full body mesh and gold shoulder pads, along with the characteristic weapon of her class, the terrifying and dangerous cursed spear that always hit its target, Gaebolg. Ichigo nodded slightly, inviting her to follow him. Scathach, jumping from rooftop to rooftop at incredible speed, and Ichigo soaring in the sky just a little above her, were approaching their destination with extreme speed. The Shinigami thought he would be at Shiro's house in just seconds. "May I know what the situation is?" Lancer asked, observing the nervousness and urgency in Ichigo's gestures and movements. If something had him like this, it must be extremely important. "I think I've found the last master of the war, and he's another one I know very well. I saw a half-formed mark on the back of his hand back at school, but I think he may be in danger, and we need to get there as soon as possible," Ichigo explained on his flight. Both he and Lancer realized that there was a thick fog covering the entire panorama ahead. Ichigo realized that it was completely covering the area where Shiro's house should be. "That mist isn't natural, I can clearly feel its magic. Something must be happening in there," the woman warned. Upon entering the mist, Ichigo had to go down to the ground to get his bearings. Lancer stood beside him and analytically observed the scene. They seemed to be in another world because of the strange sensation that the fog gave them. If it was dark at night before, now it was even darker. They couldn't see more than 5 meters in front of their noses. If they wanted to see further, their eyes would be lost in the darkness itself. Ichigo sweated at the state of things, but quickly hurried forward. At the next intersection on the right, he should have seen a residence that was a carbon copy of his own. Lancer gripped his spear as he felt a faint electric shock run through his sharp senses. There was no mistaking it. "Ichigo, there must be a servant. I can't pinpoint its location due to the magic the fog is infused with, but it's nearby. Prepare to fight here and now," he said sternly as they crossed to the right. Ichigo just kept quiet and listened, placing Tensa's Anjetsu in front of him and moving forward. If it weren't for Lancer warning him, he wouldn't have noticed. It seemed he could only find a servant when conditions were normal, and fog wasn't normal. It took them 2 seconds to reach the entrance of the residence. Lancer looked strangely at what exactly the entrance to Master's house looked like. Just as they were about to enter, Ichigo stopped dead in his tracks, as did Lancer. A sound came over them. Something had landed just a few feet away. They were quick to see out of the corner of their eyes a small figure crouched just at the edge of what the mist allowed them to see. They didn't see his face, only the lower half, and with it a bloody knife in his right hand. All this lasted a blink of an eye, as with the same speed he landed, he let go, disappearing into the darkness. Lancer, tell me you saw that too. I saw it. If it's a servant, it has to be an assassin. DCH, follow him. Don't let him get away, I'll take care of things around here. I will, but keep one thing in mind, the servant I sensed earlier isn't assassin, there must be another one in there. Lancer warned him one last time before focusing on following the order. With a red flash he disappeared at full speed, with the intention of following assassin. For his part, Ichigo ran into the residence. A quick look inside the house revealed absolutely nothing. He had to say that seeing that bloody knife in assassin's hands filled him with panic and urgency. The fog lingered even inside the house, but that didn't stop him from scanning the entire house in seconds. Finding nothing and with his pulse racing, he stepped out into the yard and stood in the middle of it. In the ground beneath his feet, he could clearly see drops of blood. They seemed to make a path across the ground as far as his eyes could see. If he thought of it as his own yard, then that trail must lead directly to the morgue. He followed them slowly, sword raised, hoping for the best and preparing for the worst. Still aware that another servant must be nearby, Lancer went after assassin and was now alone against whatever was inside that warehouse just a few meters away. The fog seemed to slowly begin to clear, but as it did, Ichigo reflexively raised his sword urgently to deflect what appeared to be a spear-shaped crystal projectile that entered his field of vision in front of him. He managed to successfully deflect the spear and send it flying into the darkening sky. Damn. That came from the depot, he thought through gritted teeth. He couldn't sense the servant clearly due to the pesky fog, but now he didn't need to. It was right in front of him. When he was ready to carry out a frontal attack, he had to rethink it because a second later 3 more identical spears were coming towards him from the same location, the front. He worked furiously to deflect them as well, for a moment trying to break one with sheer brute force, but it was useless, he could only brush it aside like the others. It turns out that all those spears were nothing more than a distraction, setting the stage for his enemy's desire. Against all odds, this same man in the shadows was the one who took the initiative and left the safety of the fog to suddenly and boldly pursue a head-on fight. Ichigo quickly placed his sword in front of him to cover himself from what appeared to be a staff. A sword. Both. White with gold details, apparently made of the finest gold. At the top end was, so to speak, the staff, and at the bottom end, where he was busy defending, was an elegant sword that seemed to be shaped like a shark's tooth. It was gigantic, that was clear. His Zangetsu in its Shikai form was dwarfed by the weapon, and at the moment of collision, the force behind it was considerable. He was pleasantly surprised when he saw the person wielding such an imposing weapon. It was a girl, who apparently was she floating in the air. He could only see her small body, since her gun was in the way and didn't let him see well. He wouldn't underestimate her. After all, he was in the middle of a struggle with her and she didn't seem to be backing down. He quickly pushed her away, applying more force. He succeeded for a moment, then swung his sword, intending to push aside the remaining fog before launching an attack. Now without the fog, she could see very clearly, and with it, she was even more surprised to see the crystal spears she had just deflected dance around the girl like a kind of shield. Her surprise turned to disbelief when, with a wave of her hands, she caused the spears to be swallowed by portals in the ground below her. Ichigo's face lit up from below. Just by looking down at the ground, he jumped back, and right where he'd been standing before, one of the spears shot out. Had he not moved, it would have impaled him like a chicken. He had to make 3 more jumps back, dodging 3 times those dangerous and enigmatic, yet very elegant weapons that seemed to have a life of their own. He was now further away from the warehouse and was directly facing his opponent, who seemed to be giving him pause in the continuous assault he had been making against him. He could see the girl in her entirety. There was no longer any mist obscuring her figure or her elegant mystical appearance. Her eyes were green, and her long blonde hair was parted in 2 ponytails, tied behind her head with an elegant blue bow. On her forehead was engraved a 4-part golden symbol, and on her head was a golden crown. She looked like a true queen, a warrior queen, since her chest and part of her waist were covered in armor. She looked even more impressive because of the way the crystalline spears that had attacked her positioned themselves at her side, as if they had a mind of their own and were intent on defending their wearer. There she was, facing him without a hint of fear on her face. On the contrary, the girl was waiting for him head-on with eyes and an expression more than determined to fight her enemies and those of her master. For that reason, she had been summoned as a caster class servant in that Holy Grail war. She rose into the air, making it even clearer that she could fly. She released her gigantic sword, and with a wave of her hands, it positioned itself behind her. The spears never left their position, held firmly at her right side, ready to attack or defend at any moment. The battle had to continue. Chapter 7. She managed to arrive in time. The queen-like servant intervened just as another servant was attempting to kill the one who had summoned her. I wouldn't allow it under any circumstances. She quickly positioned herself between the person she was defending and her attacker, swung her gigantic weapon with class and force, managing to connect with the aggressor and consequently, wounding him. She wasted no time at all, and with a strong kick, she ended up expelling him from the place before he even had a chance to respond to her attacks. He stood there for a few brief seconds, staring gravely off the ground. He couldn't see anything ahead of him. A strange fog prevented him from seeing it, but he didn't need to. His muscles relaxed, and he sighed with relief, feeling the servant begin to move away. Her figure was rising and falling slightly in a controlled manner, she was levitating at that moment, in that way, she simply turned her whole body backwards as she prepared to speak kindly. "Servant, caster. Artoria. I have answered your call, master." Her words were spoken in a soft calm voice, so gentle in her prayer, a tone that seemed to caress the ears of anyone listening. All accompanied by an angelic smile on her face. And the one who heard her and felt the same way was the boy, who, unlike her, looked at her with total astonishment and was not at all calm. No wonder, after all, he was almost killed in seconds and saved in the same amount of time. Caster's brow furrowed slightly as he saw how injured he was, with blood on his clothes in multiple areas of his body, as if he had been toyed with. Hey, what's going on? What's all this? Shiru asked quickly from the ground, still admiring the girl in front of him. Just as he was about to speak again, he held on tight as pain surged through his left arm, which had a moderately deep cut on the bicep. The girl flew over the short distance between them and let her heels touch the ground for the first time, dropping down just as she stood in front of the redeed. "Please calm down. I'm here to take care of you, master." "Stay still for a moment," Caster begged. Shiru just kept quiet and obeyed, trying to stay as still as possible. She was slightly surprised when a warm green aura appeared where each of her wounds were located. Caster was holding a hand over her body, as if touching an invisible barrier that only she had control over. Although, Artoria noticed something strange, he had started to heal himself before she started using her magic, but because of it, the healing was going much faster. The redeed's wounds were hurting less and less as the seconds passed, and just when it seemed he was about to finish that mysterious treatment, to say the least, he stopped dead in his tracks. What's more, the girl turned around to face the warehouse entrance again, as if she were protecting him from something he couldn't see. "More enemies. Master, stay here while I take care of it," she said, now much more serious, her tone having changed considerably. It was now confident and firm, and she could swear her expression was as well, even if she couldn't see it from where she was. With a movement of his hands, Shiru watched as Caster made one of the spears around him position itself parallel to the ground, and how with another much more abrupt movement, it was shot out at an enormous speed, crossing the fog and getting lost in it. She heard the sound of it colliding with something, seemingly metal. For the girl, the spear was nothing more than a brief test. She thought it might be saber or a lancer. She was good at facing opponents in close combat despite being a caster. Moreover, she believed herself better at fighting head-on than using magic. She could definitely handle it, so she prepared to make her move. He quickly prepared the 3 remaining spears, throwing them all at the same time, and after them he did not hesitate to throw himself as well, he went to directly meet his enemy. For the next few seconds, Shiru only heard a battle raging in his backyard, objects colliding and swords crossing again and again was all his ears could hear. And that was something that only unsettled him. "Damn, I don't understand anything. But I have to get up. I wouldn't forgive myself if she died after saving me," he thought, most of the pain now gone from the girl's treatment. Artoria had said her name. That name reminded him of someone very important in the story, only slightly altered, obviously due to gender. He wouldn't dwell on such a small thing for the moment. Fortunately for him, the fog seemed to dissipate completely the moment he walked to the door. He leaned against the metal frame to watch what was happening. Those strange spears that seemed to think for themselves flying everywhere, the sand being kicked up in places where at times I could only see flashes from the constant clashes of 2 sharp weapons. Even though the fog was gone, I couldn't see much, as dust was all that could be seen in the frantic fight, and behind it, sparks flying everywhere. For a moment something flew out from where things were violent. Artoria was the one forced to retreat by a strong swing from her rival, who was much stronger and faster than she could have expected. But for her, nothing changed. "Go for it. Marmutus." Castor exclaimed forcefully. Yellow energy began to emerge from his staff sword with fury, and as if propelled by that same energy, it shot out towards the smoke, as if it were another of his spears. It seemed to hit its target due to the dry sound within the cloud of smoke. The assumption became reality when it was now his rival who emerged from the smoke, being pushed by his gigantic holy sword. She raised her right arm. With a slight gesture, the sword released its pressure from her opponent and returned to her hands, as did the spears, which returned to their initial position. The battle was back to square one. Incredible, Shiro thought, stupefied at what he just saw. He didn't even know what had happened in such a short time, he could barely see what happened. To her relief, Artoria looked perfectly fine, with no apparent injuries, not even any stains on her elegant white dress, after being involved in a mess like that. The dust blew away in the breeze, revealing who he was facing. Shiro paid special attention to this. Squinting and looking closely, he saw the man wearing a full black suit and holding a fine black sword. Seeing his face and hair color. Wait. Kurosaki? What the hell? He asked aloud, catching the attention of both Artoria and the aforementioned. Ichigo's eyes widened as he saw the reason he was fighting, leaning against a warehouse door a few feet away, completely safe. It didn't take long for him to speak up. Shiro. Damn, for a moment I thought you were dead. Ichigo exclaimed in relief. Castor watched the interaction between the two. Did they know each other? Apparently, it was all a misunderstanding. She would remain silent for the time being. Wait a bit, I'll finish her off right now and we'll get out of here. He yelled at the Redeed, thinking about finishing this as quickly as possible, although it didn't seem like it was going to be easy. Shiro didn't understand any of it. Why was Ichigo dressed like that, with a sword in hand, and fighting against someone who had just appeared? But, he could understand what was even more important than all of the above at that moment. The one who has to wait a bit is you. She saved me. Don't fight with her. Whatever you're fighting about is pointless. Now the one who shouted was Shiro. Ichigo looked at him confused. The Shinigami focused on the back of the Redeed's hand and noticed that the command seal was now perfectly marked on it. There was no doubt, he was now a master. And yes, that was true. He turned his gaze to the servant about 10 meters away from him. Caster class servant, I suppose, the boy began, and the girl nodded twice. Ichigo sighed and relaxed. Thanks for saving him. I thought I was too late and would find him, you know, he said, not wanting to remember those moments where he thought the worst. He simply pulled back his bankai, knowing there was no need to fight anymore. The calm smile spread across Castor's face at the boy's sincere words. Since she knew better than anyone when someone was lying, no one could fool her, so she believed him as soon as she heard him. You don't have to be thankful. I was doing what I had to do for my master. Any servant would have done it in my place. She downplayed her actions, returning to her calmer tone. Even Ichigo felt more relaxed listening to her. In any case, I think I should apologize for attacking first. I thought you were another enemy. Apparently, I couldn't have been more wrong. I'm very glad about that, she said sincerely, also lowering her greatsword little by little. She no longer had to worry. But, there was always something to worry about when you were in a war. That's what Castor thought when she felt something approaching at a beastly speed. It was as if a red lightning had fallen a few feet from her. She prepared herself in the blink of an eye. From that same lightning bolt emerged a figure carrying 2 red weapons. It didn't hesitate to rush towards her in a frontal attack more than ferocious, like a wild animal rushing towards its prey. Ichigo opened his eyes wide at what he saw, as he had forgotten something quite very important in that whole situation. His own servant. Scathach had suddenly entered the area with the intention of subduing and eliminating the servant there quickly and effectively. Castor, wanting to prevent that from happening, would act accordingly. Castor narrowly managed to dodge the spear that was heading straight for his face. His left cheek was cut by how close it had passed. To dodge the second spear, he simply put his sword in the way and repelled it. She decided to answer the attack with her Marmutus in a swing at all the speed she could. This was dodged by Lancer with a slight jump back. She made 4 imitations of Gay Bolg appear above her and threw them at her rival. Castor at that moment knew that she had to respond in the same way and threw her own sacred spears to the encounter. Cursed spears and holy spears collided swiftly in the air, a clash in which the Gay Bolg ended up reduced to pieces, broken like glass without any resistance. Lancer didn't want to think too much about it and saw his opportunity. He had Castor within range of his spear, so he swung it towards her throat, just a little closer and… Hey, wait a second. They heard as their masters interrupted the fight with a shout in unison. Their bodies became heavy just a second later. It must have been the effect of the command seal. Lancer clicked his tongue, having stopped just as he had Castor's jugular vein just millimeters away. But, looking around a bit, she realized that those strange green spears were also just inches away from a painless death, as the 4 of them had stopped right around her neck, forming a sort of circular guillotine. She hadn't even noticed them. If everything had continued as it was without interruption, there was a high probability that she and Castor would have taken each other's lives right then and there. Her brow furrowed in annoyance at this, and with that same irritation she went to speak to her opponent, who was levitating right in front of her. "How the hell can a caster like you fight like this?" she asked inquisitively, still holding her spear high. "I don't feel compelled to answer that question," Castor replied, equally serious. They listened again to their masters telling them to stop it, looked at each other, and slowly lowered their weapons. Although, Lancer saw one thing with interest, the wound he had inflicted on Castor's cheek, which had already closed in just seconds. What had happened? He didn't see or feel her use healing magic at any point, no, she hadn't even had time to do anything like that. That wound had been inflicted less than 5 seconds ago and had already completely closed. Ichigo and Shiro sighed in relief at seeing this, the Redeed having no idea what was happening, but he was able to prevent 2 people from taking their own lives right in front of his eyes. The red-haired boy's eyes fell on Kurosaki, he hadn't thought about it seconds before when the same thing had happened, but… Damn, it seems Shiro can't see me too. Is he a magician too? Don't buck with me, it seems we all have double lives here, Ichigo thought nervously, since he knew what his friend's next words would be. Kurosaki, what the hell is going on? Who are they and what happened to you? Shiro asked suddenly. Both the orange-haired man and the 2 servants standing not far away sweated upon hearing this. Lancer remembered the first little conversation with Ichigo after finishing the matter with Berserker and Archer when they were still in that meadow. But, unlike his master, the red-haired boy looked truly amazed and stunned, anything but calm. She jumped up to Ichigo and stood by his side, vanishing her gay bulk, already knowing that they weren't going to fight. "I suppose that's the friend you spoke of, he certainly turned out to be a master, apparently a problematic servant," she said to the orange-haired man, watching Castor, who left her previous position like her, made her weapons disappear and approached her master. All under the gaze of Ichigo and Lancer, who would continue. "I can understand why you stopped me, but was it necessary to use a command seal to stop me?" she asked this time, her face seemingly hardening with annoyance. She thought she'd made clear the importance of command seals. This was an order she could have obeyed with words, completely avoidable. Ichigo felt a little nervous at the darkened look she was giving him, as it was the first time he'd seen her that way. The color of her eyes, blood red, and the darkness didn't help much. It made her look even more terrifying. He took a deep breath and prepared to answer. "Though the truth is, I didn't mean to do it. It was simply an accident that I used a command seal on you," Kurosaki defended himself, and the truth was, it was true. For starters, he didn't even know how to use a command seal on a servant. Scathach didn't change her gaze at all, which made Ichigo sweat a little more than usual, but in the woman's thoughts they were something entirely different. I'm not really upset about that, I can tell she's telling the truth. But the truth is, I've missed one thing since the moment I was summoned," she said in her mind, remembering the one she did for much of her life. She would speak up after those thoughts that brought him a certain feeling of nostalgia. "I'll let it go, Ichigo. As compensation, I simply want you to help me with something another time, that's all." She smiled somewhat fiercely. Ichigo realized that, it was strange to say the least, what was. "Sorry to interrupt you," they heard another voice near them, it was Castor who had approached. "I know that as a servant that I am, and you master and servant that you are, I am supposed to be fighting with you. But, now the situation is very different. You claim to be my master's friend, right?" Castor asked the orange-haired man kindly, he noticed Shiro further behind her, he just nodded at the question. "Of course I am. I came here as quickly as I could precisely because I thought he was in danger. But, now he's mixed up in something he has no idea about and I have to help him with it. Is that what you were going to ask, Castor?" The small blonde girl smiled at those words, knowing he wasn't lying. "Thank you, that's very kind, Master Lancer. Call me Ichigo. I don't like being referred to as master, it's weird," the orange-haired boy recommended to the blonde, who nodded. Ichigo now turned his gaze towards his servant. "Are you okay with all of this, Lancer?" Scathach seemed to think about it for a moment. "It's not something I entirely like, but I can tolerate it. I won't attack Castor or his master, as long as they don't do anything against you," she concluded confidently. All she needed was a minimal amount of hostility, and she would attack without hesitation. "That sounds fine to me, I accept that condition. I think we should go inside the house to start clearing things up," Castor decided, turning around. As Ichigo left his spiritual state, the Shinigami robes fell back, revealing his school uniform. Both he and Lancer began to walk behind the blonde. Artoria looked over her shoulder at Ichigo with interest in his change. She would ask questions later. Meanwhile, Ichigo wondered what had happened to Assassin as he walked. If Lancer had arrived so quickly, it could only mean 2 things. Either he had killed that servant or he had escaped. He truly hoped it was the former, since that was surely the reason for the deaths in the city over the past few days. they would talk about that soon, too. Far away from the residence, someone was standing on top of one of the city's buildings, seriously watching as the four men slowly entered the house, and he, like Lancer, apparently looked directly at their position for a brief moment before closing the door behind her. Archer was the one who was watching from a distance and shortly before Assassin made an appearance. The Indian hero had to say it was a coincidence that Lancer and his master had appeared while he kept his sharp gaze on Assassin's movements and what he was about to do to the red-haired boy. And he wasn't going to intervene at all. He was just there as a mere observer, waiting for something to happen. And it did happen. That boy ended up being Castor's master after all, and now he knows that Lancer and Castor probably wouldn't be enemies in that war. It could be said that was a problem, but for him, it wasn't. He would crush them with his full power if necessary. But that thought, he stayed there for a while longer, thinking something interesting might happen. With the city lights illuminating his elegant figure above, with the moon and stars above him. Arjuna thought he liked that kind of tranquility, and he preferred it that way, to tell the truth. However, he was in a war, and he had a goal, enjoying that calm was not one of them at all. Exactly half an hour after Lancer and Castor along with their masters entered the house, two more figures arrived. He recognized one of them as a servant. It didn't take long for him to know his class due to the weapons on his waist. Interesting, so Saber is also allied with Castor and Lancer, Arjuna said quietly, watching as the orange-haired boy was the one who opened the door for them to enter the house. I see, the masters seem to know each other. This way, I've seen all the servants from this war, except for at that moment, Archer felt himself being watched from a forest not far away to his left. Turning towards the place, his precise gaze found the culprit of that annoying sensation. It was a man. He was sitting casually on the branch of a tree, looking directly at him with an amused smile on his face. I couldn't see his face completely, from the angle I was at, half of his face up was being covered by some leaves that were on the road. Rider, Arjuna pronounced with a stern tone, there was no room for doubt. The only servant he hadn't yet seen was now staring at him intently, and vice versa. He could feel it, he could feel how that servant with that smile on his face was challenging him. Not only that, he even seemed to be yelling at him to dare to come closer, and he wouldn't back down from something like that. It wasn't reckless, it was condescending. He had bothered to invite him to fight as servants that they were after all. Even if Ryder didn't know what he was doing with such a careless proposition, he was unknowingly sealing his fate. Just as he was about to accept the invitation, a voice in his head made him reverse his decision. It told him to come back. He had gathered valuable information for that night, and that was enough. He had no choice. He obeyed and vanished into blue particles in the direction of his master. My master unwittingly saved your life, Ryder. You won't be so lucky next time, he thought, finally, before disappearing completely and setting off. Ryder, from his position many meters away, managed to see this and clicked his tongue at his failed attempt to pick a fight, which he now craved more than ever. He thought he was going to go crazy. DCH, either Archer is a coward or his master didn't let him have fun tonight, he said with clear annoyance as he looked at the place where the archer should have been before. Damn, I'm tired of snooping around, that shitty job of hiding in the shadows should be for Assassin. But hey, I think I can wait a little longer. It seems there are servants who can amuse me. It would not make sense to be summoned in this war if it were not like that. The man tried to cheer himself up. His master told him to just watch, and he almost disobeyed that order. Well, if Archer hadn't withdrawn that order, it would have gone down the drain. But what could he do? He didn't like waiting. Patience wasn't his strong suit. But that thought, a smile spread across his face again. I have no choice but to go back. Last night was another boring one for me. I'll try to turn this bad streak around in the next few days. Lancer and his master seem very promising. Archer seems like a tough guy too. It'll be fun. Ryder roused himself, standing in his place, ready to leave at once. He had nothing else to do. The born warrior as he was, he always expected to have a good fight after all. It was exciting. Life was about emotions, and to enjoy it, you had to take those emotions to the fullest. Comrades, friends, women, fights for him, they were all emotions that gave meaning to his existence in life, making him a hero in the process. He lived his life to the fullest, at full speed, doing what he wanted, whenever he wanted, and bending to no one. His name was known the world over, and no one was indifferent to him. If anyone could truly do justice to what a hero should mean, it was without a doubt the Rider-class servant of that Holy Grail war. Chapter 8. Two people were sitting on the same bench, outside what appeared to be a high school. The sun was shining brightly, but the shades served to avoid the always hot and somewhat bothersome rays. It must have been around 9 in the morning that day. The truth is, they didn't know. They didn't have a watch handy. In reality, the time wasn't something they really cared about. They were only there because they couldn't enter the building that loomed right in front of them. Well, two of them couldn't. Scathach and Artoria were unable to access their spiritual state and become invisible to normal people due to their master's inexperience in controlling the mana provided to them. Early in the morning, before their masters had to attend school, they went to a store to buy clothes so they could go out on the street without looking like they were doing some kind of cosplay. They could say they were happy with what they had chosen. Ichigo and Shiro respectively put their own money in for them to buy whatever they wanted. Of course they were extremely grateful for the gesture. Both servants, accompanied by Saber's master, entered the store that morning to spend the money their masters had given them on the clothes they saw as most suitable. Lancer opted for something very urban and daring. A suit made entirely of very tight long-sleeved black leather with small metal plates above his shoulders, reminiscent of a true American biker. This was accompanied by boots and gloves made of the same material and sunglasses that served no other purpose than to be an accessory. His figure was greatly enhanced by the leather, and the fact that the sun reflected off it helped even more. He was a huge fan of it, as it was a sort of eye-catcher for people walking down the street. Pastor went for something more rural, as if she were a humble country girl. A simple white and blue dress covered her small figure to her knees, leaving her arms completely exposed, and she wore a medium-sized bow right on her chest. The only accessory she wore was a large white hat that revealed a single strand of hair that seemed to be standing on top of her blonde hair. To anyone who saw them, they seemed to be normal people sitting on a lonely bench next to a high school. They couldn't have been more wrong in that superficial observation, but that was the idea after all, to go unnoticed. In this way, both of them sat quietly at each end of the bench, leaving a considerable space between them, enough for another person to sit in that spot, and the truth was exactly what they were waiting for. Hey. You seriously don't want some? Come on. Don't be a party pooper. A voice was heard from the left of both of them, the servant's brows twisted upon hearing that. Neither of them responded, Artoria letting a drop of sweat run down her cheek and sighing, while Scathach on the other hand shook her head negatively. The lack of answers was enough for the third to shrug, dismissing his previous question and continuing with his own business. Once he'd done what he had in mind, he walked over to the bench and sat down among the servants, who looked askance at the scene, still in disbelief at what this person was doing. It was Saber, of course. Better known as Miyamoto Musashi, since yes, they now knew each other's names and vice versa. Keeping nothing back was one of the conditions for being as they were now, at peace and without wanting to kill each other. Returning to Musashi, in order to be able to go around physically, he needed normal clothes like those of his companions. She wore a small white t-shirt, which revealed her entire arms and part of her stomach. Since the t-shirt wasn't enough to fully cover her, she opted for a beige sweater over it. She wore casual jeans and matching shoes. It's worth noting that she left her pendants and metallic hair clip as they were before. Now, the servants found it incredible that Saber, being able to access her spirit state and walk freely wherever she wanted, was there with them in her physical state, instead of taking advantage of the window she had when she was in spirit form and going to do something more useful than being lazy and drinking what seemed to be. Hey, are you drinking liquor at this hour? Lancer asked, narrowing his eyes at her. I suggest you stop right now. What if they attack and you're drunk? I'd certainly kill you first before the enemy if that were the case. Scathach reproached Saber for acting so careless. Artoria nodded at those words. I agree, Saber, I think you should drop that for everyone's sake. We're servants, we're not here to have fun. Castor joined Lancer's protest. Saber sweat-dropped at the two's accusations. Wait, this is a soda. Nothing more. I wouldn't drink liquor this early, it's tasty, but I know how to control myself. She defended herself by shaking the drink back and forth and then showing the label, revealing that it was a grape soda. Looking closer, Lancer realized that Saber was right, he wouldn't apologize anyway. Although, Musashi's brow moved slightly at something Lancer had said, so Saber would do it. So you'd kill me first, right? I'd like to see you try that, he said, while continuing with his drink, of course, leaving a sly smile on his face. Scathach immediately raised an eyebrow at what she had just heard, slowly took off her glasses, and gave Saber a dangerous look. Oh, is this a challenge, Saber? She asked, even though she knew it was, she just wanted to hear what Saber had to say. Pastor remained expectant. If they continued like this, he might have to intervene if necessary. Come on, wouldn't you like to know what's faster? Stronger. The fastest attack from your spear or my aim. It would be very interesting for me, to be honest. You've really read my mind. However, be careful what you ask for, kiddo. You might end up regretting it. Lancer had to say it. Ever since Ichigo arrived that night and told him he'd been ambushed by Saber, he'd been eager to see what kind of servant she was. Now that he knew, destroying her completely would be truly satisfying. Musashi laughed at her. Yeah. I've never done it before, so I doubt I'll start now. So. At that moment, both of them smiled in a very dangerous way while looking at each other with a bloodlust that was palpable in the air. Castor was already preparing to take them both down right then and there if they were going to do what they were planning to do. They were servants in a war after all. It was like an instinct to want to fight another, even if they weren't enemies. Surely Lancer and Saber were the kind of people who always went head to head when it came to fighting. Well, that desire was intensified right now. Just when she thought everything was going to explode, the one who ended up bursting into laughter was Musashi, seeming really amused by the situation they were in. I was just joking, it was a joke. I wouldn't fight you now that our masters are allies, for me it would be like betraying their trust, and that's something I won't do, she said confidently looking at Lancer, who let out a slight laugh and then looked elsewhere. Let your guard down, Castor, Scathach addressed the still serious blonde. Saber and I were just playing, she explained, adjusting her glasses, while Saber, at her side, continued to sip her drink calmly, humming something like a child. Joking? Playing? Of course they weren't doing any of that, Artoria thought, not letting her guard down at all. They hadn't been joking or playing at all. In truth, everything was more serious than it seemed. Calm returned after that minor clash. Time continued to pass normally on that bench, where there was no more clash like the one before. At times, they chatted casually about one thing or another. That is, until Artoria decided to bring up something from what they had discussed that night. Lancer, I still can't believe that Ichigo is actually a Shinigami, even though he claims to be just a substitute. I certainly thought he wasn't a magician when I faced him. To think that a boy is part human and part Shinigami is even more surprising. Is something like that really possible? It could be, after all, we are just spirits, not much different from what Ichigo is when he transforms. Castor expressed his sincere thoughts. Saber nodded a little beside him. It's awesome, but more importantly, as long as Ichigo can fight no matter what it is, I just know that it's going to be a lot of fun in the second round. That and I might try a thing or two with him, Saber said quickly as she crushed the can in her hand and threw it into the trash can from her position. She gave a small celebration when it landed in the trash can. All under Artoria's gaze, who sweated at the swordswoman's carefree attitude. The blonde looked at the person she had addressed first, only to find that he had lost himself in his thoughts, and this had happened after she mentioned Ichigo. She was surely remembering something. Scathach seemed to come back to herself when she noticed Castor's gaze on her. Oh, yes, she answered simply, as if somewhat out of touch. Speaking of masters, for yours all this must have been a bit hard to swallow. He's a mage, but one removed from the world of mages. A bit strange, considering his father was apparently one. He probably didn't want to involve him in that world, but here he is, involved in one of the events that any high-status mage would want to be at, except him. I don't disagree with you. Rin and Ichigo took the trouble to explain everything he needed to know about the Holy Grail war to Shiru. They said they would do it since they didn't want to take Shiru directly to the person leading the war because he is a bastard, according to them. She remembered how Ichigo placed special emphasis on that subject. She also knew who it was, but she thanked them for their trouble. It seemed that they were very good friends after all. That's why they were in that place right now, because their masters had that kind of relationship, otherwise it would be impossible for three servants to be in the same place without trying to kill each other, although the desire on the part of two servants in particular was there. By the way, Castor. I assume you lifted the barrier around the high school. Lancer addressed her, Artoria nodded slightly. I did it, but it wasn't just around the high school. I took over the entire block. If anything gets inside, I'll know about it. Even the tiniest familiar would be detected instantly. Whew, that's quick. It would probably take a normal mage a long time to set up a barrier that takes up that much space, and with that much precision, Saber flattered her as she leaned back on the bench and crossed her arms and legs. Being a caster seems to have its advantages. You're probably very strong with your spells in battle as well, he concluded, observing her. The truth is it's not that bad, despite knowing how to use high-level magic. I'm much more like the Saber class when it comes to battle. You could say that it's in my nature to go head-on in a fight instead of using spells to combat. Castor downplayed his magic when it came to combat. Boo, then maybe it's my fault that you couldn't be summoned as a Saber. My apologies for that. Musashi sweated a little at that, taking into account that Artoria was the last servant summoned. The Saber spot was already taken by her, and it left him no choice but to take the last missing class. Don't apologize, Saber. I think that being a caster is an advantage due to the type of master I have. Casters don't need large amounts of mana to be in optimal condition. It's clear that Shiru doesn't stand out in that aspect, so I can safely say that I was summoned in the most convenient class. She contradicted him with a smile, observing with interest a small bird's nest that was in a nearby tree. Lancer watched her out of the corner of his eye behind his glasses. Despite the fact that Artoria hadn't been summoned in the class that best suited her and a master who wasn't the best in terms of the mana he gave her, Scathach could say one thing for sure. Castor was a servant to be very wary of. last night's encounter, in which they were on the verge of killing each other, made that clear, as she had gone there with true intentions of killing her right there. Her stats and advantages that she should have had being a saber must have been greatly resented by being a caster, an unaccustomed class, or rather, a class that should not fight head-on. Furthermore, the memory of the wound that had been caused and healed in a few seconds was still on his mind, and now he knew the reason for it. Artoria, or rather, Artoria Avalon, was like the very personification of the mythical scabbard once given to the King of Knights by the fairies themselves, the perfect utopia he had dreamed of. She was that same king who had achieved his goal, or so one might suppose. But, she wasn't that King of Knights, she was more of a what if instead of taking out the sword of selection, had he taken out the staff of selection, not becoming the king everyone knows, but a protective guardian of Britain. The girl from the prophecy. A normal girl who had taken a completely different path, turning her into someone completely different as well. The end of that path and the representation of that change in history was what he was right now, a king without a crown, or his defect, a perfect king who ruled nothing. She did not exist to rule, she existed for and to protect. She wasn't Artoria Pendragon, but it was also true to say that she was the point where all those possible paths surrounding her converged, and therefore, she was familiar with each and every one of them. She knew the beginning, the process, and the outcome. Aster could tell it was something complicated to explain even for her. When she began to think more deeply shortly after things had calmed down for the night, she felt as if she had woken up from a long sleep, surely from the memories that were coming to her mind without stopping. But what Lancer was really interested in was the following. Artoria's close relationship with Avalon made them almost synonymous, making Artoria the closest thing to a being who couldn't die. Any kind of wound would be healed in moments, and a serious one in a few minutes. Which made her a truly formidable opponent, someone with her strength and fighting prowess, coupled with her ridiculous ability to regenerate mid-fight, made for possibly the most well-rounded opponent in that war. Scathach thought that if they faced each other a second time, the best way to deal with her was to try to finish her off as quickly as possible, and then reduce her body to dust so that she couldn't regenerate. A long fight was pointless against a servant whose energy expenditure was minimal, and whose regeneration was so high, she was almost certain to die in the attempt if the latter happened. The biggest disadvantage she could have would be her master. She said that being a caster helped her with that, and she could say she was right. But would she be able to use her noble phantasms in the state she was summoned in? She really doubted that. But for now, she didn't have to worry about fighting with her or with Musashi, though if the latter continued to insist, she'd have no choice but to give him what he wanted. Even if she was playing at home in a field like Japan, she felt comfortable playing away. She'd see what she was made of when the time came to cross swords. The last one I'd thought of jumped up from her spot, catching Caster and Lancer's gazes on her. Well, I'll get another drink. You really don't want anything? It makes me feel awkward that I'm the only one drinking something. Musashi laughed at her last sentence, even though she truly felt that way. Scathach sighed at the insistence, not just now, but before. I'll take your word for it. Bring me whatever you think is best. I'd like an orange juice, if you don't mind, Artoria chimed in pleasantly. Saber smiled, noting that they were now on the same page. With that, he winked at them and then set off in search of the nearest vending machine. Lancer and Caster would wait quietly with the peaceful ambient sound in the background, thinking about how lively Saber was. In high school. Honshiru. Damn my luck, the Redeed snorted as he sat at his desk in the classroom. I could hear the professor talking, but I didn't know what he was talking about, as he was deep in thought due to the series of events that had occurred in a matter of hours. Yesterday was supposed to be a normal day, like any other, but nothing could be further from the truth. He was almost killed, summoned a strange girl who turned out to be his servant in a so-called Holy Grail war, in which he was unknowingly chosen as a master. To fight for the right to a wish, he was informed by Ichigo of what happened 10 years ago during the Fourth War. His legs gave way when he heard the cause of the hell that occurred in Fuyuki a decade ago, but the decision came to him when he stood firm and decided that he was going to fight to stop said war. Fighting for that Grail would go against what he wanted. Harming people to get what he wanted would only be a contradiction he didn't want to fall into. He certainly had a wish, but that wish wasn't something he needed a Grail to fulfill. Shiro looked at the back of his hand, on which the command seals were perfectly engraved, that which made him an official participant in that massacre. Many times I asked myself, why was I the only one who survived? Why was I allowed to continue living? I may have found the answer, everything has a reason. I will never forget that sight, full of horror and death, but I will also never forget the one that came shortly after, that of Emiya Kiritsugu holding out his hand to me and thanking me, as if he were the one saved and not me. The moment has come where I will know why I did not die that day, he thought determinedly. Not only that, it turns out that others I knew, like Rin and Ichigo, were also involved. The former being a magician who had been hidden from the world, that's right, and the latter. The god of death, a Shinigami. The substitute ended up lightening the same orange hair. Seriously? Was she messing with him? Was she joking with him? He knew Ichigo wasn't someone who joked with what he said, he believed that, no, he should believe him, after all, he faced Castor right in front of his eyes looking like that, with a sword in hand as if he was used to fighting, and with an aura that with its mere presence, could make him uncomfortable. Asaka didn't seem to believe him either, Ichigo simply counterattacked by saying that he hadn't believed at first that mages existed and even an association of them. But that now he believed them, since he had seen even more incredible things. In the end he blurted out that whether they believed him or not was their business, he fulfilled his duty to tell them the truth. Of course, she decided to believe him, apparently to Sokka still not completely, but she didn't have any proof to say otherwise, so with annoyance, she seemed to try to change the subject. Ichigo mocked her, saying that before she had practically begged him to tell her what he was, and now that she told him, he made a scene and refused to believe her, he couldn't understand her. He had warned her, it would have been easier if they had just agreed that he was special in some way, and that the matter was closed. Now, Shiri didn't think he could ever see Ichigo the same way, not because he was afraid of him or anything. He knew he was still the same person. It's just that. It was too surprising, he was in the presence of someone who was both a human and a Shinigami. Ichigo simply didn't want to give many more details from that point on, since he didn't see them as too relevant. The most important thing had already been said. There was also his own servant, Castor. Another incredible thing is that she claimed to be a variation of the one they knew as the King of Knights. But what certainly caught his attention about her, even more than her identity, appearance, and strength, was her motive for fighting in that war. The only wish I could harbor in my heart would be to protect humans above all things. I do not want to see anyone die or suffer. That is why I will fight for the people of this city, that way I will not need the Grail, since I will already be fulfilling my wish. Shiryu, I am your servant and I will obey your orders without hesitation, as long as they do not attack human beings. Those who cause pain and suffering must be judged. If you agree with that, I swear on my life that I will always be by your side, once again. So calm yet serious at the same time, words that came from her soul. That's how Shiryu perceived it in that moment, when he could only feel admiration and gratitude for having summoned someone like that. He couldn't disappoint her, even knowing he was a terrible mage, he would try to be the best master possible for her. Although once again. What did she mean by that? She'd said those words almost wistfully, and apparently he wasn't the only one who'd noticed, and he wasn't the only one who didn't understand. The others also had no apparent desire. The Shinigami claimed not to really know why he was involved in this, and Rin said he only fought to win. The same thing happened with the servants. Castor had already made clear what she was looking for, and Miyamoto Musashi said that. Right. Musashi was a woman. Shiryu thought, remembering what happened last night. It was certainly too many strange revelations in one night. Well, back to what I was thinking, Musashi said he didn't have a wish either, just like his master, he fought to win and show who was stronger. The Holy Grail. It would surely be nice to be able to eat Yuden in such a special bowl, but I'll pass. That's how the swordswoman downplayed the importance of the prize to be obtained by winning the war. Though, a quick glance at Ichigo's servant, Scathach, noticed that she was deep in thought on the subject of wishes. She was the only one who didn't reveal what she would wish for if it led to obtaining the Holy Grail. Rather, there seemed to be hesitation on her face, as if something wasn't right. The orange-haired man approached Lancer and asked what was wrong, since he had also noticed that something was bothering his servant. She simply said that it was nothing, and that he shouldn't worry. Certainly for Shiryu, Lancer was the most enigmatic of the three servants. At first glance, she seemed to be serious and somewhat distrustful of those around her, and she also had a certain amount of tension with Musashi, which was noticeable every time they saw each other, even for a brief moment. But that distrust vanished when it was Ichigo who addressed her. If she was the orange-haired man's servant, Shiryu thought he could rest easy. He was brought out of his thoughts when he heard the teacher call him to read a text cited in the history book. He stood up to read it aloud, putting the whole matter he was currently dealing with aside for just that moment. But Ichigo. He was writing the math exercises that the teacher was writing on the board, but he was on autopilot at that moment, his mind was somewhere else. At that moment he could feel the presence of Lancer, Saber and Castor being close to the high school, reminding him of what he was into. Now the war could be said to have turned in his favor, although he didn't like to think that way when two of his closest friends were involved in a matter where they could lose their lives. Somehow it made him think that having them rather close, he could protect them with the help of his servants, who he could say weren't bad people at all. It made him more optimistic about ending that ridiculous war as quickly as possible. It was definitely better to fight against 4 servant and master duos than against 6 duos, and the 2 that were eliminated from the equation were now his allies in that, forming a battle team where there were 3 servants and him, who could easily count as an 8th servant due to his strength. And with that, trying to go head on to finish off the other servants one by one, they might be very strong, but in a 4 versus 1, they weren't going to have any chance. The smartest thing to do would be to get moving as quickly as possible and try to get the war on track right away, he thought as he looked ahead, so he could see and copy another exercise. Ichigo might have been surprised that such an event was happening in that city, and even that it was a sort of tradition that began many years ago. But it only surprised him momentarily. After having seen the incredible before his eyes countless times, the decision came to him quickly. He already had experience protecting cities from supernatural events, after all. If he could do it once, he could do it again. Facing forces that seemed impossible to overcome, being desperate many of those times, now gave him security and confidence that he could overcome any obstacle that stood in his way. Even more so if he had Lancer fighting by his side. He knew she was strong, very strong, probably stronger than him, and that wasn't something that bothered him. If he fought side by side with her, they'd be able to take down anyone, he was sure of that, and he didn't want to say it, but he hoped to put it into practice as soon as the opportunity arose. Now that he thought about it, he would ask Lancer about something that had left him thinking about that night. Of course, it was something he should have asked him that night they met. What is her wish? If she was summoned, it's because she has a wish for the Grail. Maybe she felt bad seeing that she was the only one among us who wants the Grail to make a wish. Or that she was ashamed to say it. Maybe both. Ichigo thought, frowning at the possibilities. Either way, he couldn't allow something like that under any circumstances. But before anything else, he had to know what that desire was. He wouldn't force her to tell him, but he also expected her to be sincere. He'd been sincere with everything he'd said from the beginning, and he was sure she knew it too. As Ichigo looked back at the blackboard and prepared to copy the last exercise, he suddenly felt something very close, too close he would say. The impression made him break the tip of his pencil against his notebook. A drop of sweat appeared on his forehead, and then he looked up straight at the ceiling. He could feel it, on the rooftop. It was a 4th servant who had just arrived at the scene. And just as quickly as he felt it coming, he also felt Lancer, Saber, and Caster moving forward to confront him. Ichigo, stay where you are, we'll take care of it, he heard his servant's voice in his head. He also concentrated to respond. I listened to you this time, but don't even think about fighting in this place. Tell Musashi not to do anything stupid, there are too many people, he answered seriously in his mind. I will, but that will also depend on how reasonable the servant here is. Lancer ended the communication. Ichigo clearly felt how the 3 servants landed on the roof just above his classroom, surrounding the new presence in the act. I really hoped it wouldn't get out of hand. At overwhelming speed, the 3 servants landed around the newcomer on the roof in a perfect triangle, now in their true appearances and with their weapons. Musashi smiled confidently while on the other hand Lancer and Caster remained impassive, holding their spear and staff respectively towards the new servant. He raised an eyebrow at his appearance. He wore golden armor that stood out quite a bit, with black mesh underneath, boots of the same material, and a Trojan war helmet that hid his face completely, but from which a small lock of green hair protruded. He smiled a little at his surroundings, casually brought the spear he was holding to his shoulder, and gave a slight sigh. 3 women? Really? Then they'll ask me why I hate fate, damn it, it seems I'm not lucky, the man cursed. His words seemed annoyed, but his tone indicated otherwise. He seemed to be having fun. Oh? Do you look disappointed that your opponents are women? Lancer asked, revealing a smile of total defiance towards the servant, a smile which the servant reciprocated. Not at all. I've only had the occasional problem with women in my life. My policy is to not fight women if possible, but that doesn't seem to be possible this time. Besides, you can see that each of you is strong. Saber, Lancer, Caster. It would be boring if it weren't like that, wouldn't you think? The man asked. You seem to have a good eye, Musashi laughed confidently. And I agree, but it would be even more boring if you weren't strong, Ryder. Saber answered now, taking the words right out of Lancer's mouth. Anyway, why would you show up right now in the middle of a high school in broad daylight, Ryder? I hope you understand what could happen here if things cross the line, since you don't seem to be a fool, Caster joined the conversation from his spot. I'm flattered, Caster. But let's not overthink what I was looking for by coming here in person. He began, the golden case dissolving into particles of the same color, revealing his face in full of confidence before continuing. I just wanted to see who the competition was up close. It's strange to have 3 servants standing so close to each other without doing anything, so I found it interesting and went over to say hello, he finished simply. How reckless. That's stupid coming from someone who's clearly not stupid. Not only are you looking closely like you say, but it's also as if you're sending a message. I'm not afraid of you, I'll appear before you, and just as quickly as I arrived, I'll leave without you being able to do anything to prevent it. Isn't that right? Are you trying to prove that you're better than us before facing us? Scathach asked nimbly, narrowing her eyes at him. Oops, you caught me. What a clever woman. Ryder laughed softly as she shrugged. Exactly. Battles are won before weapons are even crossed. It always has been and always will be. You're pushing your luck. And you really thought it would work? Lancer mockingly replied, taking a step forward. Saber and Castor followed suit. Ryder raised his alertness even though he seemed just as relaxed. Not really, but it's fun. I'll show you all what I'm capable of when the sun sets. At Ryder's words, the servants leaned closer, ready to make a move. He was very wrong if he thought they were going to let him go just like that. Sure, only if you're still in the war by then, Ryder. Those were the last words from Castor and the three servants before launching themselves at Ryder in the fastest movement they had made up to that point, all three with their weapons forward. They did have an impact, but it certainly wasn't what they expected. They had collided their own weapons, Musashi's two swords, Scathach's spear, and Artoria's staff had collided with each other where the servant had been. They quickly felt their weapons suddenly feel heavier. The reason? They quickly reached her. Ryder stood with his arms crossed right above his weapons, still maintaining a playful smile on his face. Too slow. He mocked, then leaped into the air with force, put two fingers to his mouth, and whistled, invoking the rider's signature trait. A winged chariot carried by three horses suddenly appeared in the air. Ryder held onto it and climbed on, taking the reins of the chariot as it accelerated at an incredible speed. He said goodbye. If you're brave, we'll meet at midnight, 20 kilometers north outside the city. May the gods of Olympus bless our upcoming battle. He concluded as the chariot flashed green, disappearing into the distance due to its speed. All this under the watchful eye of the servants who made their weapons disappear in case Saber had holstered them. Whew, there he goes, Saber whistled, still surprised by how quickly he'd disappeared. He'd probably arrived that way, which is why everything had been so sudden. So that's Ryder, what an interesting guy. I'll take the challenge. Calm down, Saber. It could be a simple trap and we could be falling into it if we go. Artoria calmed her. Lancer would join her as well. I think so too, although he didn't seem to be lying about anything he said. It's clear he's a born warrior, he wouldn't lie about something like that. But, if it really is a trap, what could he do against the three of us and Ichigo at the same time? Scathach explained, since she could do little to nothing in a situation like that. That's what I'm talking about, Lancer. But if it's not a trap, I'll face it first by myself. Excuse me for wanting to hog the fun for myself, Musashi warned about what he had in mind. Castor sighed and shook his head slightly in the negative. I'm sorry to bring you down, but you won't be facing anyone alone, Saber. We're working as a team and we'll tackle problems as one. If a trap strikes, we'll take him out, and if not, we'll take him out too, Castor stated confidently. Musashi snorted at her authoritarian tone, which brought a slight smile to Scathach's face. I like that tone. That's what we'll do, so I suggest you take everything a little more calmly, Saber. Whatever happens, you're sure to have some fun, Lancer encouraged her, beginning to walk away from the place with Castor, leaving Saber a little behind. She sighed. Well, what can I do? I hope you're right and that something interesting happens tonight. I have faith in that guy, the swords girl said, recovering her spirits as she followed the two servants, once again heading towards the bench they were on before. She would eagerly wait for something to happen when the sun went down. Nothing happened. Damn liar, Musashi whispered in reference to Ryder as the cold breeze moved strands of her hair across her impassive face. This is great. They've made us look stupid, Ichigo said without apparent emotion next to her. Address indicated, distance indicated and surely place indicated. On a plane that was roughly 400 meters in radius, the group of 6 members had been there for about 3 hours. Since it was 10 p.m., it was already past 1 a.m., and there was not even a hint that anyone was going to appear. This doesn't make any sense, Castor blurted out, standing a few feet behind Ichigo and Saber, next to her red-haired master. Now she had everyone's attention. Whether alone or accompanied, Ryder wasn't lying. There was no doubt he was coming, she stated, her fairy eyes allowing her to see through every lie. Castor, what do you mean? Shiru asked, a question that Ichigo paid attention to. However, it was Lancer who would continue. It means he seemed like the kind of guy who wouldn't go back on his word, so that means something happened to him, or his master didn't allow him to show up. If it's the latter, that would strain the relationship between master and servant, Rin said, speaking now. If Ryder was so bold as to show up at school in broad daylight, then he must be some kind of free spirit who does whatever he wants, whenever he wants. I highly doubt his master would have liked something like that. Probably a command seal if necessary, she deduced, placing a hand on her chin. Ichigo, do you remember when I told you that I didn't recommend ordering me to do something I didn't want to do? It's exactly for these kinds of situations. Scathach directed her gaze towards her master, who did the same, paying attention to her. Oh, don't fool yourself, I'm not so childish as to want to do whatever I want. I know what my role is, but there will always be limits, and those limits are different for everyone, including us servants. Besides, it's not like you haven't done it before. A slap on the wrist might help, he laughed a little at the end. I see, Ichigo said simply. By the way, now that he thought about it. Right, Lancer? I'm still waiting for you to tell me what you have planned, that favor you said yesterday, the Shinigami reminded him, although she hadn't forgotten it at all. Lancer walked over to stand beside him, calmly resting his forearm on his shoulder, making Ichigo feel somewhat uncomfortable with this action. Don't worry, when the time comes you'll know, and I assure you it will be a lot of fun, he said slowly, Ichigo sweating a little at his tone. It would be fun. For her. Most likely, and not so fun for him, for sure. Or was it? He was used to people trying to trick him in some way, though that didn't seem to be the case with Lancer. What did he have in mind? Her thoughts ended the moment she heard Shiro speak regarding the previous topic. Pastor, what would you do if for some hypothetical reason I forced you to do something you didn't want to do? She asked with interest in the possibility that for some reason he would do something like that. The blonde placed a hand on her small chin for a moment, for seconds. Let me see. Once he had it, he decided to speak, while everyone else listened to his answer. I'd probably get really angry, I might even go so far as to decapitate you, Artori replied extremely calmly, which made Shiro sweat. Seeing his reaction, she burst out laughing, floated close enough to him, and tapped him on the forehead with her knuckles. I was joking, just try not to do something like that. But if you do, I will try to understand and forgive you in the process, because it's you and only you, I know that you would never do something to harm someone else or for your own benefit. You could say it's favoritism, the truth is that I also believe it, he said very calmly, at which point Shiro's face began to turn the same shade as his hair. Oh okay. The boy said nervously. Rin's jaw nearly hit the floor at the scene Caster was making, Musashi simply looked away in slight embarrassment, not quite knowing where to put herself in the face of the scene in front of her. On the other hand, Ichigo and Lancer's faces were completely neutral. For a moment, they stared at each other with the same impassive expressions. Is this serious? They mentally asked themselves. TCH, how sweet. Look how you left it, it turned as red as his hair, Ichigo joked, watching the mage. He would later remind him of the scene over and over again, like the good friend he was. He rested his sword on his free shoulder, since Lancer still had his arm resting on his left shoulder. How daring, Caster. I saw you as someone less daring, Scathach joined her master. Artoria's eyes rolled and she looked away. That W wasn't my intention. Forgetting about what I said before. I think we should return to the city and stay at a strategic point. In case of an attack, we'll be together and take out the attacker, the black-haired woman proposed, crossing her arms. Something logical, Lancer added from his place, removing his arm from Ichigo's shoulder and bringing his hand to his hip. Point strategic. Stay together. Shiro said, quickly seeming to realize what the girl was talking about. It won't be at my house, he quickly explained. Ichigo, who hadn't noticed up to that point, noticed and was also quick to protest, but Rin got there first. Not in mine either, he said, laughing slightly with amusement. Ichigo frowned in annoyance at that. No, definitely not. Shit, I said no, Ichigo thought monotonously with a small twitch in his right eye. At that moment everyone was sitting around the small table in their living room while Shiro was preparing something to eat in the kitchen, the sound of cooking utensils in the background. Also, why the hell was Shiro cooking if it was 12 o'clock at night? Chapter 9. What is this? Ichigo asked calmly, but there was some bewilderment in his voice. He was in a kind of jungle. There was some light, but it was nighttime. It must have been the moon. Indeed, when he looked up, he clearly saw the bright light. But it was strange. Was this a dream? It seemed like it. He'd never been anywhere like this, not even on school field trips. The last thing he remembered was going to sleep after everyone in the house, except Lancer, had knocked over his refrigerator with a smile on their faces. But that didn't matter now. The strange place he found himself in, what was it? The vegetation looked very degraded, he could see shadows passing in totally random places around him. They seemed to be ghosts. He wasn't scared at all. He'd been familiar with that sort of thing since he was young, although this was a little more macabre than usual, it wasn't anything out of this world for him, so neither the ghosts nor the strange sounds and wailing they made were really a problem for him. The truly strange thing was that this was his dream. Everything seemed so detailed, he really doubted that, like almost every dream, he'd forget it when he woke up. A dark forest, with that kind of paranormal activity, for someone else it would be a nightmare, but for him it was strange. Maybe I should move around a bit, he thought, not wanting to stay still in one place the whole time. Ichigo was about to walk when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching his position very quickly. The first thing that came to his mind was to hide behind a tree, letting its shadow hide him completely. The furious footsteps came closer and closer until he saw a figure emerge from the darkness that seemed to be fatigued, taking a breath right in the place where he had been before. Ichigo looked at it analytically, trying to see what it looked like despite the darkness. He appeared to be a boy about 12 years old. He had blue hair slicked back in an aggressive style and familiar red eyes. He was armed with a sword in his hand, a bow on his back with arrows hanging from his belt, and a dagger in his pants. He looked tired, dirty, and battered on his body and face, but when he looked up, Ichigo knew immediately that the boy would not give up, whatever he was doing in that place, he would fulfill his purpose. The blue-haired man barely caught his breath and also hid behind a tree stealthily, placing his back against it while tightening his grip on his sword with both hands, uncertainly observing the path of darkness through which he had arrived. Ichigo watched this with interest. It seemed as if the boy was running away from something, and he wasn't sure whether or not they could see it, since, as stupid as she was, there was still the possibility that it wasn't a dream and something had simply happened to him in reality, or that this was his reality now, so he wouldn't intervene. It shouldn't take long for him to find me. I just have to hold on a little longer. I've been able to escape for 20 days, I can definitely last more than a month this time, the boy whispered in a low tone, but Ichigo, due to his proximity, had been able to hear. Had he been on the run for 20 days in a forest like that? That child. Any child his age should be playing with dolls, dirt, or something similar, but there he was, surviving, just like he'd said. But surviving what? He felt someone standing right behind him. His pupils dilated and he froze. His breathing stopped. It felt like 2 daggers were being stabbed into his back. He slowly turned his head to look over his shoulder, and that was where he was most surprised. "Lancer?" he asked her, who had a look of absolute seriousness observing him while firmly holding a spear in her right hand. Something that honestly made him sweat profusely. He felt that those red eyes saw into the depths of his soul. She didn't respond to his call. Instead, a somewhat macabre smile appeared on her fine features, which only made Ichigo even more uncomfortable. He was about to speak again, only to realize that Lancer had continued on his way, passing through him completely, as if he were nothing more than a ghost in that place, approaching the boy's location at a slow pace. But what? He pierced me? So this is it must have been, some kind of memory projected in his head like a dream, a memory of his servant. With that thought, he decided to see what would happen. The boy seemed to realize something was approaching and immediately got up to flee again, but this time it was too late for that. At this point, it's useless to escape, Satanta. You've improved, you've managed to elude me for a long time, but no matter how much you improve, you know that this moment will always come. If the enemy corners you, what will you do? Asked the woman, observing the boy leaning against a tree, who had a tired and somewhat terrified expression. However, he gathered his courage, grabbed the sword he had left leaning against a tree, and stood up fiercely. "I'm going to fight, damn it. Shushu, this time I won't let myself be caught so easily." The boy named Satanta shouted confidently to his mentor, who smiled at such a brave action. "That's how I like it. Try not to die then," he warned, making another spear appear in his free hand. Both Ichigo and the blue-haired boy sweated at that. This wasn't going to be pretty. And in fact, it wasn't. The orange-haired man was sure Lancer had attacked the boy with true murderous intent. Lancer fought back for a few exchanges until one of the spears connected with him in the leg, wounding him not seriously, but practically removing all mobility. The game was over. You lasted a little longer than last time, but I was expecting more. Maybe I'm being too gentle with you, she mused, placing a hand to her chin thoughtfully. As soft, you say? That damn old bitch is crazy, the boy thought with a deathly expression. If she's been being soft until now. What did you just think? The woman asked, seeing his face. She didn't have to look too far to know he wasn't saying anything nice about her. In her eyes, Satanta was nothing more than an open book. The blue-haired boy trembled nervously when he saw that she had practically read his mind. At that moment, the woman approached him and, with one of her spears, pierced the boy's clothes while he didn't put up any resistance, as if he were resigned, as if he wanted to disappear right there. Of course, she noticed and smiled, not having very good intentions. "Come on, we'll start the intensive training right now, so you better take off that stupid expression right now, because very soon I'm going to give you a real reason to want to be dead, you little bastard." She laughed a little at the end, which made the blue-haired boy tremble, who was now trying to get away from the spear uselessly while Scathach began to walk. "Boy no. Shushu Sueltum. Shushu. Shut up. For every scream I hear entering my ears, well, I don't need to tell you what I'll do I, Satanta?" He simply decided to bite his tongue, any word that came out of his mouth was going to be used against him. "But boy," Scathach said with a half smile as she continued on her way. The boy just kept quiet and let himself be guided by his teacher, knowing that everything he said would be used against him, a lost battle. Ichigo watched the scene with a drop of sweat running down his temple. Lancer was a master. I think that makes sense. If I remember correctly, when I met her, she offered to teach me magic. He remembered when she had rebuilt his house. Scathach, that name still sounds familiar to me. I haven't researched it yet, but seeing this now it interests me even more, he thought with his curiosity piqued more than before, he decided that he was going to follow the teacher and student pair. But that decision was cut short when his body began to fade away, which immediately made him realize that if he was dreaming, he must be about to wake up right now. With that, he watched for the last time as the pair that had captured his attention moved further and further away, disappearing into the forest while he finally disappeared completely. Her heavy eyelids gradually became lighter, a sign that her rest was almost over. She felt the intense yellow color pass through her closed eyelids, taking on another hue, a more orange one, like her own hair. Ichigo opened his eyes, then closed them and opened them again, intending to get used to the sunlight. What time was it? He was supposed to have school that day, but judging by the intensity of the sun, he could tell it was 9 or 10 in the morning. It didn't matter, I was planning on not going to school anyway, I might be missing a lot, but school didn't have any kind of importance next to what was happening in the city, which could be brought down if any battle got out of control. But it wasn't the time to think about that, or rather, his mind wasn't in the right place to think about it at that moment. His brain must still be sleepy, so he pushed that thought away to focus on what was closer at hand. I see you're awake, Ichigo, he heard softly from his left. Through the door a shadow could be seen that seemed to be sitting on the other side. Ichigo quickly identified it, how could he not? Lancer, he said in greeting, and she nodded slightly. It was true. There were no more rooms in the house now. The one she'd used before was left for Saber, the one right across from his. She noticed Lancer was a little irritated by it. She thought he was right, but there was no other option. He got up from the futon and stretched a little, cracking his bones in the process. He replayed in his mind what had happened so far and remembered that now his house wasn't solitary at all. A few hours ago. It couldn't be true, it wasn't happening to him. The servants who didn't need to eat made a week's worth of food disappear in a single night. Musashi ate a lot, but it was impossible for someone as small as Artoria to, after initially acting tough about not needing to eat, end up making her refrigerator weigh about 7 kilograms less, while Rin laughed at her misfortune. But it's all Shiru's fault, no need to wake up stomachs in the middle of the night, he thought, irritated by his red-haired friend's hobby. He was a good cook, a very good one, to be honest. But that only meant that when people try his food, they always want more, and more for him now meant bankruptcy, red numbers. She would need financial help to leave, she would have a serious talk with Rin about it, she's always seemed to have money, if she thought she was going to be cozy at home she was wrong, especially if she had Musashi with her. She wouldn't ask Shiru for anything because it wasn't necessary, he himself wouldn't take long to offer to collaborate, especially if he had a bottomless pit as a servant. She was grateful Lancer wasn't that type. In fact, it was clear she was doing her best not to be a nuisance to him. She refused the moment Shiru asked her if she wanted anything, but he insisted a bit, saying he wasn't entirely comfortable with everyone else eating except her. The brief exchange of glances between Scathach and Ichigo was enough for them to understand each other. At that point, the woman asked for some ice cream, if it wasn't too much trouble. Of course, Ichigo might be bothered by his house being used as an all expenses paid in, but since it seemed like it couldn't be helped. She never seems to feel entirely comfortable. It may be favoritism, clearly it is since she's my servant, but I want her to enjoy at least a little while while she's here Ichigo thought, watching as Lancer began to eat his ice cream little by little, a tiny smile forming on his face due to the taste. That evening lasted for about 2 hours, full of jokes and pranks in which Ichigo and Scathach remained on the sidelines, since it was not their style, however, they paid due attention to what was happening, and it was difficult to avoid the occasional small smile escaping them at the ridiculous comments they were randomly making just to brighten up an already cheerful atmosphere. Since that night, the lonely living room of that house took on a life and color it hadn't had in a long time. It might have annoyed and irritated him, but Ichigo knew that one way or another, he wouldn't be completely alone from that moment on. Somehow, it reassured him. Present. Lancer, what are the others doing? I'm surprised I haven't heard anything. I thought things would be less bearable, he asked the woman as he began walking toward the door. And you can say that, considering Saber has a loose mouth, I suppose he's a bit too quiet. Although I suggest you don't get your hopes up, at any moment I could. Damn it. Scathach was interrupted in her speech due to a scream coming from the room, as if she had seen the future, Saber had done exactly what she was saying, and that annoyed her. A vein popped out on Ichigo's forehead due to how sudden it was, the scream finally waking him up completely. As if Lancer could see through the wall, he'd ask something that wouldn't be crazy at the moment. Ichigo, should I kill her? I don't think that's. You'll get me this. This time the one interrupted was Ichigo, who held the bridge of his nose for a few brief moments before answering the question previously asked by his servant. At least not for the moment, he said irritably as he opened the door to step out into the hallway. A slight chuckle from Lancer was heard at the change of heart. Let's go see what's going on. I don't think I'm crazy enough to scream at nothing. Do you think so? I think he's crazy, the woman played along, also walking toward the exit of her room. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, he replied simply as he finished leaving his room and headed towards the living room. Lancer came out of hers as well and followed him, now wearing a gray sweater that covered her up to above her knees. They walked to the living room door and leaned on either side of the frame to observe what the commotion was. Ichigo raised his eyebrows at what he was seeing. And it were Castor and Saber sitting at the table facing each other, apparently playing cards. Just when he arrived was the moment when Saber seemed to lose, again. That's not fair. We've played 10 matches and I haven't won a single one. Aren't you cheating with your magic? He said accusingly, standing up from his spot while pointing his finger at Castor. Artoria remained calm in the face of the accusation. But what a sore loser, Saber. It's no good making unfounded accusations, that and the fact that you're a terrible player. If I were going to rig the game, rest assured it wouldn't be against you. Castor laughed somewhat mockingly, placing his hand in front of his mouth, which made a vein on Musashi's forehead pop out. You let's play again. He demanded forcefully, his pride wouldn't allow him to leave without winning once. Would you please stop yelling for just a moment? Ichigo scolded from the doorway, which stopped her in her tracks. She slowly turned her gaze to the orange-haired man, noticing Lancer's presence beside her as well. Ichigo, Lancer. Good morning. She shouted excitedly, raising both arms in an energetic greeting. Ichigo sighed resignedly. A second ago I told her not to scream, apparently this girl is irremediable, thought the tired orange-haired man. He noticed how Lancer looked at him, as if to say there you have your benefit of the doubt. Good morning, Ichigo, Lancer. Sorry for the commotion so early in the morning, we just thought we'd play a little to kill time, after all we got up early. I'd like to apologize in advance for that. She bowed her head slightly. Don't worry, Castor. I guess the house isn't very interesting, so if they can entertain themselves with it then I guess I can't get angry. From the noise I'm guessing they're having fun. He spoke more respectfully to Artoria, although the latter was more to try and annoy Saber. Artoria understood what he was trying to do and smiled a little at it. Of course, isn't that right, Saber? She looked at Saber knowingly, the swordswoman quickly looked away and smiled nervously. Yeah, sure, we were having a lot of fun, haha, haha, he said in a somewhat subdued tone. If he spoke his mind, it wouldn't end well. Ichigo decided to change the subject when he saw how angry Saber had become, although he partly won it over on his own. I see, and where are your masters? I don't see them around here, he asked, scanning the living room, despite knowing they were in the residence beforehand due to their spiritual pressures. The two missing people were still in their rooms. Hadn't they woken up to the commotion? But what beautiful sleepers. My master is still asleep, apparently she's a heavy sleeper. When I tried to wake her up, she threw a pillow in my face, Musashi answered. Ichigo imagined the situation in his head. For my part, Shiryu is also in bed resting. He got up early to train his magic. He got up at 5 in the morning to train his magic, and I decided to help him. He is tenacious, a strong boy who knows what he wants, however he has been doing things wrong for too long, but at least I was able to fully awaken his magical circuits that had been dormant. However, awakening his magical circuit suddenly is a great strain on the body. He may be in bed all day, but I will help him in any way I can, she said, looking at her right hand. She knew what it was like to have to learn to use magic, even when no one was around to help her. Someone might have helped her in some way in the past, but distance learning was never as effective. She wanted to be that guide she never had for Shiryu. She wouldn't feel at ease if it wasn't like that. I understand, he's in good hands, Ichigo thought, hearing her say it with complete certainty, leaving no doubt. He smiled a little to himself. He could rest easy if Castor was his servant. If he believed it before, now he believed it even more. Now that he thought about it, Shiryu and Rin were asleep, and his servants were there, so he'd been waiting for a moment like this to try to clear things up. If he knew one thing about himself, it was that he liked to be straightforward and straightforward. Artoria, Musashi, I have something to tell you, no, more like something to ask of you, he began, dropping his shoulder against the doorframe, his expression filled with seriousness, which made the aforementioned do the same, directing their gaze towards him in the same way, knowing it was important. Scathach raised an eyebrow at this, wondering what her master's next words would be. I want you to protect Shiryu and Rin with everything you have. I know it's a stupid request, you're probably thinking that it's your duty as servants, however, they are more than master's allies in this war, they are my friends. Since this is a war, I won't be able to be with them all the time, that bothers me, but it's something that can't be avoided, so I want to trust you to do it, Ichigo asked calmly. Asking for help wasn't something that really went with him, but he thought that this time he deserved it. Despite thinking that, he looked away while he was speaking until he ended up staring into space. Seconds of silence passed, which made him somewhat uncomfortable, then he heard a sword being slowly unsheathed, the soft, delicate sound of the blade brushing against the scabbard like a relaxing melody. Ichigo turned his gaze to Musashi, who stood up and drew one of his swords, placing it in front of her and closing his eyes. This is an oath. Rin Tosaka, my master. The one who granted me this magnificent opportunity to continue testing myself after death, to continue improving and perfecting my technique. I will protect her with my sword, my body, my life. My pride would mean nothing, the training would have been a waste, I would not deserve to bear the name of Miyamoto Musashi if I cannot protect that person for whom I am so grateful, she sentenced with absolute seriousness, opening her eyes slightly, which were reflected in the edge of her sword. Those eyes met directly with the boy's. I may be many things. I may have many flaws. I dedicated so much time to being the best that I lost many things on that long and dangerous path. However, I know one thing about myself very well, and that is that when I say I'm going to do something, I will do it. I told myself I would be the best, and I did. And if I say I will protect my master, then don't doubt that I will do it too, she stated strongly, her blue eyes looking directly at the Ichigos. Is that enough for you? Ichigo Kurosaki? He asked plainly, sheathing his katana in a flash and offering his hand to the boy, sealing the deal. She waited a few seconds. Wasn't he completely convinced? If necessary, she was prepared to cut off a finger or two to show she meant business. Something like that wasn't necessary, as she felt his hand on hers in a firm handshake. It's more than enough. I can definitely trust you, although an oath I think was a bit far, your word was enough for me, Ichigo clarified, as he had been surprised to hear her. He had been serious in his request, and that she of all people responded with even more seriousness than him had surprised him, but also appreciated it, showed that she took his words seriously. The swordswoman scratched her cheek, somewhat embarrassed. Really? I thought I had to. That's how I do things. All or nothing, there's no middle ground. With things like this, I can't do it any other way. Besides, you ask so seriously that I thought I should respond in kind, she explained, smiling again as she always did. Ichigo let a tiny smile slip out as he watched her return to her normal self. I suppose I am that way too, they both heard Artoria's voice, still sitting at the table, however she also stood up. I exist to protect the world, to punish those who threaten it, but since I was summoned I have another responsibility, my master. Ichigo, you said that was a stupid request, of course it isn't, I'm not doing this out of mere responsibility as a servant. The fact is, I must protect Shiryu, and I want to protect him. So I also promise it in the name of the sacred sword, and my words are absolute, she also stated, speaking clearly. Ichigo watched her silently, already trusting her to take care of Shiryu, but those words somehow reinforced that thought in his mind. Hesitating wasn't an option at that moment, not after what they'd said. I'm counting on you, he said simply, turning his back on them, apparently not wanting to show them his face. Musashi and Artoria laughed lightly at this action. They didn't need to see him directly to know he was smiling sincerely to himself. They were beginning to understand that he was like that. Hard on the outside and soft on the inside. Scathach had been waiting for everything, Ichigo's request and the servant's response. She knew that Ichigo wasn't motivated by the possibility of being able to grant a wish with the Grail, he was motivated by protecting everything he held dear. They had promised to win, but for him, winning also meant avoiding innocent and unnecessary losses, even more so if people close to him were involved in the matter. She visualized her master's smile clearly, and he briefly observed her. She quickly heard his voice in her head. Are you okay with this? Castor and Saber will be here longer, I don't know if that, he said, not entirely convinced that it was to her liking. She was quick to interrupt him. Fine, don't rack your brains. If you ask me, it's a wise decision, so I can only support it, she quickly replied to what he said, with a slight smile, she shrugged her shoulders and let out a small sigh. Her petty annoyances didn't really matter when compared to what her master cared about, and she was clear about that. Ichigo nodded, his seriousness and confidence returning to his features as he began to head toward the refrigerator. He probably intended to make some breakfast for himself and them as well. She watched him the whole time. Emiya and Tosaka, I understand. Normally I would think of them as a distraction for Ichigo and our goal. But that's not the case, they're an extra motivation for him that might make him a little less cautious and more impulsive from now on, but I guess that's what I'm here for. That wasn't something a good tug on the ear wouldn't fix. The woman laughed lightly at that last thought, the truth was she was looking forward to the moment when she and Ichigo stormed the battlefield. True, she still had in mind that favor she hoped Ichigo would be able to fulfill, although she was sure he would. Whether he wanted to do it or not was another matter. She might have to motivate him a little, but it was nothing she wasn't already experienced in. He just needed a chance, but he was patient, so he would just wait for the right moment. While thinking that, Ichigo carried to the refrigerator and opened it with the intention of making something for breakfast. When he opened it, he looked at it for a few seconds. As strange as it seemed, Scathach realized that he closed it again and then opened it. He did it about 3 times, the last time slamming the refrigerator door violently. Saber and Castor seemed to have jumped slightly from their places. A drop of sweat began to run down their foreheads. "Artoria, Musashi, why the hell is there nothing in the damn refrigerator?" Ichigo asked with a death glare at them. Unlike them, he did need to eat like any other person. A vein appeared on the orange-haired man's forehead as they casually pointed accusing fingers at each other. It was her, they gestured, their expressions neutral. "Everything has a price, I guess," thought Scathach, seeing how Ichigo didn't hesitate to approach them to start scolding them. She laughed slightly, remembering how just a few seconds ago it was all understanding and peace. Apparently that was how things would be from that moment on, and it was Ichigo's turn to take responsibility for his decisions. Although, she also thought that she should help him, and if it was that way, then, what a pair of insensitive people you two are. "I didn't expect that from you, Castor." And Saber, to tell the truth, "I'm not surprised," Scathach reproached and mocked both of them at the same time, joining in the discussion. Her smile widened as she saw how irritated they were by her intervention. It would be fun. And yes, it had been. After a while, it wasn't long before Castor's master and Saber arrived, the latter entering the room in a kind of zombie mode in a very strange way, half asleep, still in pajamas and all disheveled. Everyone twitched at the strange scene, and Ichigo quickly pulled out his phone and took a picture of the brunette, which he believed would be useful for negotiating later. There weren't many opportunities to extort her. He had to take advantage of whatever he could get after all. Once she managed to look normal again, Ichigo gave her the big news, telling her that she would have to contribute some financial strength to the cause. "Are you going to charge me?" the mage asked, feeling offended by the idea. The orange-haired man rolled his eyes at her failed attempt at victimization. "Isn't it obvious? In any case, it's necessary. If you're going to complain to someone, there's Musashi," Ichigo pointed out, discharging any type of responsibility and placing it all on the swordswoman who could only bite her tongue. Rin couldn't refute that, so she just sighed reluctantly, apparently having no other choice. Later she would have a friendly, but not at all intense, conversation with her servant due to her appetite. The servant sweated a little at Rin's seemingly kind gaze towards her. "Wait, I'll help too. This is your roof, it's the least I can do," Shiro offered from his place next to Castor, slightly embarrassed by the situation. Just as Ichigo had thought, he would offer to help on his own. He knew what he was like. Castor looked away, also embarrassed. As Lancer had said, she hadn't expected that of herself, however, apparently tasting the food had had some effect on her. At first, she thought she could compensate for the lack of mana Shiro was giving her with food. Now she thought the cure might be worse than the disease. For her, eating was incredible. They cleared the fridge in record time. Ichigo snorted as he walked slowly and calmly along the city sidewalks. He was dressed casually, clearly annoyed about going out to do something he shouldn't be doing. Going shopping to restock the refrigerator and have it back to where it had been just hours before. You can say that. This might end up being a lot harder for you than it is for me," Lancer added, accompanying him on his way out. Ichigo noticed her good mood that morning. Of course she would accompany him, even on such a trivial task. She had been warned, however, that the enemy could attack even in broad daylight and in a crowded place. Ichigo didn't even think about arguing or refusing to let her accompany him, since this time, he didn't have to worry about the safety of the house. Castor and Saber were in it while they left, at least not everything was lost, since at that point he could be calmer. Besides, "I guess that's how it will be. Complaining won't help anymore. But I think they did it anyway, it helped, don't you?" the orange-haired man asked, turning to her. The woman quickly realized what he meant, so she looked at him too. "Maybe so, although the reason could have been better than a forced departure due to lack of resources. I won't complain. You kept your word, Ichigo." "I appreciate it," Scathach thanked her as she walked, looking around at the city that rose up wherever she looked. He kept his promise to buy her clothes and go out like any other person. It was something she wanted to do ever since she was summoned. Seeing how times had changed with her own eyes certainly made her a little nostalgic comparing her time with now. Ichigo wasn't obligated to do such a thing. He could simply ignore his feelings and leave things as they were, but that wasn't the case. All he could think of were words of gratitude. She smiled to herself as she watched the blue sky above them. They continued on their way until they reached a store. Ichigo said he would go inside to buy what he needed, and Scathach, for her part, said she would keep an eye out for the surroundings. She sat down on a bench across the street, right in front of the store, intending to wait and keep an eye out at all times. She sat down on that bench, enjoying the shade and peace. A park lay behind her. The birds singing and the laughter of children playing with their parents could truly relax her. She crossed her legs in front of her and patiently waited with all her characteristic calm. The minutes passed, with her alert at all times, and she could feel a signal in her senses. She heard footsteps approaching her and standing beside her. Without turning to look at the figure, she heard it addressing her. "Oh? A lady like you alone in this place. Would you do me the honor of keeping you company?" That voice asked in a playful tone. Lancer didn't even bother to look at him. "Do what you want," Scathach replied as if she didn't care from her position, keeping her features serene as always. The man smiled when she didn't refuse and calmly sat down at the end of the bench, keeping a safe distance between himself and the woman. He leaned back against the bench and casually rested his arms behind his head, letting out a sigh of contentment. Lancer glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, and she sighed as well before speaking. "You certainly have a lot of nerve showing up like this after running away with your tail between your legs, Ryder," she said casually, watching as the green-haired man let out a slight chuckle at that comment. It was getting interesting. 3 nights before Lancer's summoning. Batu residence. Ryder class servant, Achilles. "I have answered your call." Tall and sturdy, covered in gleaming golden armor that made him look even more robust, paying special attention to his chest and shoulders, along with his forearms and legs. An orange cloth fluttered behind him and 2 strips. His face wasn't fully visible due to the Trojan war helmet he was wearing. It disappeared into golden particles on its own, as the servant intended to be fully visible during that encounter. His hair was green, very low on the sides, leaving the largest amount of hair on the top of his head, a single fringe falling towards his hard face. He was an imposing man, a warrior himself, nothing less could be expected. The previously hard face he'd worn softened at the sight of the first person standing before him. This time, a smile of pure confidence spread across his face. I see, if I'm not mistaken, I think you're my master, miss," he said with complete confidence as he crossed his arms in front of him. There were exactly 3 people in that place, which seemed to be a basement in very poor taste, to be honest. He wouldn't say anything this time, though he thought summoning him in that kind of setting was a waste. It must be quite a spectacle, letting his rivals know he'd arrived on the battlefield, if possible. But that wasn't the case. What was certain was that the purple-haired girl standing just outside the summoning circle was his master. The command seals were a clear indication of that. It was getting interesting. He'd asked the question earlier simply because he wanted to hear the answer. First impressions were always important, after all. He was all ears the moment she moved her lips, intending to answer. "Why yes, Ryder, I am your master. Sakura Matthew, it is a pleasure to meet you." She bowed slightly in respect to the man. He began to walk towards her, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed in the dark room. The purple-haired woman watched as he quickly raised her hand towards her, instinctively closing her eyes in fear because of that. Only to feel a hand gently placed on his head, then moved to his slender chin and lifted with extreme delicacy. The culprit of all this, of course, was Ryder, who wanted him to see his face. "There's no need for such formalities, besides, the pleasure is mine, master," the hero replied with a confident smile. Sakura felt the colors come to her cheeks at such action. Achilles had realized something in just a minute of his summoning. His master felt fear when he was going to caress her, and you could see that insecurity from miles away, and he noticed a bruise that was hidden by her hair above her left eye. The completely quick and daring analysis of someone like him led him to the conclusion that she was like a scared little dog, and that this clearly had its causes, if he was right in what he thought, and these causes were usually abuse and mistreatment, which, if sustained over time, left trauma. It didn't take a genius. Anyone with a brain in her position would have realized it. There was also the possibility that she was simply like that, but what would come next would make her rule out that option. "Wow, that's amazing. We've summoned the mythical Greek hero, Achilles himself. Now I can't lose. Have we? And who the hell is this?" Achilles asked himself sternly, his expression changing to a more serious one due to the shrill and annoying voice he had heard so close to him. He quickly found the culprit. It was one of the 2 people who had been waiting, a blue-haired boy with a disgusting smile on his face as he stared at him. He watched as he sneaked up to his master and grabbed her by the shoulders without any care or measure of his strength. "Now, Sakura, hand it over to me. It's too valuable to be under the control of someone like you," the boy said, seemingly with contempt, almost spitting out his words. Wait bro, you're hurting me," Sakura tried to say, however, as a consequence of saying that, the grip on her shoulders became even stronger, which made her moan in pain. Seeing how her master, despite feeling that she was a great magician, did nothing to get rid of him, defend herself or even answer him, Ryder decided to make a move. Hey, I suggest you watch your tone and back off, you little brat. I'm not interested in you being her brother. Take your hands off her, now, warned the Greek hero, standing to the east in less time than it takes a lightning bolt and placing his spear between the girl and her attacker. He quickly saw how the boy became incredibly scared. Apparently, apart from being garbage, he was also a chicken. Hey, wait a minute. Rider. I'll be your master, she summoned you so I could be your master, Sakura say something damn it. Tell her to obey me and say it now. He yelled in frustration at the girl when he saw how she had already started off on the wrong foot. He let out a smile from ear to ear, watching how Sakura was apparently about to obey his request, however that hope went to waste when he heard her words. Please stop, she replied quietly, struggling to look away. She was scared, but she found the courage to contradict her brother, at least this once, perhaps because she seemed to subconsciously know that this time, nothing would happen to her. Although she could clearly see how, without saying a word, Shinji launched himself at her, trying to hit her in the face, and that was where the one who had arrived due to her previous summons made his presence felt, trying to prevent anything from happening to her. Ryder's sturdy hand gripped Shinji's forearm tightly, stopping him in his tracks inches from his master's face. The blue-haired man paled, and the servant sighed. That he really tried to hit his master in front of him. He could win the award for the biggest idiot he'd ever seen, and he'd surely see it again. I'll tell you what. I'd rather kill myself and return to the damn throne of heroes right now than serve you, you jerk. I've only known you for a few seconds and for some reason I already want to rip your head off your shoulders, don't you think that's funny? He asked with a malicious laugh, letting go of the boy's arm and quickly pointing his spear at his neck, at which point the boy fell to the ground in fear. He even felt sorry for reaching him, beginning to wonder if it was even worth it to dirty his precious spear with that vermin's blood. But at the same time, he believed that doing something like that was the work of a hero, taking out the trash, you could say. He abided by his own code of right and wrong, and acted accordingly. In just a minute, he noticed his master's attitude and the probable trauma he could suffer, something he had just confirmed. He had no doubt that the boy in front of his spear was the one mistreating her. If he had dared to try to hit her in front of him, what wouldn't he have done if he were alone? Just thinking about it made him angry. So, that kid had just committed the last stupidity of his life. When he made up his mind, he began to swing his spear with the intention of decapitating the blue-haired man, however, a hand in front of him stopped him. It was his master. Please, don't do anything to him, it's just she tried to explain the inexplicable, but he only sighed at the sight. Master, what are you doing? Ryder thought, looking at her inquisitively. Even though the answer was obvious, she was getting in the way of his duty as a hero, something he didn't like either. However, he sighed and gave up on his attempt to kill the boy, though he wasn't going to stand idly by either. If he wasn't going to lay a finger on that brat, then. Master, we're getting out of here, and I'm not taking no for an answer, Achilles decided quickly, intending to get her out of there as quickly as he could. Without even bothering to listen to Sakura's response, he quickly reached out to grab her by the waist and place her on his shoulder like a lightweight sack of potatoes. She tried to resist, though there wasn't much conviction in that attempt. He assumed she didn't want to be there deep down either, so any complaints that came out of her mouth would be ignored. Wait a minute, Ryder. He started walking casually towards the exit while his master didn't even have an idea how to start complaining, and if she did he wouldn't listen to her, her red face and nervousness simply wouldn't let her. Achilles made a mental note of it with a triumphant smile, his master was that kind of girl, he didn't dislike her. Her face once again became tinged with absolute seriousness as she stopped in front of the stairs leading to the exit, turned to Shinji, and with a look as cold as ice, gave him one last warning. I'll make one thing very clear to you, you little bastard. I don't want to hear you come near my master again from this very moment on. If you have the guts to do it, then I'll hang you from the neck of my damn chariot and I'll take it around the whole world, you'll beg me to kill you, he threatened, sternly looking at him over his shoulder with more than dangerous eyes, once he realized that the threat worked, and in what way, since he could see a slight stain on the front of his pants. He continued on his way. Not before stopping again, without looking at the other figure who had been waiting expectantly the whole time. And you don't plan on doing or saying anything, old man? He asked, at which point he could feel his master tense at the mention of this someone who had only watched, seemingly amused. A twisted laugh rang out. Interesting, certainly an interesting servant, Ryder, he said simply, chuckling softly and seemingly satisfied with what was happening. He didn't care about his grandson kneeling a few feet away. He was an embarrassment and he didn't have time to waste on him. But Sakura had been of some use to Matsuzauken, as you summoned someone truly formidable. Maybe nothing in these years has been a waste of time, as he thought as he watched a great Greek hero climb the stairs with the intention of leaving the basement with his granddaughter in his arms. Achilles watched the thousands of worms wriggling in that place as he climbed the stairs with a completely neutral expression. He hurried out. Once he stepped out into the hallway, he decided to ask the obvious. "Master, where is your room?" "I'll take you there right away," he said calmly. Sakura, apparently already knowing that resistance was futile, simply chose to point the way, still flushed by the situation. She silently guided him through the house until they reached a door. Achilles didn't even ask if he should open it as he entered immediately. The lights were off, but the moonlight could be seen through the window, a window that was right next to the bed in the room. He approached and made sure to place his master with extreme care in her, a care that Sakura had certainly never decided to take while she was inside that house. "Thank you, Ryder," she managed to say, feeling her eyes getting more moist than usual. Sakura brought one of her hands to place it over her eyes, not wanting to show how small tears were beginning to well up in them. Yes, she's a girl she's broken, Achilles thought, sitting on the edge of the bed, watching as she hid her eyes with her hand. Perhaps that's what he'd been summoned for, to do what a true hero should do. "Everything's okay now, everything. You can rest," the hero replied softly, letting her know with those small words that he would be there from now on. Honestly, Sakura heard in those words what she'd wanted to hear for a long time. At first, she didn't like the idea of summoning a servant at all. Her grandfather had forced her to do it against her will, just as he always had. She couldn't refuse. She had no options, and she never had any in the first place. That house had been a living hell ever since she'd arrived. Shinji had initially been kind to her until Zaken decided she would be the primary heir to the family magic over him. Everything changed from that moment on. Her life fell apart even further when the constant abuse and mistreatment under that roof began. Day, night, anytime, while trying to do homework, while trying to sleep. For a moment, just for a moment, and that moment, she felt like nothing could happen to her because Ryder was right there to prevent it from happening. It was strange. She didn't even know the man. She'd only known him for a few minutes, but that had been more than enough to give her the peace of mind she'd felt in over a decade in that hell called home. "Rest easy, you've earned it. If you have a wish you'd like granted, then my goal is clear. I will win this war at all costs and deliver the Grail to you with my own hands, girl." He came to that quick conclusion, watching as Sakura quickly fell asleep, still covering her eyes with her hand. A small trail of dried tears could be seen beneath her hand. He would obtain the Grail, not even because it was his duty. He wanted to do it for him and for her. Besides, if he could teach a lesson to the two pests he'd left behind a few moments ago in the process, even better. "I have work to do, a lot of work to do. I hope the other servants are up to the task of making things more interesting. If it's too easy, then I'll be a little disappointed. If they want to stop me from getting the Grail, then they're going to have to put in the effort. I'll show each and every one of them who I am," he stated, clenching his fist confidently. He was going to win, he had to win, he would run over anyone to get it. Let the games begin. Chapter 10. Run away? Ryder asked, casually shifting one leg over the other before continuing. "True, it's true that from their point of view, I suppose it was that way. I certainly think that a 4 against 1 isn't a very pretty scenario, although putting me at a disadvantage would give them a bit more chances to beat me, so I supposed it was an interesting idea. However, certain things happened that prevented me from being able to arrive yesterday. Be happy, consider it as you have a little more time left in this world, so take advantage of it while you can," he answered, amused at the provocation, responding with another. What if I told you I wanted to resolve our unfinished business right now? What would you do?" Lancer threatened, his red eyes narrowing slightly and a sharp sidelong glance. It was as if she could leap at his throat at any moment, across the distance of less than a meter between them. Although the Greek hero wasn't intimidated in the least, he actually smiled at the challenge. A small bird cautiously landed on his shoulder, showing how calm he was despite the threat. "I take you at your word, Lancer. But I don't think the situation is ideal right now. If we're going to fight, we'll do it in style. Although before that, I'm a little curious about that boy, your master," he replied, returning to his more casual tone. Scathach raised an eyebrow at the mention. "Before we fix anything as servants, would you let me test the boy? If he's strong enough, then he won't die, unless he's weaker than I think," he assured, crossing his arms. Lancer's gaze quickly hardened. "I'm sorry, but you'll have to get past me first before you even try to lay a finger on him," he warned seriously over the corpse of who he would have to get past to try to fight Ichigo. "I see, it's a shame. But if it weren't like that, it wouldn't be a Holy Grail war," he said with some annoyance. His aspiration to have a good battle with that boy, it seemed, would have to be earned first. Circumstances might change over time. In any case, he knew that he and that boy would inevitably come face to face on the battlefield. "Well, there's a reason we're mortal enemies in this war. But that doesn't mean we can't enjoy a bit of peace before the storm. We don't have to fight when the sun is still out, do we?" the warrior asked with a calm smile. Lancer let out a wry laugh. Sure, not like someone yesterday who flew into a crowded high school in broad daylight, he trailed off, shrugging slightly. Ryder rolled his eyes in response and leaned lazily back on the bench. TCH, I know I was somewhat reckless. I'll try not to let that happen again. Will you try? I'll do what I can, the man winked at her conspiratorially. Scathach leaned back against the bench as well. She was calm, somehow knowing he would do what he said, even though she thought that yesterday too and was wrong, but something told her she wasn't wrong this time. That man was only there to chat and hang out, but even if that was the case, paying attention to every detail was a habit he always had. She could tell he was that kind of carefree man, a free spirit, so to speak. She could recognize that, but even so, she wasn't going to let her guard down for a second. She had a keen eye for who was worthy and who wasn't, who had guts and who didn't. Ryder certainly had plenty of them, and she thought she could back up her words. At the same time, she didn't see herself as someone who would abuse others with her incredible power. That's why. You must have been a great hero, weren't you? Scathach blurted out, which did surprise Ryder for a moment, and he gave a slight ironic smile. I think I was, but I made a lot of mistakes along the way. But I don't try to erase them either. They're part of me and what I've been through to become who I am, he said, looking into the air with a slight sigh. He regained his previously calm demeanor at what he was about to say. And I'm not wrong in saying that you must have been a great teacher, weren't you? How do you know? I know one when I see one. Anyway, my teacher was one of the best, if not the best. I'm kind of curious to think how they would have gotten along. You don't seem like the kind of person who shows mercy, so they probably get along well. Scathach grunted slightly in response. Truth be told, she didn't share that opinion. Obviously, she had to get to know the person first. If she didn't like certain methods or considered her to be too gentle to be able to educate and bring out a person's full potential, she would probably make it clear immediately, and that would cause problems. After all, she knew herself, and she couldn't help but be honest when things didn't suit her. On the other hand, looking at Ryder and the kind of man he was, his master had to be a great one. Regardless of the method he used to achieve this, Scathach was able to admit that without even knowing Ryder's mentor. Let's just say I wouldn't be so sure. You take things too much for granted. Your mentor probably had to work with you quite a bit, she sighed as she said that. Of course, he replied, pointing proudly at himself with a finger. Scathach sweated a little inside. What he'd said hadn't necessarily been a compliment. I was a little idiot as a kid, he taught me everything I know, as a warrior and as a person. If you ask him, he'd probably want to give me credit and say I was just a great student. Little idiot, but a great student, she thought at Ryder's words, unable to stop the image of a blue-haired man from appearing in her mind. Yes, she knew what kind of idiotic yet intelligent man he was talking about. I can understand that. A mentor's job is to bring out the hidden potential that the student already had from the beginning. Often, mere hard work and daily dedication are not enough. You have to have talent to become a true hero. It may seem like simple humility for a teacher to tell his student that, but it's the truth. In the end, what a mentor wants is not recognition of his merit in training a warrior, but rather for that warrior to have the strength to fulfill his goals, in addition to being someone focused and with values. Ryder listened attentively, understanding every word she said and finding their logic. After a few seconds, he tilted his head slightly and looked at her with slight mockery. Lancer, you talk like a mother. I'll make sure you die in the worst way, kid, the woman replied as if she had just said the most normal thing in the world, while looking straight ahead and adjusting her sunglasses. It'll be fun watching you try, old lady, he replied, slightly shrugging his shoulders and also looking straight ahead. Although hearing him called kid certainly irritated him a little. Scathach smirked, noticing the slight frown on the green-haired man's face. On the other hand, she didn't really care too much that he referred to her as an old woman or an old lady, after all, she was. Silence and calm lasted for a few moments between them, the sound of birds chirping in the nearby tree and people walking along the sidewalk in front of them. Anyone who saw them there would think they were just two normal people hanging out, with no hidden agenda. However, the woman had a question on her mind for a while. The truth is that ever since Ryder dared to approach her so casually, she suddenly began to speak, attracting his attention. If you're here, then I assume your master must be nearby. Right? She asked calmly, as if it were a trivial question. Ryder raised an eyebrow at that. How straightforward. Of course, it was a logical question, but he didn't really think she was going to ask directly. Did she really think he'd answer truthfully? The truth is, whether he did or not didn't matter. The real point was asking the question. He was going to try to divert attention. The same can be said of you, right? I don't think a woman like you would go out there alone, someone could. Don't even try. I know that servants can sense my master's presence, so I also know that you've been watching the shop in front of us for a while now, so you clearly know that my master is there," Lancer quickly sentenced at her attempt to shift the focus of attention to her. "DCH, you cunning old thing," he thought to himself, he certainly knew that boy was in the shop across the street, and he surely also knew that he was there with his servant. A servant casually going out there for no apparent reason was not logical, even if he did go a little outside of that logic and unwritten rules of what it was to be a servant. "I see, so that's what it's about." Achilles listened as Lancer spoke simply, then remained silent with a faint smile on her face. Had she figured it out? "What are you implying?" I asked, raising an eyebrow slightly at her. "Nothing, this pleasant conversation just ended." Scathach said goodbye with a slight nod, watching as Ichigo left the store, the orange-haired man directing his gaze towards the bench where both servants were sitting, not at all surprised by the sight. Ichigo and Ryder stared into each other's eyes for a few seconds that felt long and tense between the two. Although they were only a block away, the tension in the atmosphere filled with unspoken words was more than evident. Scathach knew they were sizing each other up. Ichigo was the one who ended up looking away first, simply starting to walk down the sidewalk back home with a bag in his hands, while Lancer stood up from the bench and crossed the street to join him. Achilles was left alone on the bench, watching these two closely, and after a few minutes, he saw how a girl with purple hair also came out of the same store as Lancer's master and walked slowly towards him, crossing the street. He wanted to investigate and dig a little deeper with Lancer and his master, but it seems the plot didn't go as planned when he casually revealed himself, and instead he was the one investigated and exposed. "Yes, surely they. I already know who Ryder's master is," Ichigo blurted out as he walked, just as he was handing a bag or two to Lancer. He was admittedly a little surprised by the revelation. They didn't exchange words via telepathy at any point, so he had to come to that conclusion himself. She gladly took the bags and slid them down her forearm, then smiled at him somewhat proudly. "I expected nothing less from you," she replied as she continued walking. The orange-haired man lightly scratched the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed by the sudden compliment. "It wasn't a big deal. Actually, it was just a coincidence," he replied, before briefly explaining what had happened to his servant. It seemed he had a peculiarity in how receptive he was. Apparently, he could detect the presence of servants within a short distance of him, and they could also sense him. Basically, it was as if he were another servant in that war. Proof of this was when Saber hunted him down 2 nights ago, clearly being followed because his presence could be noticed by her, a servant. However, that perception was different with mages. For example, he never realized Shiru and Rin were mages until they showed it to him, and the opposite was true. He knew his detection ability was already low, so his own conclusion was that he could only detect a presence that moved large amounts of concentrated mana. That applied to a servant, but not to a mage. Taking that into account, the mage and the servant were closely linked, so they could detect a master if their servant was nearby. Why? Ichigo thought about it for a bit and could only come to one conclusion. The bond that existed between a servant and a master, the mana sustenance they shared, which the master ceded to the servant. A mage was able to conceal their presence and remain unnoticed, but a servant couldn't, unless they were an assassin. The fact was that even with detection skills as low as his, they could still sense that thin, invisible line of mana that connected the servant to the master, like the mouth of a river. For a servant, it seemed that was different, and they couldn't do such a thing. By that point, he was aware that he was both a master and a sort of servant, since, as Lancer had explained to him earlier, servants were basically spirits capable of taking on physical form. Masters, on the other hand, didn't seem to be able to sense his presence, as a servant could. If that weren't the case, then Rin and Shiru would have realized something was wrong with him, but the fact is that in his Shinigami state, they could see him. Interesting, to say the least. And a huge advantage, he wouldn't be able to realize that a mage was actually one, but that changed if said mage had a servant and both were near him. On top of that, he couldn't be detected by a master. Although, he wouldn't have realized, thought, or given it so much thought if it weren't for the fact that while he was buying things, he accidentally bumped shoulders with that person, and his things along with hers, fell to the floor. He didn't realize until they both apologized that it was Sakura, that girl from high school who was apparently a very good friend and close to Shiru. As he helped pick up the other's things, her sleeve rolled up slightly, revealing a small portion of the command seal. Still not fully visible, Ichigo, paying more attention to the girl due to what he'd just seen, noticed how she and the servant standing next to Lancer were linked by a thin thread of mana. Snapping out of that brief thought, both he and especially she apologized to each other again and didn't speak to each other again as they stood in a long line to pay for their purchases. As Ichigo waited and the line moved forward, he couldn't help but think that she, even without seeing his command seal, must know that he was a master, surely informed by her servant. She had already come face to face with all the servants except Assassin and Rider, however Sakura's servant couldn't be Assassin, as she could sense the presence of the servant outside. Saber, Berserker, Caster, and Assassin were ruled out, 2 of them were at home, one wouldn't be as calm in daylight, and the other simply wouldn't be able to sense it. It was definitely Archer or Rider, the only servants whose presence he could sense, and he hadn't been able to see the face of either of them. That doubt was resolved when he came out and definitively confirmed that it was not Archer, but rather a different servant that he had not yet met, and clearly it had to be Rider. Rider and his master may have been too arrogant to think they couldn't be discovered. Sakura didn't seem like that kind of girl, but judging by Rider's actions, he did seem confident. It backfired. Maybe they just went out to do the exact same thing we did this morning. While their master went shopping, he waited outside watching over this one. Rider seemed to know you wouldn't hurt her, but he never thought you'd realize who her master was in the first place, Lancer added to his master's explanation, gently cupping his chin. Still, you sure did think things through. You're smarter than you look. I won't take it as an insult. Besides, the line was quite long, I had plenty of time to think, Ichigo replied with a sigh, he thought his head hurt from thinking about it so much. Still, it bore fruit. Rider approached her as if it were a chance encounter. If she knew one thing, it was that coincidences never happened, especially with a man like him. Confident, strong, and intelligent, but this time he got a little too confident. He thought he could approach her just like he had yesterday and investigate a little about her and her master. In a way, he did, but the winners in this encounter were her and Ichigo. So who is it and what are we going to do? Lancer asked calmly as he walked. She waited for a few moments until she thought Ichigo hadn't heard her, however, that wasn't the case. The orange-haired man looked deep in thought. He'd heard the question, but he was still thinking about his discovery and what steps he and Lancer would take from that point on. Scathach remained silent, noticing how he thought about what he would say. She waited patiently as they walked until Ichigo found a way to begin the exchange. I think it's best to keep the identity of Rider's master a secret just between us, at least for the moment, Ichigo said quietly. This measure undoubtedly seemed peculiar to the Lancer master, to say the least. Let me guess. Another acquaintance? Scathach asked, narrowing her eyes at him. Something like that. I actually know who it is, but it's not like I know that person as well as I do Masters Saber and Caster. However, I do know that Shiro and her are quite close. If he finds out that someone else he knows is involved in this madness, Ichigo continued, imagining the upcoming scenario. Lancer understood what he meant. That means we'll take care of Rider, avoiding harm to his master and ending everything before your friend realizes it, right? She asked to see if her reasoning was sound. The orange-haired man nodded slightly. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know if it's a good idea to tell Tasaka about it instead. It seems like she's pretty much in my situation regarding that girl. The few times I've seen them interact, they do so in a nonchalant manner and without many words, Ichigo added, watching the path in front of them. Make the decision you think is best. If you ask me where I stand on this, I'd personally like to deal with Rider myself, but I also have unfinished business with Archer. It's only been a few days since the war started, so there's still plenty of time left and a lot can happen until the end, she commented, thinking of her 2 declared rivals in said war. Right, Rider and Archer have their sights on us, he thought, sighing softly inside. Despite knowing what it felt like to be the center of attention, he'd never liked the feeling of being out for his neck. Still, there was only one thing he could do, one thing he knew very well. We've caught Rider and Archer's attention, however, if they want to fight, we're here and we're not going anywhere, Ichigo stated firmly and seriously, looking at the servant at his side. She listened to him and let a slight dangerous smile spread across her face. That's what I'm talking about. We're not going to hide, she agreed, no doubt liking the boy's attitude, knowing it wasn't just empty words. They walked for a bit until Ichigo seemed to remember something. Oh, right, he said into the air, Lancer noticing. The orange-haired man reached into one of the bags he was carrying with him, pulling out a small jar containing a lollipop. Here, for you, the boy added simply, handing the jar to the woman. Is that what she thought it was? Scathach thought for a moment before taking it in her hands. As soon as she did, she noticed it was really cold. Just as she thought, it was ice cream. Really? She asked, raising an eyebrow slightly. Ichigo shrugged slightly. What? You don't like the taste? From what you ordered last night, I thought you liked strawberries, he replied, remembering how she had happily eaten the ice cream Shiro had made for her, especially since he had made it so quickly in the first place. A master didn't show off his tricks, he supposed. No, I'm not talking about that. But actually, there's no need, she commented, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The last thing she wanted was to make him bear any responsibility to her other than the war. You're not a bother, if that's what you think. You're here to help me, and I'm here to help you, that's what you said yourself. If I give you that ice cream or whatever, it's because I want to, not because I have to. Is it better this way? Ichigo asked her, trying to sound nonchalant as he looked straight ahead again. Certainly, any word she might say or contradict, he wouldn't listen to. Understanding things that way, Scathach didn't answer right away, but waited a few seconds to look ahead, then return her gaze to the icy coldness in her hands. She smiled a little before finally answering. Thank you, he said, then carefully removed the lid and took the popsicle, tasting a bit of it. It tasted especially delicious, despite not being better than the ice cream he'd had that night. Something caught his eye after tasting a bit. Aren't you going to take the others? They destroyed my refrigerator, what do you think? The boy said, ruffling his hair a little, seemingly slightly frustrated by the mere memory of it. Scathach couldn't help but chuckle at that. Stubborn, but empathetic. Angry, but tolerant. Kind, but vengeful. He certainly wasn't wrong when he first judged him, and he wasn't wrong when he accepted him as his master and swore loyalty to him from the start. He didn't think anything of the wrongs, actually. Now maybe she liked strawberries even a little more than before. So, they headed resolutely back home. That outing had been more fruitful than they had originally hoped. Perhaps the fact that Ichigo's fridge ended up empty wasn't a coincidence either. With pain and even slight amusement at the thought, Ichigo looked up at the blue sky above them. When that blue sky was replaced by darkness, it was a sign that things were about to happen in Fuyuki. He certainly wasn't one to crave fights, he didn't see himself being the battle-crazy sort he had known, like Kenpachi, Grimjo, and even the newly met Musashi. He wasn't like them by any stretch of the imagination, in fact, he was terrified of becoming that way. With all that in mind, just because he didn't crave fighting didn't mean that deep down, he found it anything, just a little exciting. Yeah, he didn't want to admit it. In his little skirmish with Saber, he could feel that sort of feeling as well. His servants seemed to have that sort of tendency as well. He wasn't indifferent to that sort of thing. Now that he thought about it, it was less bothersome than he'd originally thought. He'd always been involved in all sorts of fights after that happened years ago. Bandits, thieves, supposedly bad guys. You could say he had enjoyed, or still enjoyed, those things to a certain extent, but now on a completely different scale. It was no longer just gangs armed with sticks or pipes. It had stopped being just that when he agreed to become a substitute Shinigami, until this very moment. He couldn't use the excuse of being surrounded by lunatics. To a certain extent, it could be said that at this point he was hardly completely sane, given all his experiences. It didn't take them long to get home, finding a scene not too dissimilar to the one they had witnessed that morning. This time, it seemed, Saber wasn't as upset as she had been before, perhaps because Castor was holding back a bit, letting her win the odd game. It was no longer fun to win all the time and listen to her constant complaining. That, with the added bonus of Rin leaning against the wall, already dressed as usual, seemingly deep in thought. She snapped out of it when she heard the front door of the house open. Castor and Saber, on the other hand, continued with their own business, although the former wasn't entirely focused on the game in front of her. The latter, on the contrary, was, not even seeming to notice the two familiar presences arriving at the house. The door to the living room next to Rin opened softly, and Ichigo was the first to pass through, noticing Rin leaning against the wall next to him, followed by Lancer. "Good morning," Lancer said first, rolling his eyes slightly at her lack of words when she saw him. She mimicked him as Lancer walked past her to the refrigerator, Rin noticing the bags in both of their hands, and sighing slightly. "Good morning, and I'll pay for my idiot servant," the brunette replied with a slight sigh. Castor had told her about the situation when she woke up and approached both servants. Saber looked at Castor as if she felt betrayed. Castor claimed that if she didn't tell her, surely Ichigo or Lancer would, so she sighed in defeat and then received a heartfelt lecture from Rin. To say she was ashamed was an understatement. If she did something like that again, she swore to abandon the way of the sword. Yes, she was that radical. On the other hand, Castor also told herself not to fall into temptation unless she was given some food, not to the extreme of Saber, but she did scold herself in her mind. "I thought so," Ichigo replied, clearly pleased with the mage's words, then followed Lancer and placed the rest of the items in the refrigerator. Once it was closed, the woman looked at her master, who nodded slightly. At that moment, Scathach approached the refrigerator and spoke a few words in another language. Moments later, some red marks appeared on the refrigerator. "Matter settled," the woman said simply, then Ichigo approached to check that the runes were working, trying to open the refrigerator and failing. He nodded satisfied with the safety of the supplies, then Scathach deactivated the runes for a moment so Ichigo could grab some things, and then reactivated them. But what Musashi thought as he saw what had happened with a slight drop of sweat falling down his forehead, just now realizing their presence, just in time to see the refrigerator being blocked. Castor glanced at that rune magic. She thought it was a good way to secure the door. Certainly, with her magic and some time, she would be able to override it and open the refrigerator anyway. However, she had already decided against it. Just in case, the boy said simply, observing the two at the table before walking into the kitchen. Don't worry, I won't leave you without food either. I'm not as good at cooking as Shiru, so I don't expect any complaints, he warned beforehand as he turned on some stoves. Let me help you. You might burn something, Rin said with a slight sigh, walking towards the kitchen as well. Ichigo said nothing, choosing instead to simply accept her help. Lancer, you can wait here or wherever you like. I'll let you know when the food is ready, the boy said, ignoring Scathach as he washed some utensils before using them. The woman nodded slightly. I understand, but I'll stay here in case you need to open the refrigerator, she replied simply as she walked around the room, gradually circling the table until she sat quietly at the end. It wasn't just for that, really. She wasn't going to leave her master alone with two servants and a master. Even if they had come to an agreement, it was never a bad thing to be overly cautious. Shall we play? Saber asked from beside him with a slight inviting smile as she offered him some cards. No thanks, I won't let you win, his caster Lancer refused without hesitation, placing his sunglasses over his eyes even while inside the house, in a mode of total disinterest. She's not letting me win. I'm just a fast learner, Saber quickly denied with pride, though Caster let out a slight chuckle inside, as did Lancer. If only I knew, Caster and Lancer thought simultaneously. The former decided to simply go along with it and continue playing with Saber, while the latter decided to stay out of it and just watch in silence. Thus, time passed peacefully in that room. It didn't take long for breakfast to arrive at the table from the two masters. It clearly wasn't Shiru's cooking, as Ichigo had said, but it was more than acceptable and edible. Ichigo saved something for his friend, who still hadn't woken up, even though it was almost 10 in the morning. He must certainly be exhausted, and he wouldn't bother him at all. After everyone ate, they simply began to disperse around the house. Saber went to the backyard to practice her swordplay on the grass, while Rin and Caster sat in silence, observing the house and the surroundings in general, wondering what was happening and what would happen next. For his part, Ichigo was silently washing the utensils in the kitchen, while Lancer hadn't moved an inch from his place at the table. Ichigo, she said abruptly from her spot. The boy had just finished with the utensils and walked over to stand near the table, listening to her. Scathach noticed this and decided to proceed. Remember the compensation I told you about the night we met, Caster? She asked, and Ichigo nodded, clearly not having forgotten that. The woman smiled slightly in his direction. I know what I want, and if you're willing to help me and there's time, I'd like to ask you for this favor right now, Lancer said, which made Ichigo raise an eyebrow. Now? The boy asked, having no idea what his servant could possibly want. Yes, now. It's a surprise, and it won't be here at the house. The refrigerator will be safe in our absence, so no, I don't want anyone with us. Just you and me, Lancer added decisively, and on that point she wasn't willing to give in. The surprise Ichigo certainly didn't like surprises too much, but he would trust Lancer and please her, if that's what she wanted. So no one else besides the two of us? He asked, and she nodded. She couldn't say she felt any suspense over all the mystery. Fine, let's do this, he said, smiling a little in her direction as she watched Lancer smile a little back, pleased with the answer, and then slowly stood up from the table. I'll see what you're really made of, Scathach thought to herself, certainly somewhat excited to try out her master firsthand herself. Without realizing it, he smiled a little darker and more wickedly than he'd intended. Ichigo noticed and shuddered slightly at the sight. I think I just made a mistake, he thought instantly as a light bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. For a moment he remembered Yoruchi and her dirty tricks with him, not very good memories to be honest. He and Lancer simply prepared a bit before leaving, with Ichigo letting them know that he would be gone for a while with Lancer. Caster, Rin, and Saber raised an eyebrow at this news, especially the latter. Just you two. What the hell are you going to do? He asked with almost accusatory interest as he narrowed his eyes and sheathed his swords. I'm pleased to tell you that's none of your business, Scathach replied simply, putting on her sunglasses and starting to walk away before hearing any kind of retort from the swordswoman. That woman Musashi sighed at that response and looked away. The orange-haired man decided to calm things down a bit. Don't worry. If you're worried about something happening to me, then you don't have to be. I'll be here as soon as I can, Ichigo added, shrugging his shoulders slightly, downplaying the matter and trying to reassure Musashi a little, who sighed a little in defeat. Fine, I believe you. I'll keep training a little, it's never enough. I'll take care of anyone who comes near this house in your absence, he replied, recovering his spirits and returning to the center of the courtyard to continue with his work. Take care. Remember, it doesn't matter if it's daytime. Saber and I will take care of this place, you can count on us. This time it was Caster who intervened in Ichigo's direction, showing her concern for his and Lancer's safety. Ichigo smiled a little, thanking her for her concern and nodding in response. I know, and I also know I can count on you. Remind Shiru that his breakfast is on the table. And Rin, he turned to the black-haired girl who was leaning against a nearby wooden wall. When I get back, I need to talk to you about something privately. It's important, he said, as he planned to tell her who Ryder's master was and how they were going to act accordingly. Rin nodded slightly, noticing the tone and seriousness of Ichigo's words. She was going to wait for that conversation, and besides, she wanted to start plotting routes to follow in this war, wanting to wrap it up as quickly as possible. Got it, I'll wait then. Try not to do anything stupid, although I suppose it's too much to ask considering we're talking about you, she said goodbye while looking elsewhere. Yes, I'll miss you too. I didn't say I missed you. You don't need to say it. Rin cursed the orange-haired man inwardly, turning red in irritation. Finally, Ichigo started to leave the house, leaving the black-haired girl wanting to retort. Castor watched the exchange with a small bead of sweat running down his forehead. Lancer waited for Ichigo at the front of the residence, ready to lead the way. Even if she wasn't familiar with the city, she didn't really need to. The only thing she needed. It was going far. Ichigo didn't know how much time actually passed. He didn't have his phone with him, nor did he have a watch. He only knew that the drive was almost entirely silent. He sensed a strange tension between him and Lancer, though he didn't know how to explain it. Lancer's instructions were clear. Get away from the city, far enough away into the empty air to avoid being disturbed or seen, even during daylight hours. Before he knew it, they were standing in the middle of a large open field, reminding him of the first night of the war when Lancer had taken Archer to a similar place. He thought he knew where this was all going. Scathach stopped dead in her tracks just a step in front of him, then turned around. The sun was quite scorching, and even through the glare, he could see Scathach's red eyes behind her sunglasses. Ichigo was about to take the floor, but Lancer got there first. Ichigo, I want you to answer me something. Do you think you can beat me? The woman asked the boy directly. He remained silent for a moment. How was he supposed to answer that question? It was simply a question he didn't have even a clear answer to. He could feel Lancer's intense gaze through his sunglasses, so he decided to answer reservedly and in what he believed to be the right way. I don't believe it. He was interrupted from finishing when he had enough reflexes to raise both of his forearms to the left side of his head to cover a kick from Lancer. He felt some pain due to the force and hardness of the shinbone against his forearms. Inevitably, he was thrown back a few meters, managing to roll on the ground and steady himself, sighing a little as he remained with one knee resting on the ground, observing how in that second that passed from the impact and his subsequent recovery, Scathach no longer had the casual clothes she had before, but had her usual battle clothes, with her two spears in her hands. Wrong answer, she said calmly, as if the previous incident hadn't happened at all. She noticed Ichigo's gaze darken slightly at what she had just done, which made her smile a little. Yeah, I like that look, Lancer thought as he watched Ichigo slowly sit up, keeping his face serious. The boy sighed a little and closed his eyes. He knew from those strange dreams that his servant was a master and that she had somewhat savage methods. He'd never told her he wanted to be trained, but he wasn't one to back down at that point, much less would Lancer let him go. It was clear from a distance that he wanted this. As I had said before, I was going to fulfill his wish. I'll just ask one more time, Scathach began, and Ichigo focused on looking her straight in the eyes, beginning to understand that this was serious. Ichigo, do you think you can beat me? She asked, and he looked at her, clearly expecting his answer. She watched in satisfaction as Ichigo pulled his battle pass from his back pocket and squeezed it, only to be engulfed in a burst of Ryatsu, kicking up dust around him. When the breeze blew away the curtain of dust, it revealed that he was now a Shinigami, his greatsword resting on his shoulder. I definitely can, and I will, Ichigo replied confidently, understanding that this was what his servant wanted to hear. He gently removed Zangetsu from his shoulder and pointed it in Lancer's direction, clearly challenging him. That's what I wanted to hear. Now, prove that you can defeat me, my master, she replied, a smug dangerous smile on her lips, her hands tightly gripping the cursed spears. Old memories came back to him with what was happening and what was about to happen. She and Ichigo began to walk slowly in circles, sizing each other up before making their moves. Nothing but the footsteps on the ground could be heard at that moment and the tension could have been cut with a knife. Failing that, a sword or a spear. Ichigo thought so and was the first to make his move, launching himself into the attack of his servant who waited impassively. Scathach was certainly a little surprised by the force behind the attack when the greatsword collided with her two spears in an X shape in front of her. The boy pressed further, trying to force him back, but was slow to react as Scathach quickly realized that brute force wasn't the best idea when fighting her master. She stepped aside, letting Ichigo's sword sink into the ground and nimbly ducked down to sweep Ichigo's legs off balance, successfully knocking the boy to the ground. She had real intentions of impaling him with both spears while he was on the ground, however Zangetsu got in the way. "Come on, you're on the defensive so fast. We're just getting started," she said from above, straining with her spears that grated against the sword. "Itsuga Tenshu," he said under his breath, at which point his sword flashed blue, and Scathach was forced to quickly retreat a few meters due to the slashing attack that came in her direction and disappeared into the air, cutting through some clouds in the sky. The two spears she had previously held in her hands were shattered in an attempt to avoid the attack, but she quickly made two more appear in their place. "Just as I expected. She's strong," Ichigo thought as he watched her prepare to continue the fight. He stood up again. It was true that he wasn't using his Bankai, but she didn't seem to be taking this little skirmish seriously either. They were still sizing each other up, as was clear from just those two small movements on both of their parts. However, he was somewhat impatient. "Bankai," Ichigo said, almost in a deep sigh, intending to raise the level and see how far he could take his servant and vice versa. In a quick transformation, his greatsword became the sleeker Tensa Zangetsu, and his attire changed dramatically, appearing more streamlined. The first mission Ichigo set for himself was to make Scathach be serious, and the way was to force her to do it. "Excellent, that's how it has to be," Scathach thought as she watched him transform, knowing that said transformation made him more capable in battle. A smile spread across her face at the challenge she hoped Ichigo would be able to propose to her. She had high expectations. Ichigo was once again the one who took the initiative to make the first attack, but this time he simply disappeared from his place in a flash of pure speed and appeared behind Scathach. He thought he had her, but just as he was thinking of just placing the sword at her neck and making her surrender, he didn't notice when Lancer was no longer there and instead, she was standing behind him. "What the hell?" he thought, opening his eyes, feeling Lancer's almost evil gaze from behind him, quickly taking a safe distance. Was she as fast as him? If not, then she was too close for his liking. Ichigo thought he'd have the advantage using his Bankai, but in just one move, Scathach proved him wrong. A bead of sweat ran down his forehead at the thought. This was no game, and Lancer quickly made sure to let him know. Now it was she who launched herself forward with both spears, disappearing from her position in a flash of pure red speed. The boy gritted his teeth, and his sword too, determined not to be left behind. That was simply an almost invisible dance between two people with divine speed, in which a close-range Lancer seemed to have a window, more than speed, because of his experience and precision when attacking and defending. The boy dodged and responded well to attacks despite everything, often with the clumsiness Lancer expected of him. Every clash, every sword slash, and every slash launched at lightning speed at close range. Lancer leaped back after a quick flurry of stabs, raising his right hand above his head. Ichigo braced himself as several red spears appeared above his head, which he threw without hesitation in his direction. He didn't doubt for a second that he could deflect them all, and he did so in the blink of an eye, dispatching them all, either sending them flying in different directions or simply destroying them with brute force. Lancer watched this display of speed, strength, and improvisation with satisfaction on his face. "Keep going," he said, just before gripping his spear tightly. It glowed with a reddish aura, and he threw it in the boy's direction. Ichigo also hit said spear, deflecting its direction, but was surprised to see how, unlike the others, this one changed direction and came back towards him, chasing him. She clicked her tongue and jumped back, but Lancer expected her to dodge this time. She anticipated him and, appearing at his side, kicked him unopposed in the ribs, sending him flying to the ground with a resounding crash. The impact formed a crater from the force and kicked up a significant amount of dust. Analyzing the curtain of dust, she fell gracefully to the ground. As it dissipated a bit, Ichigo stood calmly in the middle of the crater, holding the area where he'd been kicked, apparently in some pain. However, he sighed a little and smiled. "It hurt a little," he said, taking his hand off his ribs and gripping his Zangetsu tightly, ready to continue. Now he roughly knew the extent of what Lancer was capable of. He was impressed, but believed that if he took it seriously, he could handle her. "Oh, I know it hurt. And I also know we're just getting started." "It was a good warm-up," Lancer replied, calmly brushing her hair back, not looking the least bit exhausted, not even dusty on her clothes. She'd planned to push him to his limits, and even further if necessary. That said, the battle from then on became quite violent, almost as if they were true enemies who wanted to kill each other. Speed was in abundance in that fight, with Ichigo being only slightly faster when it came to moving and wielding his sword, also being stronger and more forceful in each of his attacks. On the other hand, Lancer was more elegant, selective with her attacks, not as unbridled, and was much more precise. However, she also wasn't afraid to go toe-to-toe with the boy. The proof was the cuts and bruises that were beginning to appear on the Shinigami's body, and like Scathach in the passage of time, she remained as clean as she had been at the beginning of the fight. "What's wrong?" Lancer asked him, clearly provocative. They'd been going on for about 2 hours, almost without a break, and Ichigo was already slowly starting to slow down. Ichigo gritted his teeth slightly at her, knowing he was falling behind as time passed. His grip on his tenses and jutsu wavered, Scathach noticed, and as he applied more pressure, the sword flew from Ichigo's hands. Scathach was ready to mock him, thinking she had already won, however, she was surprised when the boy didn't even hesitate for a second to try to fight hand to hand, now that her sword was no longer in his hands. Lancer dodged 2 punches that the boy unsheathed quite quickly and technically in his brief surprise, but he couldn't dodge and instead had to cover himself with a kick to the abdomen with both arms. Feeling the force behind the kick, having to step back, Ichigo used that second gain to pick up his sword and wield it again. What's wrong? This time it was Ichigo who asked the same question Lancer had asked him, noticing that he managed to catch her off guard, even if only for a moment, something he hadn't managed to do even once before. Her roots were in martial arts, and she was going to use them, no matter the situation. This kid, the woman thought, her arms aching from the force of the kick, but also with a touch of amusement and pride. He still had so much to learn, yet he still had that survival instinct to use whatever was at his disposal to get through adverse situations unscathed. Let's continue, Ichigo, Scathach said slowly, leaving behind the little pain she had left, making 2 cursed spears appear again in her hands, and wielding them tightly. The boy felt the threatening aura from her, and didn't take a single step back, waiting for the coming attack, while narrowing his eyes in the direction of the woman. Ichigo and Scathach were going to fight until one of them simply couldn't take it anymore, unless they surrendered, or until one of them accidentally died. The boy definitely didn't think that way, but it seemed the woman didn't share the same sentiment. She always attacked to kill, to break, to subdue her opponent, to show him that he had no chance against her in this case, wanting to show him that. She watched as those sharp spears came much closer than she would have liked. They sure took a while, Rin thought, sitting at the living room table, a small cup of steaming tea in front of her. Castor and Saber were also sitting at the table, silent, nodding slightly at the brunette's words. Shiru soon appeared with 2 more cups of tea in his hands, placing them in front of the servants who nodded in gratitude. So it seems. They said they left in the morning. The boy asked, somewhat thoughtfully. If it was as he'd been told, then yes, they had spent almost half a day gone. He looked at the clock on the living room wall. It was already past 8 p.m., the time when everyone stopped their routine activities and tried to go home to rest. It was also the time when Fuyuki took on a much darker tone, beyond the simple absence of the sun over the city. What could they be doing? Ichigo promised to be back soon. Shiru, are you saying he left his phone? Castor asked, and in response the Redid nodded. I did, I tried to call, and as soon as I did, his phone rang from his room, he replied with a sigh, crossing his arms. How reckless, Musashi continued, staring into nothingness. At that moment, she felt the gazes shift to her. What? Hearing you tell someone else that you're reckless is shocking. But I'll agree with you this once, Artori replied, not wanting to add anything else. What if we go find them? Shiru added simply as he looked at them, standing without sitting at the table. And start looking for where? Rin asked with clear sarcasm, which irritated the Redid a little. Staying here wondering where they are isn't a great idea either, something could happen to them, he added with a little more seriousness. He studied his forearm for a brief moment, noticing a blue glimmer of his magic circuits. He clenched his right fist, feeling a newfound strength. I support the idea, Castor said from his seat, agreeing with his master. Besides, the hours where Fuyuki would start to become quite dangerous were literally just a few minutes away. It wasn't just a matter of losing an ally, but also companions and friends. I'm in, Saber added from her spot, beginning to rise from the table with determination. The brunette watched her from below, taking a small sip of tea in defeat. Rin watched her, feeling betrayed. She was worried, but she just found it hard to admit it. She sighed a little, drinking her tea in one gulp under the somewhat amused gazes of Shiru, Castor and Saber, as she began to slowly get up from the table, looking ready to leave at once, just like Shiru and Musashi. Okay, you win. One moment. Castor stopped everyone in their tracks, raising a hand in a sign of calm. The others didn't understand, but she soon explained. No need. They're here, he said softly with a slight smile. A moment later, they heard the front door of the house slowly open, and a footstep sounded on the cold wood. Shiru, Musashi, and Rin stood up, knowing they were finally back. Their eyes turned to the hallway directly in front of the main door. The image was of a Scathach supporting Ichigo with her left shoulder and arm. Ichigo was still in his bankai, but he wasn't in his best shape. He looked quite tired and fatigued, bruised and cut in places he didn't even know he had. He was still sighing a little, his head resting gently on the woman's shoulder. He looked up, noticing he was being watched, and he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed at the image he was surely giving off. His cheeks flushed a little, and he looked away. Good night and sorry for the inconvenience, he said, knowing they were probably worried. He wanted to say he'd never been in any danger, but that wasn't quite right either. They just needed to check on him. Scathach couldn't help but smile a little at his attitude, not in mockery, but in understanding and affection, raising her hand to ruffle his already ruffled orange hair. "My master and I are just going out to get to know each other better," she added simply, walking a bit and helping Ichigo in the process. She simply walked past him down the hallway, leading Ichigo to his room and closing the door behind them. "Did you just see the same thing I did?" Shiru asked, a slight bead of sweat running down his forehead at the sight. "Yeah, I saw it. We're worried and they're having fun. I have to and must get even with something," Musashi added with a tired sigh, then seemed to remember something. "Oh, right. Someone remind Lancer to open the refrigerator so Shiru can cook something," she commented, returning to the living room to sit at the table. Although she couldn't hide her relief, she was certainly worried about Ichigo, and in her own way, Lancer. "I'll talk to Ichigo tomorrow, for now just let him rest, he looks wrecked." "I guess Lancer wanted to test him, and she seemed satisfied," Rin commented on what she observed and thought, also starting to return to the living room. Though her mind was a different matter, she blushed like a princess. She really did, she looked like a mess. "If I knew how to use a damn cell phone I would have taken a picture of it. I'm going to destroy it, I'll remind her of it until the day she dies." She laughed evilly on the inside while on the outside she just smiled calmly. Shiru chose to nod slightly, then decided to approach Ichigo's room door, gently knocking on it respectfully. "Excuse me, Ichigo and Lancer. I hope you're both okay. I don't mean to disturb you, but I'd like Lancer to open the refrigerator for a moment so I can make dinner for you and the others, please," he asked politely. He waited a moment until he received a response from the woman. "You're not a bother. I'll be there in a moment," she replied. "Thank you," he thanked, and then the boy left the door. Inside the room, Lancer slowly laid his master down on the futon, in the process gradually regressing his Bankai to his Shikai and then back to his human form. He wanted to say that he didn't need help, but he knew the reality was different. Scathach sat for a moment beside him, looking down on him with a slight smile. "It was fun," she said, reaching out with her right hand to brush away a few strands of orange hair from the boy's forehead, who looked away. "Yes, it clearly was," he replied with a sigh, obviously not completely in agreement with that statement, although his irritation and embarrassment came mostly from the woman's small action on his hair, which continued as the seconds passed. Lancer couldn't help but laugh slightly at the boy's attitude. "But not only that. Now you realize you've been doing too many things wrong. You have the strength, the speed, and the tenacity, but you lack the technique, the precision, and the intelligence to fight," the woman said more seriously. "I want to add that I have nothing but respect for you, Ichigo. Still, you know now that when I see something wrong, I'm going to tell you and I'm going to insist on it until the end of time. Even if you didn't ask me to, because out there, they're not going to forgive mistakes. Though that's something you probably already know," she added, sighing a little as she finally removed her hand from Ichigo's forehead and began to stand up, walking to the sliding door and heading towards the living room. He didn't expect a response from his master, yet. "Thank you," she stopped in her tracks and looked over her shoulder at Ichigo. The orange-haired man understood her and appreciated her help, seeing it as an opportunity to become stronger. At first, he thought it was just something fun for his servant, and measuring him certainly had that in mind, but mostly to help him become better. Even if he didn't like the method. He'd already experienced something similar with Urahara and Yuruchi, although the former's was somewhat more sinister. Ichigo noticed the difference between him and Scathach. Despite being very similar in speed and having more brute strength, Lancer surpassed him in every other aspect, and by far. "Still, I still think some words were left out," Ichigo added with a soft sigh and a click of his tongue, lying back on the futon. He had to, and should, make her take it back, just out of pride. Lancer laughed softly at that. "Is that so?" she asked. "So you know what you have to do," he finished simply, but with a clear hint of defiance in his tone. She finished leaving with those words, gently closing the door behind her. Ichigo stared at the ceiling for a few moments, remembering what had happened that day, before shortly afterward closing his eyes and beginning to fall asleep. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.